All right, I am here. Thanks for the membership, Ufuk and Daniel. Appreciate that. Oh. Well, thankfully my headache has not returned, but my light sensitivity is really bad right now.
Do you guys remember about 3 years ago when Rockstar released the GTA 3 Trilogy Definitive Edition? It wasn't good. It was a substandard release, and I did make a video on it, just like many of us did at the time, calling out how poor the execution of the game was at launch. Now, for a quick recap, this so-called Definitive Edition replaced the existing versions of GTA 3, disabling the option to buy the legacy titles and promised to be an enhanced remaster that used Unreal Engine 4. The development was done by Grove Street Games, and the original trailer, while it looked pretty good, we all quickly realized at launch how terrible this port would be from the jump. Many issues riddled the game, from things like broken rain, incorrect lighting, lack of fog, incorrect draw distance, rendering issues, textures with spelling errors, broken skyboxes, performance issues. The list went
Jesus
on
Christ,
and
that
on.
looks terrible.
The Nintendo Switch version was particularly bad, with some of the worst performance that I've seen, and again, this was compounded by Rockstar removing the legacy games from various digital storefronts at the time, and also going after modders and reverse engineers who worked on the various unofficial ports to console, such as the PlayStation Vita and Nintendo Switch. The GTA trilogy was a...
I don't believe I ever said Trump is a white supremacist, but I did say he's a racist. I don't even know why the fuck you'd have to ask that question. There's a lot of shit. The producers of The Apprentice commented on him having an idea for, I think, season 4, where he wanted to have white contestants versus black contestants, presumably because he was interested in seeing whether or not whites were truly superior. There's also the issue of I don't think it was a lawsuit. It was a criminal investigation with his apartment buildings, where he was rejecting virtually any and all black applicants. He had thousands of rental units, and I think out of the thousands of rental units, there was only like 40 black people that were occupying any of his rental units. And that was in certain areas of New York where there was like nearly 50% black people living there. So that's also highly suspicious, and he also did extremely shady shit to cover up that investigation. There was the story that his nephew told about him screaming and yelling, shouting the N-word after somebody tore the roof of his new convertible. He was accusing, and I quote, niggers of ruining his convertible. He also took out a 3-page ad trying to convince people to rearrest the Central Park Five, which were a group of innocent black men who were wrongfully accused of raping a woman. And after they were exonerated, he told everybody they're horrible criminals who should get the death penalty, if anything. And then there's the crazy horse shit that he keeps saying about illegal immigrants, claiming they're dirtying the blood of America, which is literally a Hitler quote. He's also been quoted as saying Hitler had some good ideas by one of his top generals, who he later fired. He's also said that he wants his military to be as loyal to him as Hitler's military were as loyal to Hitler. He seems to have a fascination with fascist dictators, Hitler in particular. So yeah, there's like a few things that suggest to me he's racist. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see. So after this loser was calling me fat on Instagram, and I respond back by saying, "You're fatter than me," I get my content removed? Okay. Have I been? No. There we go.
Boy, I used to play linebacker for 13 and under. Don't do it. Whoop-a-yow! Tighten up now.
I hate how people add commentary to these videos. It just ruins it. Well, I would say that is well deserved. That goat is clearly being mistreated. So I can understand his frustration. I'm assuming this guy reported me, so fuck this loser. Yeah, like this dipshit just comes on my profile to call me fat when he's fatter than me. And then when I call him fat, he reports me. What a fucking bitch. Well, thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Mess, and many of us had moved on from the disastrous release of the game, seemingly believing that it would never be fixed. But now, 3 years after release, Rockstar have updated the GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition with a monster patch, which completely transforms the games into one that I'm happy to report is so much more faithful to the original PlayStation 2 games. It's not perfect, but it's pretty damn good, and we finally have here the good ending to this trilogy. Now when I say monster patch, I do mean it, but looking at these patch notes, there's only 2 line items here, but these particular updates have massive implications. The first one that is immediately notable is the addition of a new classic lighting mode. This option is enabled by default and can be found in the options of each of the 3 games in the trilogy. Now, classic lighting sounds like an option that in 2024 you normally wouldn't enable, but here's the thing. This mode transforms the lighting and colors of all 3 games to make them as faithful to the originals as possible. Now, overall, the classic lighting is a massive improvement over the original Grove Street game lighting, which for some reason Rockstar have kept in the game. It's interesting to see the comparisons between both sets of lighting options. Now, I can't really think of a reason why you would want to keep the original Grove Street game.
Humangus what? Donated $2. He Finn. Let me see. Oh my god, he is like Finn. Wow. What a nice, handsome boy, just having a sweet little nap. Oh my god.
Kevids.
Alright, I'll take a look at that in a second, Vegan Grains. Thanks for the donation. Oh my god, what a nice chonko boy eating a sweet potato. Oh my god, he loves his sweet potato.
What a nice, handsome boy. So sweet. Oh. Oh, what a handsome boy. Oh my God, that's a sweet kitty. Oh my God. Oh. Oh, what a nice donkey. Just wants to relax, have some cuddles, get some rubs. That's a nice donkey. So sweet. Yes, so nice. What a nice, handsome boy. Oh my goodness, so sentient. Wow. Oh, look at this donkey. Oh my God. Oh my God. How come this guy has so many nice donkeys? Oh my goodness. Special cat. Oh, that is a special kitty. Oh my God, look how special he is. Oh, he's got his little orange bear. Oh, look at those claws. I think they need trimming. They're pretty long. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's a nice cat.
Thanks for the donation, humongous what?
New Willie Mac vid on Hassan and Twitch. Can we react to it later?
Yeah, certainly. We can definitely do that. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. We are real bro scientists. The answer may shock you. Lyle McDonald 9 months ago.
Hey everyone, so I frequently get requests.
I don't... Oh, him. Yeah. That guy is fucking hilarious. Anytime you criticize his, like, theory of anything, he, like, brags about how he can bench 500 pounds.
Novos Core is a supplement powder with 12
On social media, many influencers...
Alright.
Here are 5 pieces of wacko advice.
This video is boring. I just watched it. It's nothing really new. I'm not gonna watch that one, but we can watch the rest of these. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Grains. Tarzan donate $2. As much as I love to see Destiny crush conservatives and wacko religious people, I don't understand why someone that smart continues to pay for innocent animals to be killed for food. Well, just because you're smart, that doesn't mean you're a moral person. If I were you, I wouldn't even bother contacting the animal abusing piece of shit. Well, if I refuse to talk to anybody who eats meat, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Like, I wouldn't have a bank account, so... Thanks for the donation, Tarzan.
like to present themselves as ultra-wealthy entrepreneurs with near-perfect lives. This flaunting of wealth and status does well on platforms like Instagram, but in many cases the lives these online gurus actually live are nowhere near what they present themselves as on social media. A perfect example of that is today's guru, named R.D. Whittington, or as he's more commonly known as Wires Only. Whittington claims to be a successful custom car dealer who sells some of the most tricked out cars to some of the biggest celebrities like Kim Kardashian, Floyd Mayweather, and even several multiverse versions of Spider-Man. Whittington claims his car selling business has made him wealthy beyond belief, and even claimed on a recent YouTube video that his business makes nearly $150 million a year.
How much is your business generating per year? Our business.
Why do you say GTA 6 will not be good? Because Rockstar Games has been making games for filthy casuals, and they've been sucking. GTA 5 sucked. It was way too fucking easy, had way too many boring fucking missions. And that's when, like, that was the beginning of the end. Red Dead Redemption 2 came out, same thing. Way too fucking easy. Most of the missions were fucking boring as shit, where you didn't even really get to do anything. They're just making games for filthy casuals. So I don't have high hopes for GTA 6 because it's probably going to be more of the same, where the game is way too fucking easy and I'm expecting most of the missions to be fucking boring. So I could be wrong, but I don't have high hopes. They've already had 2 strikes in a row where the last 2 games they've come out with are insanely fucking boring, slow and easy. So again, chances are GTA 6 is going to be slow, boring, easy. Like, nobody's even really like giving them any criticism. It's not like any of their games are getting middling reviews. Everyone's saying, oh my god, it's the best game ever. Like, you know, they're some of the best-selling games of all time, making billions of dollars, and they have like just hordes of filthy casuals saying, oh my god, it's so amazing. I got to ride a forklift. Oh, it's so cool. Like, so I don't see them like changing their ways in response to criticism because they're not really getting any. So it's probably going to suck, just like GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. Jordan Peeson donated $2. When I'm in public, I often simply ignore random strangers that try to greet me or talk to me, and a lot of people say I'm being offensive and rude. What's your take? No. If you don't want to talk, that's your prerogative, so. You don't owe anybody a conversation. So, if they find out you don't want to talk, then they can learn to leave you alone. Thanks for the donation, though, Jordan Peeson.
Business generates anywhere from $70 to $150 million per year.
Despite claiming his business generates $150 million a year,
there is absolutely no fucking chance a guy has an exotic car business that's making $150 million per year. If you're selling exotic cars, your margins are pretty fucking slim, and there's no fucking way in hell you're making any kind of money doing that shit. No fucking chance in hell. He's also not like a licensed dealer or anything. He's just picking up these exotic cars and shit. So, like, there's no fucking way he can find enough cars that grow in value enough for him to make anywhere near that fucking money. Like, some of these cars he's selling, like, I saw a few McLarens. You're probably losing money if you're selling fucking McLarens secondhand.
and flaunting this lifestyle all over social media, Wire's only real life has unraveled over the past few months, which has led to him being arrested for issuing a bad check, had his Beverly Hills car showroom shut down, faces multiple lawsuits, including one from an NBA star, and even had his...
Mike Fryson donated $2. Dude, peep the salty comments on his recent video, lol. First, they said Jake would be destroyed. Now they're literally sucking on my sweaty ballsack. Pitiful. Mike got the pigeon's curse. Haha.
Well.
Scripted sparring session, winning against a sweet old man. Jake's next opponent, the corpse of Muhammad Ali. They're the same age. Mike would literally rip him apart. Fighting a 60-year-old man. Yeah, like, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
His Instagram baddie wife attempt to get a restraining order against him after multiple claims of stalking and violence. Needless to say, the life Wires only presents online is far from how this influencer actually lives. With that being said, let's go ahead and break it all down. As mentioned before, Artie Whittington rose to fame selling million-dollar cars to celebrities. He's become friends with a lot of them, including Jamie Foxx, which eventually led to Whittington getting his own show on Discovery Plus called $1 Million Wheels. On the show, they sell custom cars to celebrities in each episode. Discovery puts a lot of these scenes on YouTube, with a clip of Wires Only selling the ugliest Maybach I've ever seen to Kim Kardashian being my favorite, as the comment section is nothing but people roasting Kim for the insane number of times she says, "Oh my god," in the clip.
Oh my god. 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 Oh my god.
That show made Wires Only incredibly famous, which led to him amassing over 1 million followers on Instagram, where he constantly posts about all the expensive vehicles he has and all the famous celebrities he knows. The next step, obviously, was to launch an online community where Wires Only would teach you all the keys to personal and financial success. Sadly, it looks like the group is now closed, which is unfortunate because I really wanted to learn how to write bad checks and have women file restraining orders against me, like Wires Only seems to have mastered, but sadly, I guess I'll have to learn that from someone else now. The first red flag that Wires Only wasn't all he presented himself as was in August when the city of Beverly Hills—
Well, the first red flag is how much money he claims to be making. There is no fucking way anybody's making that kind of money selling exotic cars.
shut down his car dealership showroom located on prestigious Wilshire Boulevard. Google Street View shows what the dealership looked like when it was run by Wires Only, but as of the time of this video, it's now being run as a furniture shop. We'll talk about why the city shut him down after a brief word from today's sponsor. Longtime viewers know for the past 2 years, I've had the same desk set up. It was a small wooden desk that I eventually covered with a black so I was never really happy with it. That desk is, and the adjustable height of the desk makes it so I can write screen, and then I can. This desk has a whopping density and has no design and is incredibly smooth and a quarter on its edge. The desk comes with a multitude of desk accessory products they get sponsored by in their videos, but is having their Black Friday sale and free orders from their website as well. Use my code YTE7. Thanks again to FlexiSpot for sponsoring this video. According to the city of Beverly Hills, they shut down his showroom because Whittington had been operating Wires Only for years without a business license, without a DMV license, without paying business taxes, and without a conditional use permit. A series of planning commission meetings in which Whittington appeared unprepared resulted in a denial from the commission. This guy apparently had no license to operate this business and then opened a showroom in Beverly Hills without approval.
Yeah, I saw the John Jones fight. It went exactly as I'd expect.
And tried to get a permit from the city after he was already working out of the showroom. I'm amazed he didn't go to jail for this and was just told by the city he had to close up shop. Wires Only appealed the decision by the city to deny him a permit, but after he failed to pay the appeal fee, the decision became final. This failure to pay a small fee was a foreshadowing of a much bigger problem with Wires Only business. On September 10th, 2024, Whittington was arrested by Beverly Hills cops after an out-of-state warrant was issued for his arrest in the state of Nevada. Artie was wanted in Nevada for 2 felony charges, including theft between $5,000 and $25,000, and attempting to pass a check with intent to defraud, valued at $1,200 or greater. Whittington eventually paid the $13,000 he owed to MGM Casino, and the case was dropped, but it seems odd that a man who claims his business makes $150 million a year can't afford appeal fees, and allegedly writes bad checks. But maybe that's all part of the master plan he teaches in his exclusive community, and I'm just a simpleton who doesn't understand how these elite ballers operate. Unfortunately, this was just the tip of the iceberg for Wires Only crumbling empire. He's now been sued by—
No, Quiet Place is fucking stupid. It's one of the dumbest movies ever in fucking existence. The idea that you could have monsters where a retarded fucking family were the only ones to figure out that their weakness is noise is baffling to me. Secondly, like, the United States has a military with, you know, some pretty, like, big guns that make a lot of noise. I can guarantee you if those monsters were getting shot at by, like, tanks and Hellfire missiles and, like, just big-ass fucking 2,000-pound bombs, if the weapons themselves didn't kill them, I guess the noise would? Everything about that was fucking stupid. Like, oh, just make a loud noise and you can kill them with a shotgun. The idea that the military wouldn't be able to kill those stupid fucking monsters is just baffling. If a retarded family with retarded kids who are so stupid they can't even hear without hearing aids, like, how in the fuck? It's just insane.
By multiple companies and individuals for various improper business dealings. I did a search for all the cases Artie Whittington was a defendant in on Unicourt and stopped looking them up once it was clear that there were over a dozen cases. The California courts charge you to look at each document—
Oh, and I love the beginning of the fucking film. You have the stupid fucking retarded kid who wants this loud-ass toy, and then they tell him, no, you can't have it because you'll kill us all and the monsters will, like, fucking kill us. And then the fucking retarded deaf girl gives him the toy, and then the retarded kid out in the fucking open, decides to turn the loud-ass toy on. Fuck you, movie. Like, I'm supposed to take this seriously? I was laughing when that happened. I was like, haha, the retarded kid turned on the toy. Like, it was so dumb. It, like, actually wanted to be taken seriously.
And since I don't want to spend hundreds of dollars to access each case, we'll be taking a look at 4 of the cases I found most interesting. The first case is BMW Financial Services versus R.D. Whittington. In February of 2024, R.D. Whittington leased a 2024 Rolls-Royce Spectre from Desert European Motor Cars and agreed to make 48 monthly payments of $7,426.86. By July of 2024, Whittington had allegedly stopped making lease payments, and per the agreement, BMW Financial Services is now asking for the total amount of the lease agreement, $494,000, plus the return of the vehicle. Now, in my personal opinion, leasing any vehicle is a bad idea, since you're basically renting the car and have to give it back at the end of the lease, but I guess I don't know what I'm talking about, since that's what all these gurus like to do. Even Mr. Knowledge himself, Ty Lopez, is now renting a $100 million mansion and is trying to convince people that's a smart thing to do, and it's totally not because his last $100 million business went down in flames and he can't afford the house. The next case Whittington was involved in was similar to the last case, but actually got much worse when Porsche, the company suing him, investigated. On January 11th, 2024, Whittington leased a used 2019 Lamborghini Aventador and agreed to make 48 monthly lease payments of $14,847.66. By June of 2024, Whittington had stopped paying the lease payments and now owes $683,000 and the return of the vehicle. When the plaintiff investigated, they realized that their Lambo was listed on Wires Only website, and they believe that Whittington was illegally subleasing their Lambo to a third party without their permission. Now, aside from allegedly screwing over car companies, Whittington has also ticked off many of his former clients, including NBA star Spencer Dinwiddie. Spencer initially bought a 1967 Shelby Mustang from Wires Only at a price of $700,000 in late 2022, but in early 2023 decided to buy a 2022 Ferrari for a total price of just over $1 million. Part of this deal was Spencer depositing $350,000 to hold the Ferrari, and that Wires Only would sell Spencer's Mustang to make up the difference. The Ferrari was to be held by the dealership until Wires Only was able to sell the Mustang, but instead Wires Only sent the Ferrari to Spencer's home without selling the Mustang. Spencer attempted to return the Ferrari the next day and asked for his $350,000 deposit back, but the Wires Only team allegedly told him to kick rocks, which led to the NBA star suing Wires Only. This is just a small taste of the many financial cases Whittington has against him, but on top of that, his personal life was also falling apart at the same time. Whittington, who was openly dating an Instagram baddie known as Samantha Rayner, had actually married her in 2022 without talking about it publicly. One of the reasons for the quick marriage, it seems, is that so Samantha could legally work and live in the US, as she is an Australian native. As Whittington's legal issues worsened, he decided to file for divorce against Samantha in June of 2024, listing a separation date of March 11th, 2024. I probably wouldn't even mention this if it was just a simple divorce, but a month later Samantha filed a domestic violence restraining order against Whittington. In the report, she goes over multiple cases of Whittington allegedly stalking her and allegedly assaulting her as well. On May 17th, 2024, I went to Artie's house on admissible terms. He attempted to manipulate me with gifts, insisting that I wear a necklace he had bought. Despite my refusal, he repeatedly asked me to put it on, so to avoid an argument, I put it around my neck. Later that night, during a call with my best friend on the balcony, Artie overheard my friend expressing concern for my safety and urging me to leave. This infuriated him, and he began hurling derogatory slurs, calling my friend a F-word and a B-word. When I intervened to defend my friend, Artie turned his verbal abuse towards me, calling me a dumb B-word, a pattern consistent with his past behavior. As I threatened to leave and ran towards the elevator, Artie violently grabbed me, yanked me back, and pushed me to the floor. He then pushed me against the wall, strangling me with one hand while continuing to scream obscenities at me. The fear and physical pain was overwhelming. After he briefly released me, I made another attempt to escape, but he grabbed the chain around my neck and pulled me, choking me further while demanding I return the chain. I stopped moving and he finally removed the chain. He momentarily turned away to put the necklace away, so I seized the opportunity to flee, escaping into the elevator. Samantha gives many more examples of alleged abuse and stalking. On one incident, she claims Whittington followed her to Las Vegas and discovered where she was staying, despite her not communicating with him. He allegedly gained access to her hotel room after she left, and later FaceTimed her to show the items from her room he collected, including a hair extension, which Samantha took a picture of as evidence for the case. Samantha claims this type of behavior was recurring, but she stayed with him because he would often threaten to divorce her and get her deported if she didn't do what he wanted. Seeing as how Whittington was never arrested for any of Samantha's claims, I do have to say this is just alleged behavior she claims, but seeing this in the dozen or so financial lawsuits against Whittington, I think it's safe to say this guy is not a very nice dude. If Whittington loses all the cases, he will owe collectively several $1 million to multiple people, and I really don't see how he will ever be able to climb out of this hole and rebuild his tarnished brand. I think Wires Only is a prime example to not be so enamored with the flashy lifestyle you see these gurus live, because in many cases what's really going on is a shady and corrupt lifestyle that often leads to ruins. Let me know in the comments below if you think Wires Only will turn things around.
Well, that's financial experts for you.
Jason is borrowing.
All right. Alex Eubank going bankrupt.
Been down for over a couple years, right? If you follow your Instagram, you can see you blow your money on depreciating assets like cars, like the ones you're selling now, exotic cars, modern cars. Alex Eubank, You guys know this piece of shit. Going on TRT at 24 years old with levels where he doesn't even need it, 350 to 900. And he's getting TRT from what kind of
I don't know what Bombay mix is, Wandering Mason.
place? What kind of clinic? Walmart clinic? I don't even think Walmart clinics would prescribe it to a kid that young with those levels, right?
180 milligrams / 20 milligrams. I don't know what any of this stuff means, but I'm sure a lot of you juiced up guys do. Look at that sucker. It's crazy that just this little thing here is gonna make me look phenomenal here in a few weeks. That's crazy. Do I have the refrigerator controlled room temperature? Okay.
Well, I think I figured out this entire situation. And on his Instagram, he's been pimping this TRT company really hard.
All right, for those of you that don't know, Overtime is dropping nationwide online consults starting next week.
Code Alex, 10% off everything. Get your blower done. See what you're testing.
He's selling off all his assets, all his cars. He's selling everything.
Well, you know, somebody's a fucktard when they're selling an Audi. What kind of fucking idiot would ever buy an Audi? Want to buy or help me sell? I'll give y'all free a finder's fee. 2023 BMW M5, $26.60 a month. So it seems like he doesn't even own this BMW. He's actually financing it or leasing it, and he's trying to find somebody to cover the financing or lease. Nerd donated $2. David Goggins claims he doesn't have sympathy for people with ADHD because he was also diagnosed with it and managed to graduate high school by studying using crazy repetition methods. Didn't he drop out of high school and then only get his high school diploma when he was like an adult, when he was really driven to become a Navy SEAL? Yeah. Either he didn't graduate high school initially, or he had like terrible grades and he had to retake those courses as an adult. So that's incredibly hypocritical for him to say that when... Yeah, I don't think he even graduated high school. He did it later as a mature student. David Goggins, high school dropout? r/David Goggins. That's not David Goggins.
lot of you are trying to find inspiration and motivation with a depressed mindset. You're depressed because you're not doing shit with yourself. You don't find inspiration by not living in the grip of life. You need to live in the grip of life to find inspiration. When you put a challenge in front of yourself, inspiration. Try to be 10% better than you week. The more you walk away from find nothing.
Nothing. Who couldn't read until he was in a junior in high school and is now here. I walked.
Yeah, I vaguely recall. I vaguely recall him talking about him dropping out of high school and then getting a job spraying for cockroaches, and then he had to retake a bunch of courses and he had to pay a tutor to help him so that he could get into Navy SEAL training. Vaguely recall something like that. So really weird for him to say something like that when he went through school as a mature student. Yeah, I don't think he graduated high school at the normal age of like 17 or 18. Thanks for the donation though, nerd.
Maybe he needs the money. Maybe that's why he's doing all this.
Dude, how did Alex Eubank get the money for all these stupid fucking cars?
Maybe he's trying to justify his previous use. I'm going to tell you the whole story now. Now, I've said many times, I like Alex. Always have liked Alex. I've had friendly conversations with.
If there's a stray cat in your neighborhood that's eating mice, yeah, they'd probably kill the cat if animal control is able to catch it. The reason is it's feral, and they likely wouldn't be able to find a home for it.
With him, but I'm not happy with what he's doing, this piece of shit. Listen, you want to take testosterone, you want to take gear, you want to take steroids, whatever you want to call it. You want to take Cialis for your cock. Do whatever you want, right? But don't pimp it all day and night on Instagram, because you have millions of kids that are following you that are going to be doing and emulating the same shit you're doing. And as adults, we all know who have been taking these things, right? We know what it can do to your health. We know it could be a gateway to doing other things. We also know the most important thing out of all of this, the emotional issues that can happen to you as a kid, especially when you don't manage your hormones properly. Now, it's not a problem to promote TRT because it can be very healthy to men in their 30s, 40s, 50s who actually need it. But to promote it to kids because it looks like you may need the money, don't you think that's unethical? And don't you think that's wrong? Your channel, it's not doing that well. The views have been down for over a couple years, right? If you follow your Instagram, you can see you blow your money on depreciating assets like cars, like the ones you're selling now, exotic cars, modern cars. And listen, there's nobody who loves cars more than me. Since I first opened my eyes, I loved cars, and I learned to restore them and build them and also sell some of them, right? It's been actually how I've made most of my money. But I buy classic cars, collector cars, cars that go up in value, not cars that go down 30% by the time you drive off the lot like a fucking asshole. So you're posting this TRT company, pimping them really hard on your Instagram, right? But I spoke to my TRT company and I asked them, listen, 24-year-old kid with these levels, 350 to 900, would you ever give them TRT and Cialis for their cock because it's not working? They told me there is no way they would do it unless a kid has levels of 70, 80, and they actually need it because of some problems, real health issues that they have. They would never get it. So when I was saying in the beginning of this video that, what is this, a Walmart clinic prescribing this shit to kids and anybody else who walks in? I couldn't understand what piece of shit place would be doing this. And you're pimping it for money. I think you're doing this not just because you need the money, but I think you're doing this to justify your actions in the past, whatever it was you were taking. SARMs, peptides, testosterone. I don't care what it was you were taking, But this is a way for you to try to justify your previous actions by saying, hey, I could come out, I could say I'm on testosterone now, and no one's going to hold it against me.
I'm highly skeptical that Alex Eubank was ever on anything. Like, he's not particularly big or strong or anything. I mean, you know, not everybody who takes gear is going to become like a super mutant freak or anything, but nothing I see screams steroid use.
And I take a lot of offense to when you say this, because you guys are going to laugh right now, but I was going to be a priest when I was a kid. I went to religious grammar school, high school, even college, and I wanted to be a priest. I come from a family, generations of priests, right? But then I realized I like...
Did you hear about a single mom who married a rich guy after 2 weeks of meeting him? Then he sat her and her kids. It's long but here. Also, are non-stick pans dangerous? Do you like cod burger in Ottawa?
I know there's some recent stuff about non-stick pans not being great, especially the ones with Teflon coating. I wouldn't really be able to tell you exactly how dangerous they are or anything, but apparently they're not great.
Hi, ladies. Hi.
Single mom married a rich guy after 2 weeks. Then he sexually assaulted her and her kids. I don't really care. And yeah, Odd Burger's good. Thanks for the donation, Trophy Single Mom.
Deep sea cable between Finland and Germany, as well as one between Lithuania and Sweden, were severed. Trump's sleeper cell protocol has been activated.
Alright, let me take a look. Thanks for the donation, retard.
We have never been closer to World War III than we are today under Joe Biden. A global conflict between nuclear-armed powers would mean death and destruction on a scale unmatched in human history. It would be nuclear Armageddon. Nothing is more important than avoiding that nightmare. We will avoid it, but we need new leadership. Every day this proxy battle in Ukraine continues, we risk global war. We must be absolutely clear that our objective is to immediately have a total cessation of hostilities. All shooting has to stop. This is the central issue. We need peace.
Like, Russia's losing, and they'd clearly never resort to using nuclear weapons.
Without delay. In addition, there must...
Like their country's already being invaded and occupied. I mean, like, what more can you really do to provoke a nuclear attack, and they're just not doing it?
Also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad, while they turn us into a third world country and a third world dictatorship right here at home. The State Department, the defense bureaucracy, the intelligence services, and all of the rest need to be completely overhauled and reconstituted to fire the deep staters and put America first. We have to put America first. Finally, we have to finish the process we began under my administration of fundamentally reevaluating NATO's purpose and NATO's mission. Our foreign policy establishment keeps trying to pull the world into conflict with a nuclear-armed Russia based on the lie that Russia represents our greatest threat. But the greatest threat to Western civilization today is not Russia. It's probably more than anything else, ourselves and some of the horrible USA-hating people that represent us. It's the Marxists who would have what you can do it.
Well, I've heard about the undersea cables being cut. It's definitely Russia doing it. Like, it's probably not a good idea for them to do that too, by the way, unless they, I don't know, figure Trump really doesn't have an interest in any sort of peace negotiations, because, like, they're firing more missile attacks than fucking ever. They're cutting undersea cables, like, attacking civilians. Like, they're clearly not interested in de-escalating and negotiating peace. So I don't know. Everyone's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Nerd donated $2. He graduated high school at normal age, but with crazy difficulties. He says he was studying for several hours, writing things down over and over again because his memory is so poor. He had to take ASVAB test for military. He says people have no discipline now. That's, like, I mean, it's no different than me saying, well, I lost 70 pounds in 3 months. If you're, like, 200 pounds overweight, you'd only have to diet for, like, 9 to 12 months to be at normal weight, right? If I can lose 70 pounds in 3 months. Like you just can't expect people to be as, I don't know, like there's a number of factors that played into why I could lose 70 pounds so quickly. One, I'm highly motivated. Two, I have very good, like, emotional control and shit. 3, I have, like, excellent genetics for losing weight. Like, I don't have, like, massive energy crashes. I don't lose muscle mass easily. It's, like, almost impossible for me to fucking lose muscle. I can literally lay in bed not doing jack shit for months and I won't lose any muscle. You just can't expect people to have the same kind of experience you have, doing certain things. Like, you could criticize him at the same time, like saying, oh, well, you didn't get, like, all straight A's. Like, if you had real dedication, you would do nothing but study, like, every waking moment, and, like, hire a private tutor, and, and just make sure that you got straight A's, right? Like, it's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, nerd. Animal Liberation donated $2. On my pull-up days, should I do pull-ups earlier in the workout or later in the workout? Well, generally speaking, most people prefer to do vertical pulling before they do horizontal pulling. Because vertical pulling doesn't really reduce your strength when you're doing horizontal pulling. But horizontal pulling does significantly reduce your strength when you do it before vertical pulling. So usually people do their vertical pulling movements first for that reason. So generally I'd recommend, just do, like, your vertical pulling movements first. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation. Hope that helps.
The Sharmut does way too much. There's no way I could be a priest, so I'm not a priest, right? But I still hold my values and they're very important to me. So when you call yourself religious and you do things like this to justify your actions, right? I take offense to it. The worst type of religious people are the ones who preach and criticize others, right? And then do bad shit themselves and try to justify it. I remember in Arizona, I was there for so long, right? The biggest land of Sharmutas. If that town should be called Scottsdale, a different town name, it should be called Sharmuta Land. And the reason why I say that is because Tuesday night was women's night. Thursday night was bullshit night. Saturday night was whatever you wanted to call it night. And then Sunday morning, they were in church like they were the biggest Christians in the world, dancing, praying, posting it all over Instagram like they're these good girls, right? And then right after that, they go to brunch and they start drinking again and start doing all that Sharmuta shit again. So real religious people aren't the ones going and judging people.
Do you think Michael Jackson masterminded all those crimes? Well, gee, not one single person ever testified against him claiming they were sexually assaulted, and the only fucking jackass who decided to eventually come out and say Michael Jackson sexually assaulted was the same kid who, during the fucking criminal investigation, went on the fucking stand saying he never sexually assaulted me, and then, like, decades later, after he fucking died and his estate was up for sale, decided to fucking come out with these stupid fucking allegations, claiming he was sexually assaulted after he testified in court. He was never sexually assaulted, and all the fucking dates he mentioned never fucking added up. He claimed he was sexually assaulted at Neverland Ranch but he claimed he was sexually assaulted at Neverland Ranch before Neverland Ranch was ever even fucking constructed. So you fucking tell me, jackass, why the fuck do people keep asking me about fucking Michael Jackson when you know what I'm gonna fucking say?
People criticizing others, right? Justifying their actions. They do it on their own. They pray on their own. They don't need to show it off to the entire world. Those are the true people who are religious. They don't need to be doing all this shit. So to close this topic, as you guys have seen, he's selling all his shit, right? All his cars, all his things. He signs up with a testosterone company to justify who knows what he's been doing, right? Pimping it all over Instagram, all for the money.
Nationwide online consult starting next week.
Yup. Code Alex, 10% off everything. Get your blood work done. See where your test is at.
Swipe up on this Google form to put your name and info in to make sure that we update you when we go live.
And the worst part, pimping it to those kids who have been asking and posting it all over your Instagram, to those poor kids who now want to get on it because of him. But let me ask you, is this what a real Christian like you say you are? Would he do these things? You're mad about your views?
Well, VG, it's a feckle Democrats are now just as insane as conservatives.
Our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over.
If we lose them.
This movie scene you might like.
Let me see. Gamer Clutch.
Everyone. Story. Yeah.
Tomorrow
morning. Just lost it.
Joe Dog.
Fuck that movie. I'm never watching it.
This is the story of the most loyal dog in the world. Hachiko and his owner Isaburo were basically inseparable. Hachiko saw his owner off to work every morning at the Shibuya train station in central Tokyo, and greeted him at the station in the afternoon when he returned from work. But one day in 1925, Hachiko was as usual sitting by the exit at Shibuya train station waiting for his dear Isaburo, but his owner never showed up. Isaburo had suffered from a cerebral hemorrhage and died suddenly when at work. Hachiko later moved in with a former gardener of the Ueno family. But throughout the rest of his 10-year-long life, he kept going to the Shibuya train station every morning and afternoon precisely when the train was due to enter the station. He sat there for hours, patiently waiting in vain for the return of his beloved owner, which sat...
Poor dog.
Did you see the new Binavid on steroids? Did you see Destiny cheated on Melina with Lauren Southern? Rollo Tomasi was right about him and Lauren all along.
Alright, I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, W. Also, this movie scene you might like.
There he is.
Yeah, I've seen Mouse Hunt. Thanks for the donation, Gamer Clutch.
This video was sponsored by Squarespace. But I think with many of them, there is an undertone of, ultimately it's your choice. It doesn't make you...
In today's video, we will be discussing the streamer Destiny.
Internet community.
Rape apologist. Ugh. Isn't this, yeah, I know who she is. She is a fucking idiot. Alright, well, we can skip through that. Nerd donate $2. You think David Goggins is some sort of freak when it comes to willpower? I've read that willpower is overrated when it comes to behavior change. Scientists say environment is more important, e.g. if you were born in family doctors, you'll likely be a doc. I wouldn't say willpower isn't overrated or important. It's just that most people don't really have the cognitive ability to really exercise their willpower. So yeah, for most people, things like environment are going to be bigger factors. Thanks for the donation though, nerd.
That poor dog never did or will know what happened to its real owner.
Yes, it's a sad story. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In today's video, we will be discussing the streamer Destiny.
Internet communities, especially online ones that do like political debate and video games, are very much like big boys clubs. So it's not enough to just say you can't be misogynistic. Always going to be an othering effect on women.
There's a lot of stuff that
It's okay, I will tell you.
Oh, drama, but Brittany talks about you in regards to relationship advice starting here until at least 8 minutes later. Don't get...
Somebody who's involved in politics puts the blame on everybody else and away from himself.
Assault that relates to me.
That's fair. I don't think you should either.
I just checking if he's referring to like a thing that actually happened, right? Yes, he is.
For those in my audience who are listening and not watching, I'm going to read out the text messages so you understand the context of those messages and why they were so disgusting. Please heed a trigger warning related to assault. These messages are from Forethought to Kelly Jean. Kelly Jean, stop pretending you're hurt by sexism. Your greatest aspiration was being an esports victim. Second message. Kelly Jean, holy no wonder you wish you got raped. You've got literally nothing going on to be doing this at 40.
Is Big Steve there in the background?
Yeah, he's in the background.
Yep. Hey, Big Steve, you've read these DMs. The question is the $15 a week truly worth it for this man to be running this like it's his own? There is people that will do it that you trust for free. You do not have to give mod back to me or anyone else. There has to be better people that do not say shit like this. There has to.
Yeah,
why did you only send this to you because you got banned? Shut the fuck up and let Destiny speak, you stupid.
Forthought's been running the subreddit for a couple years. The subreddit has been spam reported, brigaded, attacked by a whole bunch of external communities, and somehow he's managed to keep the subreddit alive. I don't really know anybody else with a record of like moderating a subreddit that I could trust in that position.
Forethought wrote her disgusting messages that I think any reasonable and rational person would find deplorable. When confronted with this by even people in his friend group, including Dan, who's now infamously known for taking down Twitch, Destiny laughed. He belittled Kelly Jean and he made misogynistic jokes. When Kelly Jean came to him, when Dan pressured him, when people in his community asked him why is he letting this pass, he basically said that Forethought was a good moderator of his Reddit and he didn't see the issue because it happened basically, quote, in private.
Forethought thinks he's like somehow winning the battle after doing all this with Kelly.
Bro, please hold up.
Do you stand by these logs?
Okay. So this guy had a personal issue with Kelly Jean, but he's a good moderator, and Destiny doesn't care. So Destiny's a bad person. Ooh, I don't give a shit.
A political space that is like pretty dominantly masculine. I think there's an intention within DDG, from what I can tell, from what you say and what people say, to make women feel comfortable in the space. Is that correct?
There's an intention from me. There's probably an intention from part of my community, but I would say it's probably a minority.
Why are the feminine traits that are already embodied within this space not celebrated and respected as much as when the masculine traits are embodied?
Because I think the thing that is the most attractive to the space, where it excels in the most, is in the combative masculine traits.
Yes. Is there a way to see a appreciation for feminine traits?
Possibly, but that's not what I excel in, so that's never going to be, or at least that's not what I'm like really good in, so that's not going to be what people are going to tune into me for, probably.
When you're talking about feminine traits, what do you think the gain would be? What's the measurable difference? If the community was more accepting of feminine traits, what would the benefit to women in the community be? I actually think that most of the issues that I see in DGG are from not like being accepting of feminine traits.
I guess I'm postulating a hypothesis. I suspect that if feminine traits viewed as more respect-worthy and more often, even just like in casual ways of like being like, awesome, that's great. Like if you go to, I don't want to say your name without upsetting people, but if you go to Brittany Simon's streams, well, there's lots of issues that you might have with it. It is a very feminine community, right? And if you look at the way way that the chat comments, it's obviously going to be very different. If we saw feminine traits being respected more, that we would see retention of women potentially increase because they would feel like traits that they probably are more naturally inclined toward is valued in itself.
I don't know if that's valuing feminine traits, though, so much as people gathering around somebody that embodies feminine traits. Like, I think it follows from the creator.
The last 2 years, I've been holding on to information that Destiny told me, that people confirmed, and as much as I thought I would never have to say it, apparently he has decided not to change, to double down, and to continue being a misogynist and apologist. And since Destiny is
So he's a misogynist by saying nobody really cares about feminine traits in his community?
involved in politics, I want to make it clear this isn't somebody you want as an ally, as he's willing to throw
And again, what exactly makes him a rape apologist? Like, usually when people use that term rape apologist, it's people who try to, like, justify rape. Like, you know, the idea that, yeah, he kind of forced himself onto her, but, like, you know, she really truly wanted it, so, like, no harm done. Or if she really didn't want it, she would have, like, kicked and screamed or something. Like, that's rape apologia. What exactly has Destiny said that has made him a rape apologist?
anyone under the bus who gets in his way. The focus of my channel is to harm reduce, and so here I am participating in what I believe is harm reduction. I can only hope that people in the future take my message into consideration before working, participating in Destiny's events, or, God forbid, dating him, given his
Oh yes, harm reduction. He hurt my fifis.
track record in abusive women. I've met Destiny once in Miami after a few content creators and I decided to collab. It was overall a great event.
My guess is in 2 to 3 months, what I said was, Lab is going to have a disagreement with Max over something. Because she has
Simon pouncing on the Kelly Jean drama. Bruh, Kelly Jean always calling girls in the community whores, and she's manipulative retard that was blacklisted. If you knew more about Kelly, you would say forethought is a chat and you'd give him a kiss.
Kelly Jean's that, like, British girl, right? She's a dumb bitch. I've talked to her before. She's like a fucking annoying cunt. So who fucking cares? Thanks for the donation, retard.
She is opinionated, even if she's like malleable, and she's going to realize when she has a disagreement, she's going to think she's safe to do it, but there's going to be a disagreement, he's going to not budge at all, she's going to get increasing irony, she's going to realize, oh, he is a crazy narcissist. And then I don't know if she'll come back to me, if she might be too prideful.
Do you want her to come back?
Not really. It'd take
Are
a
you gonna
lot.
accept her?
It would take a lot of apologizing. Okay.
What kind of apologizing?
You don't even care about apologies.
You don't even
The
care
problem
about
is that, like,
apologies.
because
But
the
you
issue is that, like,
suffer.
she's talked an unbelievable amount of shit to me, to strangers in her Discord and DMs.
We're done, right?
That was
We'll
less
block her.
personal. I didn't care
She's
about
never
that.
coming back. That's
Probably. She would have to come back as, like, I did, like, 12 months at, like, a Catholic monastery, and now I'm, like...
You know what? This is probably where I'm gonna
Reform.
that. I don't even care about none of that stuff. I just hate every time she's on stream. It's always like, I just I don't hear her.
If you bring Lab back,
But I think he thinks she's a good guest. So I think
She absolutely is a good guy. If I brought Lab online right now, we'd have 20,000 viewers.
confided in. I was told things about Destiny's life and his ex-wife, his now ex-wife. They confided in me together and separately about their marriage and the issues that they were having. And on top of that, during dinner events with multiple people,
I think what she actually means is Destiny's ex-wife would constantly talk shit behind Destiny's back, and that's how she knows about any of this shit.
not just his ex-wife and I, but others, he did admit to things I never thought he would admit to. Things related to politics, things related to this job that he claims to love so much. But remember that Destiny isn't somebody with values fighting for the marginalized. He's somebody who wants the credit for winning a battle.
In all honesty, this ring on YouTube should be considered hate speech and get you banned for the platform Altotter.
This swearing on YouTube should be considered hate speech? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Also, the worst Destiny Bean is saying girls should have more agency and remove themselves from rapey situations, which is arguably rape apologia in some circumstances, but I don't agree. He'd just be asking questions like, did she ever say stop? Like, okay.
Well, yeah. And I mean, how is that... Like, again, claiming that women should exercise their agency and making sure their partner is definitely aware, you know, that they're not interested in sex, that is not anywhere fucking close to rape apologia. Nowhere fucking close. Like, if somebody were to invite like a girl into their apartment and they think they're seeing signs that like, oh, she's DTF, and then you like start like sensually pulling down her dress or something, and then like she never says, I'm not in the mood, or not right now, or it's too soon, you know, and she just keeps going along with it, and then like afterwards she's like, he forced himself on me, when like it was like any sensible person would consider it consensual sex. That is not rape apologia. That's just saying you need to be a fucking adult and be able to advocate for yourself if you're going to put yourself in situations like that. That's all I've seen Destiny ever fucking say. Like this girl's just fucking crazy. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
No, not swearing, smurring.
Smurring. What is smurring? Thanks for the donation there, Dodo.
Yeah, but the people that engage in this sometimes the most are the people that also screech and cry that debate isn't worthwhile, which is why there are people in here screaming that I guess that I'm on speed, and people screaming that I read Wikipedia.
Brother, you've been the one doing the screaming right here.
Dude, I mean, you're the biggest streamer, so you're going to get a lot of people, especially other streamers, criticizing you for stuff.
I'm not saying just within this
There's this very much this mentality of like this kind of ironically an echo chamber is developed that they make and then tearing them down and owning them rather than clarifying the position or deepening anybody's understanding or opening other people up to different ideas.
Why is she showing like this is a waste of fucking time. She's showing clips of Destiny like complaining about people not having like any kind of epistemic standards.
That I saw him. I had initially reached out to him because a fan suggested that I collab with him, and I did not do.
Like, I don't think Abba would do it, but Abba's not like in space where people are shooting me so hard.
Pretty bad. It also was the last person I thought it would be, given that Destiny claimed to be such a liberal and a progressive at some points in his life. So for him to have an affair with somebody who was, quote, on enemy sides felt odd, strange, morally bankrupt in some ways.
Yeah, why would he want to have sex with an attractive woman? It's just really strange. This woman is a fucking dumbass. Like, genuinely fucking stupid.
Smearing.
Oh, smearing. Yeah, she really should get a community guideline strike for this. This is fucking insane. Okay, this chick is fucking psychotic. She literally cannot fucking comprehend why Destiny would have an affair with Lauren Southern. Huh. Why would a straight male want to have sex with an attractive blonde woman? I can't think of any reason why he would do that. I mean, she's a conservative after all. She's psychotic.
This is how the story goes, according to...
Then we'll stop the votes.
Everything's fine. Everything's great. I'm normal. You're the one who's not normal.
She wired, she ran out of Anna, and then she connected her to Max. Okay. So
wait.
Partner that wouldn't be okay with that.
The way he was socially interacting inappropriately, the way he was manipulating these women, and said it was always his ex-wife, his ex-wife, his ex-wife, his ex-wife. And listen, that should have been my cue to leave. I should have gone back on a plane and gone home. But I didn't. And I can tell you that that is a mistake in a lot of ways. But it's what I did. Because I, like many of you...
He's manipulating women? How exactly? Like, what? Where, like, when was this established he was manipulating anyone?
We want to do emotional labor for those who won't do it. And so moving into 2025, let's stop that generational cycle. Let's end that generational curse of doing emotional labor for people who aren't going to do it themselves. I've waited 2 years for Destiny to figure it out, to go to therapy, and to realize he is the problem. And he hasn't done it. And I am sick of seeing women bear the brunt of this man's abuse. And even though Kelly Jean, who is infamous in the...
Don't date him! Don't date him! It's that simple. If you don't like him, don't date him. Holy fuck.
Community for mocking me, saying that my illness isn't real, and has been cruel to so many people, even
her illness isn't real. I remember this was a big load of fucking bullshit. She was claiming she was like disabled or something.
Kelly Jean doesn't deserve this abuse. Because 2 wrongs don't make a right, except that Destiny believes it does. And I just want to make sure that we understand that about his character.
So as heavily requested, let's talk about this. Destiny, Piers Morgan, Donald Trump.
I think the majority of the world is good.
He says he's Islamic. He doesn't know he's not open.
Breathe. Okay. I see it. Obviously. Brittany could have a bias with you because she knows about cheating, but then that wouldn't explain why she doesn't have a bias towards Sneeko. Correct? That's what's frustrating right now, right?
I don't know how she can say he's open-minded.
The first is, do you like... I know you talk to a lot of people, and you seem actually quite open-minded to me.
He is open-minded. That is who Sneeko is.
Yes, he's open-minded. That's why he hates Jews and is a Holocaust denier. That coincides with open-mindedness.
I want to know if Dr. K thinks Steven's open-minded.
How is he the open-minded one? I don't understand. There's no way. I don't know if she's still like, is she upset from the...
So, Dr. K said Sneeko is open-minded after talking to him for 30 minutes. And this is proof Destiny's wrong about Sneeko?
conversation and it's just like carried over into everything now?
In front of other people, for whatever reason, he felt comfortable telling us that he was committing voter fraud. I was shocked. To be honest with you, I didn't think he would ever say that. That says he worked so hard. The same man that is upset that the DNC and other people won't embrace him the way they embrace others. The same man that complains that for some reason people don't want to be around him. Forgets to look at his own actions as maybe the reasons why. And so, there, at the restaurant, in front of other people, for whatever reason, he felt comfortable telling us that he was committing voter fraud. I was shocked. To be honest with you, I didn't think he would ever say that out loud. I think it's a pretty big deal, given his reputation online as somebody who wants to be in politics. And again, I'm not making the accusation. I am telling you what he told us. I'm telling you what came out of his mouth. He's a registered voter in Nebraska. He votes in Nebraska, even though he's in Miami and should have registered to vote there. But he thinks it's better for the Democrats that he votes in Nebraska, as Nebraska is conservative. Again, willing to win at any cost, even if it means cheating.
What the fuck is she talking about? What? She's okay, so she has to be lying about this. There's no fucking way Destiny told people at a dinner party, "Hey guys, did you know I'm committing voter fraud?" No. He just said he registers to vote in Nebraska, which is where he's from. He owns a house in Nebraska. So he has the legal right to vote there. And he was just saying, I'd rather vote there than in Miami because it would make more of a difference in the election. She is lying.
This is Destiny. This is his character. And I think it speaks volumes. I should have left right there. Then.
Okay. That woman's just a fucking crazy
You're a
fucking
bad
wacko.
person, don't think any less of you. And there are pros and cons, and
What
there
a
are
waste
easier
of
ways to go
time.
about it. If you're going to do steroids, then just at least make sure you do it as safely as possible. And whilst that's an admirable way to go about it, and I do understand it, I obviously don't think it makes you a bad person. I obviously think you have the right to do whatever you want with your body. But I think by, being a bit relaxed and trying to be fair, you actually end up downplaying just how silly and lame steroids really are. And in particular, how they actually don't enhance your performance at all, quite the opposite. So
Oh, steroids don't enhance your performance. Right, that's why every single pro athlete and gold medalist takes them. Because they don't enhance your performance. They don't make you run or cycle, longer and faster. They don't make you lift more weight, produce more power, increase nervous system efficiency, increase speed. They don't do any of that. They don't enhance this guy's a fucking idiot. Yeah, right. That's why pro athletes take them, right, dumbass?
So I'm going to use the language now that I often use with my daughter, which is to say that, yeah, using steroids doesn't make you a stupid person, but you are being stupid if you use them. I think for many people it seems like something of a trade-off.
Well, this video's already immediately fucking stupid. Steroids enhance performance. They increase muscle mass, strength, power, speed, endurance, nervous system efficiency. They also improve motor learning and coordination. So if you're doing a highly technical sport like boxing or kickboxing or wrestling, you're able to learn faster. They literally improve every single conceivable aspect of sports performance. And this guy's saying they don't enhance performance.
So you're understanding the risks. You're going into this fully aware of what could happen to you, but you're choosing to do it anyways because you want to reach the very peak of human performance. You want to be as strong as you can, as powerful as you can be. You want to be at the very top of your chosen sport or activity. And that makes it kind of sound, dramatic and maybe even somewhat romantic, when in fact that's not what's going on here at all. Because using steroids doesn't
No, that's exactly what's going on.
Make you more functional. It might make you stronger in some capacities, might make you look bulkier and more impressive, but the downsides in terms of your performance are just as profound as the potential risks to your health. So this isn't a false...
This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Just look at the Sochi Olympics. Russian athletes, because of the cheating that Russia committed during Sochi, they were able to take high doses of androgenic anabolic steroids during the fucking competition, and that was able to earn them a record amount of gold medals. The Sochi Olympics are the absolute definitive proof that steroids fucking work.
Costume bargain that's going to make you into a superhero, it's just lame. So for starters, steroid use is going to impair your mobility, make you more likely to injure your tendons.
No, so that's not true at all. Steroids do not inhibit mobility. I don't know where the fuck he's getting that. As far as they make you more likely to injure your tendons, that highly fucking depends, and in some ways they can actually prevent tendon injuries, again, depending on what you're using them for and what your training is like. If you're rapidly gaining weight and strength and you're in a sport like powerlifting, then yeah, they can increase tendon injuries if you just start taking them and you massively increase your strength. But the same can be the case if you're not taking steroids. Take me, for example. I increased my bench press by, nearly fucking 50 pounds in the space of a few months. I started getting tendon sprains every other fucking week when I was fucking training. That's just because my strength increased so fucking rapidly.
And cause stiffness and awkward movement. You might...
They don't cause stiffness and awkward movement.
I think that sounds a little bit hyperbolic, having seen, I'm sure, some very high-performing steroid users, on the internet, but they are the exception, and also they're working against the steroids. They're in that way in spite of the steroids, not because of them. So when you use steroids, your muscles grow very quickly compared to how they normally would. You become more anabolic, and this happens because you have androgen receptors in the muscles which respond to that, and they build more muscle. You increase protein synthesis. However, you don't have the same blood supply, you don't have the same androgen receptors in the tendons, and therefore the tendons grow at a slower rate than the muscles. This is true all the time, but when you start using steroids, the muscles are going to go like that, and the tendons are going to go like that. So that increased muscle strength means you're far more likely to pull something, tear something, create injuries that otherwise wouldn't happen. And actually goes beyond this because a lot of steroids will also...
Tell me why the world's strongest powerlifters are on steroids. Tell me why every single strongman is on steroids. Tell me why virtually every single Olympic athlete is on fucking steroids. If, they don't increase performance, they just make your tendons more likely to rupture. This is just fucking, kindergarten level horseshit. Dodo donated $2. I got this first try. What about you? Also comment, people, what do you think? Who can recognize what part of the earth we are looking at? Is that Africa? Or no, is that just North America? Or no... Asia? I don't fucking care. This is Syria, Iraq, River, yeah, well, whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude. Wait, also...
I have an iPod Shuffle, and I am very curious and eager to know when I might be able to buy an iPhone. Can you tell me when that'll be available?
We never talk about unannounced products, so if we ever do announce something like that, I'd love to talk to you about it then.
All right. Well, we appreciate your joining us. Thanks again, and good luck.
U.S. is going to build trains in Lima, Peru, when trains in the U.S. barely function when China has 30,000 miles of high speed. Oh my god.
So this
Yeah. These people are fucking retarded. I think this is far too advanced for them to understand. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donates $2. By the way, can't you make the same argument that all Olympic athletes and champions eat meat, so eating meat makes you stronger? Like, what are you saying with steroids? There is no, like, advantage to eating meat. Like, we know this, but there is an advantage to taking steroids. There's plenty of vegan medalists. Like, steroids have proven efficacy, meat doesn't have proven efficacy versus other protein sources. Also,
how do you speak to people who are not interested in talking about religion? I've got a 5-question solution for you. So the first question is a very simple one. Do you believe in the concept of the absolute truth? The absolute truth is a principle. So it's not, it doesn't have to be about Islam. It could be about anything that brings in the law of non-contradiction. I always use the moon landing example. So I always say to people, look, you know, in the 60s, the claim was made by NASA, man landed on the moon. Today, there are people who don't believe man landed on the moon. Both of them believe their own positions are true. Both of them can't be true. Only one of them can be true. It doesn't matter which one it is, but the principle that one of them...
that would only be the case when you're talking about descriptive facts or descriptive topics. It wouldn't be the case when you're talking about normative topics.
Them has to be true is the concept of the absolute truth. Question number 2, this is what I call the trap. Do you care about the truth? Do you care about knowing the truth? Or are you happy to live a lie? Or would you want to know what the truth if it could be shown to you? And most people will concede that, of course, they want to know the truth of a reality. Question number 3, what method do you use to seek the truth? Because you care about it. So what method do you use? So the reason I did the questions in this manner was that I don't have to say, are you a Christian? I don't have to say, are you an atheist? The answer to the third question will tell me. So if they say, oh, I believe the Bible, I believe the church, I believe this, oh, you're a Christian. Okay. Now I know. They might say, oh, science, this, that. Okay, you're an atheist. Now I know. They might say, I don't know, Hindu, whatever. Fourth question, have you found the truth? So if they're confident in their position, they'll say, well, yeah, I believe I found the truth. Question number 5 is the drill. This is the killer question. Why do you believe you found the truth? So now they have to explain themselves. And they can't. And then what I do, I put the pincers on a little bit. I start challenging the reliability of the Bible here and there. I start...
Yes, because we all know the Quran is so reliable.
Attacking the idea of DNA containing information that seems to result something intelligent based on a human. Anyway, so I put the pincers on a little bit, just a squeeze. And then what happens? Human beings by nature have a reaction to that. You know what that is? They want to remove the burden from themselves. Why should they be the ones that's being choked, being under pressure? So then what they're going to do, they want to tell you why Islam.
Yeah, well, that's just retarded. Oh, wait, that's the old one.
Well, it's election day. The day has come to choose between your favorite president and crazy Kamala, who called you all trash like a dog, Mitch.
Well, what you have to realize is there's a fundamental difference between African-American trash and the regular, cleaner, white trash, Barack. You know, that is just another racist statement. This election is about being your brother's keeper, your sister's keeper. Kamala Harris will get...
His Barack Obama impression isn't as good, but, you know, for the most part, like, these are good.
Get the job done. Tim Walz. Donald Trump knows this. Tim Walz knows this. I know. I am Tim Walz. I got confused. I'm a little nervous. We're going to get this party...
The Tim Walz impression's terrible.
You know what? Tim Walz is a fragile man. People need to get out of Cancun, get out and vote. Bernie, this
Not a great Ted Cruz impression.
election is no longer about the top 10th of 1%'s decision. It's for all Americans. JD.
Not very good Bernie Sanders.
Donald Trump can get the job done. Tucker, good evening and welcome to Tucker
Not a good JD Vance.
Carlson tonight. Barack Obama had sex with a man, and that's
Terrible Tucker Carlson impression.
well head to every single person who gets out and supports Donald Trump.
Yeah, bad RFK impression. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. I don't think you noticed that the women who commented about trains being built in Peru is the same woman who can't stop protesting Biden on Gaza. She's the Code Pink lady. That doesn't work. Oh, man. Every time I just hear her voice or see her face, I just want to punch a wall.
Did you hear that yesterday President Biden gave the okay for Ukraine to use our very dangerous, long-range weapon called ATACMS?
Yes, I think that's the point of weapons, for them to be very dangerous.
To attack deep into Russia. This is insane. This will undoubtedly...
Oh, there you go. I knew it. I knew it. She's literally just a fascist. So she's basically like Hassan. She supports all the horrible dictators. She supports Nasrallah, fucking Sinwar, Putin, Xi Jinping. She just has a fetish for fascist dictatorships. I knew it.
Have a response from Russia, and it will escalate that conflict. That's not what the...
Yeah, but when Russia increases their drone and missile attacks, that's not escalating the conflict. Right, okay, gotcha.
American people want. We've seen that in the opinion polls. We don't want to spend $200 billion plus to keep a war going in Ukraine.
The war saves the United States money, you idiot. Virtually all the, money, quote unquote, going to Ukraine is in the form of munitions. So when the US sends things like ATACMS to Ukraine, that's allowing the US to get rid of ordnance that they wouldn't otherwise use, that's going to need to be disposed of in highly specialized facilities, that's going to cost many times more money to dispose of than just sending those weapons to another country. So if you're so fucking concerned with military spending, then you would be in support of the United States sending weapons like ATACMS to Ukraine, you fucking moron.
In fact, there were attempts at negotiations way early on.
There were never attempts at negotiations. You're a fucking idiot.
Right after the Russian invasion. But who didn't want those to happen? The US and the UK.
She's literally... this has been a long debunked fucking myth that Boris Johnson blocked the peace negotiations. That was literally made up. It's as simple as that. Some dude on Twitter literally made that up.
So let's tell President Biden, your last days in office, don't increase the war in Ukraine. Be a peacemaker. Pick up the phone. Talk to the two sides. Talk to Zelensky. Talk to Putin. Find a way to move towards negotiation.
Yeah, because Russia wants to de-escalate and end the conflict. That's why they've brought in North Korean troops. That's why they've made a deal with North Korea to buy munitions. That's why they're working with Iran to get more fucking drones. That's why they increase their missile and drone attacks. That's why they're committing acts of terrorism and severing undersea communication cables, because they want to de-escalate and they want a peace negotiation.
That's what the American people want. That's what the world needs. And that would actually be helpful for the people.
I think somebody should strap her to a fucking ATACMS missile and launch it in whatever fucking direction. Who cares? She's gonna get blown up either way. What a fucking piece of fucking just human debris. So she's just pro-fascism. That's all she is. She's literally just a fascist. No different than Hassan. She loves terrorism. She loves Islamic Jihad. She loves fascist nationalists like Putin and Kim Jong-un and fucking Xi Jinping. What a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Impair your collagen production, and this is a key factor in building and maintaining the elasticity and the structure of the tendons. So with that impaired, they're actually going to be weaker even once they catch up to the muscles. So now you've got these big bulbous muscles, but these weaker, tighter tendons that just haven't caught up. And at the same time, you're very likely to develop imbalances because certain muscle groups develop faster than others. Very few gym programs, gym routines perfectly balance everything that you're going to be doing, especially if you're more interested in just aesthetics.
They don't need to. So if you're a professional athlete, you may have certain weaknesses in some muscle groups, but those muscle groups don't need to be strong. Like probably a tennis player would be the best example of that. Like tennis players will have one arm that they use for whacking the tennis ball that's way bigger than their other arm. Does it matter that their left arm or right arm, depending on, which hand they use, is smaller? No. Doesn't fucking matter. Same thing with Olympic lifters. You'll notice that Olympic lifters will do a split jerk with, their left leg forward or their right leg forward, whatever they prefer. It's because one side is stronger than the other, and they prefer to use the one leg because that leg is like stronger than the other leg or something. It doesn't matter. Like, that's just how they train, and that's what makes them good at their sport. You don't need perfect balance from left to right or whatever, or one arm versus the other arm, or like you don't need a perfectly balanced musculature. Dodo donated $2. Breaking: President-elect Donald Trump just announced Ghislaine Maxwell to lead Child Protective Services. Yeah, I mean, like, that's basically what is fucking, that's basically the way he's, choosing people. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Meaning that you're going to be tight in some areas, overgrown in some areas, and smaller in others. And I think that you're picturing right now what I'm talking about. The typical steroid user who walks around like this, like a gorilla. It is possible to have big muscle and great mobility and movement. It is possible to be on steroids and have great mobility and movement, but it's much, much harder. And for some bodybuilders, it can become pretty ridiculous.
Oh, really? It's harder to have great mobility and movement if you're on steroids. Oh, wait, no, I have an even better example. What's his name? Look, guys, steroids give you terrible mobility and movement. I mean, look how fast and athletic and mobile Brock Lesnar is. Imagine if he wasn't on steroids. Imagine how much bigger and stronger and faster he'd be if he didn't take steroids. Like, could you imagine that? Could you imagine how much better of an athlete Brock Lesnar would be if he didn't take steroids? It's just a shame. He'd probably still be the UFC heavyweight champion if he never took steroids. Oh, what about Alistair Overeem? Imagine if Alistair Overeem never took steroids. Could you just imagine how much bigger and stronger and faster and more athletic he'd be? Like, he was the K1 champion, he was the UFC heavyweight champion, he was the Strikeforce champion. He could have been so much fucking better if he had never taken steroids. Like what's hilarious too is after WADA caught him for taking steroids and he had to stop taking steroids, his career went in the fucking gutter. He immediately started losing fights. He was slower, gassed faster, didn't have as much fucking power. Like he was getting knocked out easier. Like this guy is a fucking clown. Like, why is this guy fucking talking about something he knows absolutely fucking nothing about? It's like this guy has never heard of fucking sports before. It is so fucking blatantly obvious, if you have any interest whatsoever in sports, that steroids are amazing for athletic performance, and this jackass is telling you, steroids actually make you a worse athlete. I don't know why the top athletes in the world take them. Fucking beyond me. What a jackass.
So beautiful, I wanna cry. Maori warriors performing haka in solidarity with Palestinian resistance. Indigenous clans standing together and unite as one to fight against the Zionist. Fuck Israel.
Oh my god, what a Well, I've lost all respect for the Maori. I didn't know they were such cucked bitches. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
Ridiculous once they stop being able to do things like putting on their socks. I mean, is that really what you want? Is that more functional? Is that more awesome? I don't think so. The truth of the matter is that using steroids will obviously make you stronger, it will help you to recover faster from your workouts, and this is going to be a big draw for a lot of people. There's no getting away from the fact that untested powerlifting competitions have bigger lifts than tested ones. If you're plateauing, if you can't lift any more despite your best efforts, then steroids will likely give you that edge and get you to that point where you can lift a bit more. There's no getting around the fact that bodybuilding is more effective with steroids, and in fact you can't even compete in the regular classes in professional bodybuilding unless you're using steroids. That's just the fact of the matter, and I'm talking copious amounts as well. But all of these things come with caveats. So obviously, yeah, you're going to get a bigger bench press if you add steroids and all this. But this is one of the reasons I always want to emphasize that strength isn't everything when it comes to your performance. Because whilst you might have more brute power, especially because you've been training all that stuff for so long, it's not really going to translate necessarily to better movement. Someone who's much bigger and stronger doesn't throw a harder punch, a better punch, more powerful punch.
Yes, they do. That's why there's fucking weight classes, you fucking moron. You're telling me the fucking... Like, if we look at boxing or the UFC, you're telling me the heavyweight champion is going to have the same or weaker fucking striking compared to, like, the lightweight or featherweight fucking champion? Is this guy out of his fucking mind? Do you want me to punch you in the face and then have your fucking sister punch you in the face and tell me who you think hits harder? Body weight matters a fuck ton when it comes to striking power. Just body weight, period. If you're just a heavier person, it could just be fat around your stomach. You're going to be able to hit harder than somebody who's lighter than you just because you can use your fucking body weight to just get more power into your fucking punch. And then on top of that, what do you think creates power, stupid? It's your muscle mass. Power is a function of strength. If you are stronger, you are going to be able to produce more power. What is he fucking talking about? Like, if you want to increase your vertical leap, for instance, like, which is a very good demonstration of power production, what do you do to train for a bigger vertical leap? Well, you get stronger. You do squats and deadlifts and lunges and shit like that. You need to increase your strength to increase your power production. And in fact, this is a well-established kind of rule in strength and conditioning training. You don't even bother training plyometrics drills like box jumps until the athlete you're working with can roughly squat twice their body weight. Because until you can squat twice your body weight, there doesn't seem to be any benefit to doing any kind of plyometric drills. So what he's saying is completely fucking retarded, and he doesn't know shit about strength and conditioning. This is a guy who just recreationally exercises, and he's acting like he's some kind of fucking expert because he does push-ups every day. La-di-fucking-da. Well, guess what, dipshit? Get in the ring with somebody twice your fucking size and see how well you do, since you think strength has nothing to do with power output, and it has nothing to do with how hard you can punch. Get in the ring with somebody twice your fucking size and see if you still fucking believe that.
Than a martial artist, because they're able to keep their body loose, they're able to reduce the effect of the antagonistic muscles, you know, the ones pulling against you as you're pushing forwards.
Oh my god, he doesn't know how to throw a punch. He literally does not know how to throw a punch. So what a lot of people don't understand, what you'll find with right-handed people, their left hooks especially are more powerful than their right hooks. The reason is you actually generate a lot of the power in your punch by pulling the antagonistic side. So if you're right-handed, chances are the right side of your body is going to be a bit stronger. So the right side of like your back and your posterior chain is going to be stronger than your left side. So what that means is when you're pulling your right shoulder back to snap a punch, your left punch is probably going to be stronger than your right punch because you have more of that power in your back muscles to snap the punch on your left side. Like this guy doesn't understand like the biomechanics of fucking punching. Grey Knight donated $2. Jessica, that shit was a year ago, a little after October 7th. Also, keep cherry picking, you jihad, come guzzler, lol. Alright, well that's good to know. Not all Maoris are cucked bitches. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
They're able to relax the whole body, they're able to generate power by twisting the hips, all this stuff. It's why Grant's punches look so much more powerful and quick than mine do. And this is true for all kinds of activities, whether you're sprinting, whether you're throwing, whether you're lifting something off the ground.
Okay, again, Alistair Overeem was the K1 champion, Strike Force champion, and UFC champion. Alistair Overeem K1 highlights. Look! He can't even hit hard. See how weak and slow his punches are? It's because he's on steroids and he has too much muscle. See? He barely even hurt that guy. See? See how weak he is? Oh, see that little baby knee he threw? Oh, all those antagonistic muscles in his glutes and hamstrings, they actually made his knee, like, not hit as hard. His punches and knees and kicks, they're so weak and slow because he takes steroids and his muscles are too big. Oh, I'd be able to beat this guy's ass. I'd be able to kick his ass. He's only like he's almost 300 fucking pounds here. I think he walked around at 285, but he slimmed down to 265 for his fights. Oh, I could kick this guy's ass no fucking problem. He has like 80 pounds on me. I would have a huge advantage fighting Alistair Overeem because he just has too much muscle. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? That punch was really slow and weak and ineffective because his muscles were too big. It's just that the only reason this guy got knocked down is because he's a real pussy. Like he's just a massive little baby girl. But that punch, it was so slow and weak. Oh, I could kick Alistair Overeem's ass, no problem. Oh yeah, see? He's barely even doing anything against this guy. His muscles are too big. The only reason he got knocked back like that, it's because he's a pussy. He's just getting, it's fixed. Okay? They found some, beta male pussy to just throw the fight. Because, how could a guy who's bigger and stronger ever win a fight? Oh my god, this Pioneer guy is a fucking moron. I'm actually making a video response to this. This guy is just such an idiot.
Productive powers are a gift from God, or chance, or a stray shot of sperm, or whoever the hell wrote your life script. A gift, not earned. You do not know what I know because you have not earned those powers.
Now, a natural lifter is going to get much better at things like, picking things up off the ground, doing bench press, and using steroids can get them a little bit further in that, but the steroids themselves aren't giving you those neural patterns. They aren't helping you recruit more muscle fiber.
Yes, they are. Yes, they do. This guy doesn't understand how steroids work. They increase nervous system efficiency. They allow you to generate more fucking power purely due to nervous system efficiency. Certain compounds, what's the fucking name? There's some orals that people take where immediately, literally, 30 minutes to an hour after taking them, you will be able to produce more force just because you took the steroids. Has nothing to do with the, with any increase in muscle mass. They increase nervous system efficiency and they let you use more muscle fibers. So he doesn't even know how steroids work. They also improve your ability to learn. Like, they improve motor learning. So somebody who's on steroids, they will be able to learn movement patterns faster than somebody who isn't on steroids. So if you were trying to teach somebody highly technical movements, like a spinning back kick, taking steroids actually makes it easier to learn those things. There are people who work professionally as like surgeons who do highly technical, things that require fine movement patterns. Some of those people actually take steroids to be better at their job because it improves their ability to use fine movement patterns. This guy literally does not understand how steroids work. Bioneer donated $2. My chest is bigger than yours, though. Here's how.
One feature we
His chest is not bigger than mine.
Associate with a superhero-esque physique, it's a massive chest. Many of us want to get that look in general. Right? Well, maybe not. Also important from a functional standpoint. If a movement involves pushing or squeezing, it's going to need pecs. So how do we get pecs that look superheroic and perform accordingly? Loads of bench press, right? Well, maybe not.
Oh, wow. I didn't know this guy's content was such trash. Benching isn't good for pec development. Right.
I know this is going to get a little bit of a backlash, but I actually think doing lots of bench press is not the best use of time for most people.
Well, then you're a fucking idiot. You're talking about a heavy compound movement that, like, every fucking bodybuilder does. What athletes have the biggest, strongest chests? Bodybuilders and powerlifters. What movements do they focus on? Pressing variations. You're doing it wrong. Oh, I'm a jackass with a YouTube channel who's never been a professional athlete in his fucking life, never got an IFBB pro card, never held any records in powerlifting, none of that. But all of these athletes who are bigger and stronger than me, I know better than them. Uh-huh.
I'd like to take this moment to say that I'm not telling you not to bench. As we'll see in a moment, I still bench. And I'd also like to point out that my content is not intended to be prescriptive at the best of times. I'm just here to say, hey, have you thought about it like this? I have a pretty strong chest. I can bench
You don't.
100 kilograms for more than 10 reps fairly easily.
Yes, that is not particularly strong. So basically saying he can bench about 220 for 10 reps. That's not particularly strong.
Decent, but nothing special.
So I don't even know if that would translate necessarily to a 315. Yeah, I don't even know if this guy can bench 315.
In this day and age, where every TikToker and their aunt seems to be able to bench hundreds of kilograms and then perform standing double backflips. But I would argue that I never actually need to be able to bench more than that. Why? Because there's no practical movement similar to the bench press. This video topic is...
Oh, wow. The rabbit hole goes so deep with this guy. Like, he literally doesn't understand that strength is highly transferable. If you can increase your bench by like double, if you start with like 150 pound bench press and then you can bench like 300 pounds a few years later, that strength that you have with bench press will translate to any other sport or exercise that uses a similar movement pattern or uses that muscle group. He literally doesn't understand that.
Is inspired by a conversation I had in the comments with a viewer. They made a ton of good counter-arguments, but I'm still steadfast in this view. So thanks to them for the debate and for the inspiration. But if I ever need to push 100 kilograms, it's going to be from standing up. And seeing as I weigh between 75 and 80 kilograms, I'm never going to be able to push more than that without falling over.
This guy's a bitch. Okay. I love this cope that weak little fucking manlets make. Why would I need to bench more than like 225 pounds when I'm standing up? How could I like push that weight forward when like it's not even physical? So you are weak. You don't have an interest in getting stronger, probably because he's either too much of a pussy to fucking, like, you know, have the guts to lift more weight, or he literally just can't. Like, he's tried to get stronger and he can't. And then he makes this cope that, oh, well, I don't need to be any stronger and it's not functional, and I have, like, this other thing I do where I push a car up a hill. Like, this guy's a weenie. Just a massive fucking weenie. I also accidentally closed this tab.
Just saw your physique reveal. Could you please grab my cock in between your thick-ass cheeks, then clench and rotate quickly to snap and dislocate my cock? It's all I've been thinking about since your reveal. Please, Richard. Please. I'm begging you.
Okay, how about we do that after stream? Thanks for the donation, Gumbo. Grey Knight donated $2. Any of these new flavors are exciting to try? Question mark. Most of them are zero sugar. The A&W new flavor I'm looking forward to. The Pepsi Wild Cherry and Cream Zero Sugar looks cool. The Ice Cream Sundae looks cool. Sprite Tea Zero Sugar looks cool. The Orange Cream I'm interested in. The Dr. Pepper Blackberry, I'd like to try that if it was zero sugar. But yeah, those look good. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Bioneer donated $2. Fight me in a cage then, bitch.
This video was sponsored by Squarespace. What's up?
Oh my god. This was 8 months ago, and he uploaded this video 2 days ago. This guy has to be retarded. Like, that's the only fucking explanation. He has to be retarded. Thanks for the donation, Bioneer.
If you were to ever rape someone, hypothetically of course, what would you say to them before you did it?
I don't think I'd say anything. No words, just tears. Thanks for the donation, Mom.
What's up guys, and welcome to this video today. My name's Grant Stevens, and in this one I'm going to be doing something a little bit really important for me to first make the distinction between what's considered to be a perfectly moves. And so individual style certainly exists, and in fact it's better to work with what feels natural for you to do within your own unique body. But regardless of anyone's unique movement, there are absolutely some omnipresent principles that underlie what we could consider power. And if you're punching without rotating through the body, for instance, and claiming that's a style, then that's simply not understanding what is good technique. There are no elite boxers, for instance, that don't have good power transfer through their body due to their style, because that's one of those foundational principles, or you use technique through those foundational principles, and that will naturally fit into the result. Now this sounds kind of a bit harsh, but I joked that Adam's movement here in this early footage looks kind of like a really old beat-em-up game before the developers began to use motion capture, where they had to guesswork animate how a real boxer might move. That he's very straight backed a lot of the time, and what I mean by that is there's a lack of what I call the hollow body position going on, which is how we have strong composure. And the hollow body position looks like this, and it's the position you should aim to maintain when you're striking. The opposite of drastically reducing the amount was that because of it, everyone struggles with fatigue and still perform any way that prevail. And Adam will tell you himself that one of the biggest hindrances he ran up against when we've sparred together was rapid fatigue. Lastly, something else I wanted Adam to begin doing was to turn his hand over more, as he had a to something when you're still quite in your head and having to think about what you're doing each time, and but this isn't something that he always does. You can notice that when Adam executes 4 straight consecutive punches, he doesn't drop that arm as much because he's subconsciously aware he needs to keep it up in order to execute the next punch in that sequence. So the 10 punches, what you're doing, so that you can...
I don't know how the fuck this guy was talking to a boxing or MMA coach and then got the idea that being bigger and stronger doesn't help with producing power. That is baffling. Does McDonald's use beef fat or flavoring in their fries? In the US they do. In Canada, I don't know if they use artificial beef flavor, but the fries in Canada and most of the world are vegan. In the US, they're not.
Even once they catch up to the muscles. So now you've got these big bulbous muscles, but these weaker, tighter tendons that just haven't caught up. And at the same time, you're very likely to develop imbalances. Because whilst you might have more brute power, especially because you've been training all that stuff for so long, it's not really going to translate necessarily to better movement. Someone who's much bigger and stronger doesn't throw a harder punch, a better punch, more powerful punch than a martial artist.
Okay, there's a skill gap. You realize you can be skilled and big and strong? Like, those aren't mutually exclusive?
They're able to keep their body loose, they're able to reduce the in powerlifting. You're not going to see a huge leap in strength because you can't use that muscle. I've used this example at the very top. You need that extra muscle, but ultimately you have to learn how to use it yourself still. If you just use steroids and you're not someone who's already at the very top of their game in powerlifting, you're not going to see a huge leap in strength because you can't use...
What the fuck is he... Like, are you out of your goddamn mind? Please explain to me how, like, untrained men who've never lifted before can lift more than untrained women. Why do you think that is? Do you think it might have something to do with men having more muscle mass and more nervous system efficiency than women? This guy is literally claiming having more muscle mass does not translate to more strength. Please explain to me the strength discrepancy between untrained men and untrained women. You're an idiot. More muscle mass equals more fucking strength. If you have more muscle mass, you will be able to lift more, even if you don't have technical proficiency in a movement.
Use that muscle. I've used this example plenty of times before, but it's like being Captain Ginyu. When he takes Goku's body, he might have the muscle and the strength and the power, but he doesn't have to use it, he doesn't have the technique, and so a more frail body is still able to beat him. And this is something I really want to focus on, because I think a lot of guys are so desperate to be tough and to be powerful, so they're imposing, so they're alpha, etc. But steroids don't get you there, because that isn't what makes you tough and powerful. And you're only going to get a bigger deadlift if you...
No, it does. Try fighting somebody twice your size. Even, like, there's examples of this in the UFC, by the way. Bob Sapp. Bob Sapp versus Ernesto Hoost. Ernesto Hoost, by the way, is probably the best kickboxer to ever live. And this is Bob Sapp, a guy who literally took all the world steroids at once, who weighed, I think, 350 pounds? And, like, he had visible abdominal muscles, so he wasn't fat. So this is a guy who weighs 350 pounds. This is Ernesto Hoost, who I think weighed, like, 230 at the time, or 240. Bob Sapp absolutely steamrolled this fucker. And this is only after, I think, like, 2 or 3 months of kickboxing training. So again, this is the ultimate demonstration of skill versus just sheer raw fucking, like, muscle and power. Ernesto Hoost, best kickboxer to ever live, insanely ridiculously skilled, versus Bob Sapp, who literally just started kickboxing, I think 2 months before this fight. Bob Sapp is just ragdolling him this whole fucking fight, dude. And look, like again, you can tell Bob Sapp does not have great technique. He's very stiff. I don't really need to say it. He kind of looks like a fucking dude who came off the street. Only a 350-pound roided out dude who came off the street. And he's just bludgeoning Ernesto Hoost. Like, absolutely bludgeoning the dude. Like, you're telling me size and strength doesn't matter? Only technique matters, apparently? Oh, all those big muscles, they're not going to help you in a fight? Tell that to fucking Bob Sapp and Ernesto Hoost. He found out the fucking hard way. Like, look at him. Look at the guy. Like, yeah, that's what happened. Like, he literally looks like he just got charged by a fucking elephant. So, no. If you're bigger and stronger, you're going to have an advantage over somebody with more technique. Like, it's just the reality. All technique is really just your ability to express strength. Okay? You can have all the technique in the world. Technique is fundamentally an expression of strength. Fuck. All technique does is it allows you to more efficiently express strength. So, if you have somebody who's never bench pressed before, but has a ton of fucking muscle mass just because they're a genetic freak, they might have a really shitty bench press technique, but they may still be able to bench press more than you just because they make up for that in terms of just sheer muscle mass. Same with kicking and punching and like wrestling. Their technique might suck, but if they're able to bridge that gap with just sheer fucking like raw muscle and strength, you might be fucked just like Ernesto Hoost in that fight. So the idea that like, oh, just because you're bigger and stronger, you're not going to have an advantage in a fight, that's fucking retarded. Like, this is a guy who just fundamentally doesn't understand just shit.
You're already extremely good at the deadlift and then you're just adding this on top. So for most people, you're not going to see much performance benefit from using steroids at all, really.
I benched 235 for 10 yesterday, going to failure. When do you think I could attempt 3 plates? If you could do, let's see, I think 265 for sets of 3. I'm pretty sure you should be able to bench 315. So, and I think you're right around that area with 235 for 10. 1 rep max calculator. So I would just do a strength phase and work up to 265 for sets of 3, and you should be able to hit 315. So based on the 1 rep max calculator, at 100% it estimates 313, so I would just do a strength phase.
How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, Richard? Cool it with your word. 777
Thank you for that R-word, police. Appreciate the donation. Going Anders donated $2. Let me see. Heartbreaking, Logan Paul found alive in his home at 29 years old. That is tragic. Me, 0.5 pumps into Desert Mommy, Pan Am as the natural gorilla grip be making me go cyber psycho. Pan Am was pretty hot.
Dead ass right now. Are y'all fucking dead ass? I do not have SpongeBob legs. No.
He has SpongeBob legs. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders. Bootycum donate $2. Autism injected.
Literally. Oh my god. Oh. God damn. Oh. Oh.
Is this the stream where he was pretending to be drunk? Alright, well thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Do you think Melania Trump is hot? Yeah, she's hot.
You'll get these bigger muscles, but that's just aesthetics. You're not going to suddenly be able to sprint faster. In fact, because of all that tightness we discussed, you might well find yourself sprinting slower, especially because of the added weight.
Again, this guy does not understand how fucking steroids work. He literally does not understand. Probably the biggest controversy in sprinting of all fucking time was Ben Johnson and Carl Lewis. Ben Johnson was accused of being on steroids, which he was on them. And the steroids allowed him to maintain a high-speed sprint for a few seconds longer. He had a problem where he'd gas out before the 100 meters was finished. The steroids he was on, like, it improved his, what's it called? It just improved energy production and probably gave him enough blood volume to just maintain a full-out sprint for slightly longer, which allowed him to get the world record in the sprint. And again, like, you can see most sprinters, they're jacked. So I don't know, like, this guy, again, clueless when it comes to sports. He ended up getting accused of taking steroids. Carl Lewis. Yeah, Carl Lewis. He ended up getting accused of taking steroids by Carl Lewis, who again was on steroids and pretty jacked. He wasn't quite as jacked as Ben Johnson, but he had quite a bit of fucking muscle mass, like most sprinters have, because guess what produces speed and power? Your fucking muscles. There's a reason why sprinters don't look like marathon runners. It's because sprinters need more muscle to produce speed and power. You idiot. But like again, two of the best fucking sprinters like in history on steroids, and there have been faster sprinters since then, and guess what? We know steroids work, and two of the best sprinters at the time were on steroids, and since then, sprinters have only gotten faster. I wonder if they're taking steroids too! So, fuck you, jackass. Like, this fucking idiot who, like, knows nothing about fucking sports is saying, yeah, sprinters would probably not want to take steroids because it'll make you slower. Well, thank you, jackass. Maybe you should be the fucking coach for the US Olympic team, motherfucker, since you know so fucking much. Tell all the US fucking sprinters with gold medals to stop taking steroids because it'll make them faster, you fucking idiot. Oh my god, this guy is the most frustrating asshole of all time. Like, did he literally make this video to piss me off?
A cicada from summer, a mantis from 2 years ago, and a possum cuz roommate's dirty trash 3 year ago.
Let me take a look. Oh, wow. My goodness. Oh, that's a nice little cicada. I love cicadas. I think cicadas are probably my favorite bug. They're really cute. I like how they have these little bug eyes that are, like, really far apart. And they have nice stubby bodies. And they have, like, nice pretty wings. I like cicadas. And it's praying mantis. Praying mantises are fucking assholes, unfortunately, but they are pretty. Oh my god. Oh, who is that handsome boy? Oh my goodness. Oh, how lucky are you to have an opossum in your garbage? Oh my goodness, how fuzzy. Oh my goodness, I would get him some nice chickpeas to eat. Oh, what a handsome little fuzzy boy. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Please stop yelling, Richard. You're scaring me.
Alright, sorry, Debbie. I'll try to calm down. Thanks for the donation.
Weight. So for all those reasons, it's really not going to enhance your performance. For the most part as well, it's not going to do much for your cardio. While some steroids will increase your ability to carry oxygen around the body.
Oh, yes, right. That's why Lance Armstrong was taking steroids, because they're so bad for your cardio. Again, this guy doesn't fucking know jack shit. Literally does not understand jack fucking shit.
It will increase your EPA, etc. For the most part, you're not going to get many cardio benefits at all. You're just going to get this extra muscle mass. And again, because you haven't learned to build the muscle, because you haven't earned it by doing more training, your cardiovascular system hasn't, kept up with the rest of your body. So you're carrying around this big, hulking mass of muscle, but you don't have.
I didn't know steroids work like that, where if you just start injecting them, you'll become enormous and like a pro bodybuilder. It's weird. I didn't know that they did that. That's really curious, since Lance Armstrong was taking fucking steroids, including other performance-enhancing drugs like growth hormone and EPO, for his entire fucking career. And curiously, he did not have a hulking amount of muscle mass. So, please explain to me, since you're the fucking steroid expert, how can Lance Armstrong be taking steroids for the entire duration of his career and not look like a pro bodybuilder when that's how they work, idiot? It's almost as if you're making shit up about a topic you know nothing about. Son Goku donated $2. It's even worse when calisthenics bros try to say lifting weights isn't functional and that calisthenics is better for building muscle, which we all know is dumb. Yeah, like he is exactly that guy. He is literally that fucking guy. He doesn't even understand what functional means. I think what he's really trying to say is like transferability. Like of all things too, strength is the most transferable of any aspect of performance. If you are stronger, you are faster. If you are stronger, you can produce more fucking power. Like strength transfers to literally fucking everything. So he's a jackass. Whatever. He's just a fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
I'd quite stream chat removed my name. Him claiming those epic bug and possum photos, cool face.
Alright, I don't know why they removed your name, but those are some nice bug and possum photos. Thanks for the donation, non-wib shart ass.
Have the cardio in order to power it for a long period of time. You're going to gas out really quickly. And if you think this isn't a big factor, then I just invite you to spar with anyone for 3 minutes and see what a big factor it is.
See? I told you you'd run out of...
So again, depending on what steroids you're taking and in what doses, they may be an advantage to your endurance, or they might be a disadvantage. Look at Alistair Overeem. He was fucking massive. He would weigh in at 265 for his fights, but he walked around heavier. He was probably around 275 to 285. And he would cut down and dehydrate for the weigh-ins because the cutoff for the UFC was 265. He had better cardio and endurance when he was on steroids.
The gas. Now take my advice and get out of here. And live to fight another day.
And then on top of that, you add the fact that you have heart problems from steroid use and that your blood can get thicker, you can increase your blood pressure. You add all that in as well, and now suddenly you're actually not only not very good at cardio, but also it could be quite dangerous for you. And there's
What do you think EPO does? Cyclists, like pro cyclists, they literally have to get up every like couple hours in the middle of the night and like spin on their bike to make sure their blood doesn't thicken up and cause a clot. So they do blood doping, they do EPO, they do like testosterone to increase their blood cell count, and that makes their blood extremely thick, but it also increases the amount of oxygen uptake that their blood can have to make their cardio performance go up. Just because you have thicker blood, that doesn't mean your cardio goes down.
a chance you're going to seriously keel over and die. If you use a lot of steroids, this is a very real risk. We've seen it in people, sadly.
Yeah, and that's what happens with cyclists. Like, by the way, health does not coincide with sports performance. Like, yeah, the shit that pro athletes have to do to be in top physical condition for their sport is antithetical to health.
As well. So for these reasons, again, you're not improving your performance. I don't look at someone who's at risk of collapsing if they chase me and think, you know, what a physical specimen. I think, well, what have you done to yourself? And something worth noting here is that if you look at militaries, most militaries don't use steroids.
Again, this guy should have been Lance Armstrong's coach, and he should have told Lance Armstrong not to take fucking steroids and EPO, because apparently Lance Armstrong would have been a better cyclist.
There have been some exceptions to that, but most do not. And you might be thinking, well, that's because they don't want to harm the health of their infantry. And I'm like, seriously? I don't think that most militaries are known for...
What the fuck? So, for one thing... I don't know what the, like, net benefit would be to giving steroids to soldiers when, one, that would probably give them marginal improvements with athleticism. Two, like, the US military is mechanized. Why would you have to take, like, steroids and EPO and shit so that somebody can run further when they're flying in helicopters and tanks and shit, Humvees? Like, we have machines to do this. Two, that would massively increase, like, fucking US military spending if every fucking soldier was given steroids. Three, yeah, there's health issues that go along with it, and then you have to spend more money dealing with fucking health issues. And then, like, again, it's a supply issue too. Are you going to be able to give every fucking soldier, like, steroids when they're out in the fucking field and shit? Like, probably not. And I can guarantee you there are soldiers that are on medical TRT. It's not like you can't take medications you need if you're in the US military. Axel Fuzz donated $2. Why did Lance Armstrong get so much shit for coming out about his steroid use when all the other competitors were likely also on loads of gear? He didn't come out talking about his steroid use. He was ratted out. Somebody on his team admitted that he was taking steroids, and that's why he came out and admitted it. It's because he got ratted out. So that's one of the reasons why he got so much shit for it. It's because he wasn't honest. And he was like just blatantly lying about it until the very end. He was also one of the biggest protesting anti-steroid pricks. That guy would accuse fucking everybody of taking shit. He would try to get other cyclists fucking banned by accusing them of taking fucking steroids and shit. And I think he did actually get a few cyclists banned because he would find out about when they were taking shit and when testing could catch them, and he'd fucking tell the, the WADA or whatever, like doping testers that, hey, this guy's on shit right now, you got to test him. And because he had so much political weight, they'd test them and he'd get them banned. So he was a fucking massive prick. That's why he got so much shit for it. If he would have just kept his mouth shut and not rambled on and on and on about how he's natural, everyone else is taking steroids, and he'd call out other competitors, if he didn't do that, he probably wouldn't have gotten as much blowback as he did. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel Fuzz.
For their morality when it comes to looking after their troops, if they could get benefits from using steroids, if they could make them faster, harder, stronger, better soldiers, what happens to them after that be damned, then you can be sure they would. And they don't, because they...
No, you wouldn't. So, again, this is retarded. The military doesn't get the absolute best equipment. Like take the M4 infantry rifle, for example. The U.S. military has never had the best equipment on the market. The U.S. military has a budget, and they have to balance, getting the best gear for also the best price within their budget. So they don't get the best equipment, they don't get the best food, they don't get the best, everything. They get the best combination of cost, performance. So, for the longest time, they weren't getting M4s with, floated barrels, for instance, but those were on the civilian market. Civilian ARs were always more accurate than the military.
You said the R word again, buddy. 777 duodecillion 700.
I'm just gonna skip that, but thanks for the donation, R-word, please. So Goku donated $2. Lifting from a athlete standpoint simply gives you a baseline for size and strength, the same way running cardio gives you that baseline for endurance, but in order to be better at a specific sport, you still have to practice the fundamentals of activity. Well, you're talking about technique practice. There's, obviously, there's going to be trade-offs at the extreme ends of things. So, for a boxer, being able to bench, maybe up to 400 pounds would be ideal for power production. But, you know, versus being able to bench over 500 pounds, the amount of specificity you need to be able to lift that kind of weight would make it impossible to have like enough cardio, or it would interfere with even technique practice. So, yeah, there's like limits to how much you can specify. But yeah, you need technique practice. Thanks for the donation though, Sengoku.
You don't want someone who's, you know, stiff and awkward and bulky and who's likely to keel over if they exert themselves. That's not a efficient, powerful warrior. And so steroids don't make you an efficient, powerful warrior.
Yeah, they do. Get in the ring with Alistair Overeem.
Of course, a lot of this stuff I'm talking about is kind of worst case scenario. I mean, you're not going to take a mild dose of steroids and immediately be walking around like some kind of gorilla. But the point is that if you get the full effects of the steroids that many guys want, they come with all these downsides. And if you get lesser effects of the steroids, then you get these downsides still.
What's with the 7 guy? Is he retarded?
Probably. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Just to a lesser degree. And of course, it won't work for everyone. A lot of people will take steroids and just not get the results that they're looking for. So you can get extremely strong and build a fantastic physique with no need to use steroids. There are many natural lifters who look fantastic, perform incredibly well, and they don't use steroids. But then...
Okay, when you're talking about your average person, and I mean like dead average, middle, like, you know, mean when you're talking about the bell curve, your average person after 5 years of lifting is not going to look particularly impressive. All these like fitness influencers that you see, like Jesse James West, Jeff Nippard, me, Alpha Destiny, they are well above average. Like they're at least in the 80th percentile, if not in the like, or I should say like 20th percentile, if not like, you know, well into the 10th percentile of people on the planet. Like Alpha Destiny, he's benched 405, I've benched 410. You're talking about like, you know, the top like few percent of lifters who can lift that much weight. So when you're looking at these like big natural, you know, lifters who look really impressive, they are far from fucking average. Your average person would probably need to take steroids to have a hope in hell of looking like that.
Quick use.
Well, thank you for that non-wib. Appreciate the donation.
I'm not R-worded, but I stand up for the R-words. Ableist language isn't cool and needs to be punished.
Well, you say that, but we all know it's retarded. Thanks for the donation, R-word, please.
At the other end of the spectrum are the people who have been training really hard but just not getting any gains. And it's those people who might often find themselves turning to steroids. But keep this in mind, if you're really genetically not predisposed to building muscle, then steroids likely aren't going to change that. So you'll get the acne and the hair loss and the mood swings, but without seeing that transformation to your body. In other words, there's no positive good outcome here. Either you don't see much difference.
I knew a guy who worked at the gym I used to train at, and I saw him train. He would train every fucking day. He was very consistent, and he would work out hard, and he did not look like he lifted. He could really not build any fucking muscle, and he started taking steroids, and the change was dramatic. He wasn't the biggest guy, he wasn't the strongest guy or anything.
We can do this all day, Richard. 77777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777.
Alright, I'm gonna skip that. Thanks for the donation, R-word, please. But again, he wasn't the biggest guy, wasn't the strongest guy, but he ended up getting really big, round muscle bellies. He was still small, like he was like 5'5" and shit. But he had like big round delts. Like his traps got a lot bigger. He looked like a fitness model at that point. Like the idea that steroids aren't going to do much for your average person, they're going to make a whole heap of a fucking difference. You're like at least 10 pounds of extra muscle growth if you start taking steroids and you're taking them for physique and performance enhancement. At least 10 pounds of extra muscle. And that's if you're not genetically gifted, you're at the low end of the spectrum. And 10 pounds of muscle makes a huge visual difference. And then if you're at the like high end of the spectrum, like you could gain something like 80 pounds.
Difference, you just have new health risks, or you see a difference and you get these health risks times 11 and all the other downsides that we're talking about here. Drinking my drug of choice, even though I'm supposed to be cutting down. Hypocrite. And possibly an even bigger reason that most militaries wouldn't want to give their troops steroids is that it does also impair their cognitive function, and cognitive function is really rather important when you're in a war zone. We know now from studies, for example, that steroid use actually lowers your IQ.
Do an impression of my girlfriend. I have a tiny cock.
Oh my god, it's so small. I don't even know why I'm dating you. Like, are you just gonna use your fingers or something? Because your fingers are bigger. There you go. There's the impression of your girlfriend. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
And this happens gradually over time, and it's not reversible. So you're actually becoming literally dumber. Obviously, IQ tests aren't a perfect measure of intelligence, but it probably means...
So, first of all, no. The effects on your IQ are reversible. It's possible with heavy, frequent use over a long period of time. You might not be able to get back to the same cognitive level, but you are going to still have improvements to your IQ score. I don't know what the fuck this has to do with being a better athlete, by the way. You don't need to be particularly smart to, like, you know, throw a ball or lift weights or, you know, punch somebody in the face.
Sup VG? Sorry about being MIA. I just became a dad, so I'm super busy now. Empty Cage's vegan on X pointed out that the nomination of RFK Jr. most likely mean a nationwide ban on cultivated meat. He's probably right, which sucks. Lab meat was very promising.
I don't see that really being a long-term issue. I don't even know how they can legally do that. It makes no fucking sense. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling.
Means that you're impairing your working memory, or perhaps your problem solving, something like that, impairing the function of your prefrontal cortex. That's just no good, especially when you combine it with the fact that steroid use is going to make you more emotional. It creates roid rage, as we know, making you just angry and horny and furious.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, especially if you're in a contact sport where you have to be aggressive and angry and hurt some people. There are boxers who take drugs like Anadrol for that very reason, because it makes you more aggressive and angry and it makes you want to hurt people.
All the time. But it's also not just roid rage. You also get depression from steroid use. Some people experience depression. You get brain fog, so you feel foggy, sad, angry. Again, obviously, all these things will apply differently.
Well, steroids can also treat depression, by the way. The reason they were invented in the first place was actually as a treatment for depression, for for what do you call them? Submariners or submarine navy people? Ugh. But yeah, a lot of people don't know that, but steroids weren't initially developed for performance enhancement. They were actually developed for treatment of depression, particularly for sailors serving on submarines.
depending on which steroids you're using and who you are and your doses and things, but this is a very real possibility, and even if you don't notice it in a big way, chances are it's going to be having some effect on you. It impairs your sleep. I've heard people talking about having awful night sweats and their chest feeling like it's getting crushed, which is, you know, not far from an anxiety attack, and in fact, anxiety is another common symptom of steroid use. Does this sound like higher performance? And this is why we've seen some high-profile cases recently of fitness influencers doing stupid things because they can't control their emotions. So again, I'm not looking at someone who's using steroids and being like, darn, they've sacrificed their health, but look what a specimen.
Buddy, have you ever heard of TikTok? You know how many stupid-ass fucking kids are on TikTok? And I can guarantee you they're not on fucking steroids.
Now I'm thinking, dude, you're destroying your brain on top of everything else. Not only can you not catch me, but you're also not going to be able to outsmart me. They're just, you know, it's just not impressive. You need your infantry to be calm and cool under pressure, to make good decisions, to, you know, not get overstressed. And in fact, this is one of the main things that they select for and train for.
This has nothing to do with sports performance.
So they're not going to want to make their troops more angry, more miserable, worse at making decisions. Let's focus first on all of these downsides in terms of performance, because I think it's what's so often missed and people probably aren't aware of. But of course, we can't ignore the fact that steroid use also puts you at serious risk of all sorts of things, mostly death. You know, it's bad for your liver, it's bad for your heart, it increases your chances of a stroke or a heart attack, but it also gives you acne, it makes your skin look red and angry, it can make you lose your hair, so you turn...
Well, that doesn't really matter when you're in your 20s and you're trying to fucking win, does it? So you can deal with a heart attack later when you're like 30, 40. Again, this has nothing to do with sports performance.
Any good advice for someone that's interested in peptide therapy? I'm considering on going to a clinic sometime during the week to learn more about them, and then maybe save up for it.
I don't know what peptides you want to take and why, so I don't know how I could possibly give you any advice. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight.
Turn bold, it can shrivel your testicles.
Why don't you pop that top off and squeeze your tits together with your arms and tell me how much you want my big cock between your tits?
If you give me $50, I'll do that for you. Thanks for the donation. I'm not vegan, but...
It can permanently impair your natural production of testosterone, meaning that you now have to use steroids always. It can create gynecomastia, so you develop breasts, actually changes the structure of your face permanently. It can give you a gut. And for most people, using steroids is going to mean, you know, buying something illegal online, or perhaps from a shady guy at your gym, which also means you don't know where it's coming from. Sure, if you go for testosterone replacement therapy to some shady clinic, you're a little bit safer, probably. But in many cases, you just don't know what you're getting, which means that there's a chance you could inject it and it's mostly, you know, I don't know, something else, and you die instantly. Not nice. You can have scar marks all over your body, and...
Yes, that's why you buy test kits or you get steroids from a pharmacy overseas. A lot of people will order pharmaceutical grade steroids from countries like Turkey where they're legal to produce and pharmacies can sell them. So, by the way, you could say this about literally any drug. It's not necessarily a downside.
It's me, Vegan Gains. Fuck you all, you Wally, you stupid cunt.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate the donation, Vegan Gains.
And a lot of people become psychologically addicted to steroids. They're not chemically addictive, really, but they can be psychologically addictive, meaning you simply...
That does not matter. Your claim is that steroids do not enhance sports performance. What does it matter if they're addictive?
Like the results too much, then give them up. And especially when you consider the fact that you're probably going to have much lower testosterone ever. And all of this leads me to think that there's really no good reason to do steroids unless you're only interested in aesthetics. Unless...
Vegandale Black Friday tickets are $9 this week. Do you think you'll be going again? $9 a ticket is a good price. I think I might grab two. Worst case Ontario, I lose $18 and don't end up going. Those Japanese rice squares almost make it worth going again.
I don't know if I'll buy the tickets that early, but yeah, I'm probably going to go regardless. Thanks for the donation, Sanderbling. Wow, this guy is a genuine fucktard. He's claiming... the only reason to take steroids would be for aesthetic purposes, and he thinks they don't enhance sports performance. If only this guy had coached Brock Lesnar, Alistair Overeem, John Jones, like how many fucking UFC fighters have been popped for fucking steroids? Mark Coleman, Fedor was probably on gear. Mirko Krokop, Vanderlei Silva, and like how many fucking like Olympic gold medalists, like Ben Johnson, Carl Lewis, Lance Armstrong. If only he was their coach, he could have told them they would have been better athletes if they didn't take steroids. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Unless you only want to look formidable because perhaps you don't feel like you have much power in your life, because you want to be more dominant, maybe you've had a bad experience or something and you just need to get that kick. Maybe you're not consciously aware of that, but I can't think of any other possible explanation. A lot of people just want to be big because they want to feel powerful because they're fragile inside, and so they take steroids to get there. But the thing is that steroids announce themselves. For all these reasons, it's usually pretty obvious who is and isn't using steroids. You're going to have that redder skin and the acne and the back knee and the thinning hair, and people are going to...
Oh, it's so obvious when people are using. That's why the most tested athletes in all of sports can get away with taking them. Because it's so obvious when people are using it. Right? Like, remember when Lance Armstrong had, like, the red skin and huge bulging muscles and traps that went up to his ears, and he had acne, and he would, like, beat up his girlfriend because she didn't put the milk in the right side of the fridge? Like, this guy's a fucking moron. Why do you think the Olympics literally spends billions of dollars on fucking steroid testing? It's because it's not exactly obvious who's fucking taking them, dipshit.
Sometimes I leave a little poop on my asshole for later. Do you know about this? Do you do this? Sometimes I put my dick in random holes into drywall to let them crawl around on my bullshit. You should try this. Have you done this? Sometimes I fuck my mattress.
No, I've never done that intentionally. Thanks for the donation though, Scare Theater.
No, use steroids. You can have that posture. The development of certain muscles will be bigger, like the traps, because they have a higher proportion of androgen receptors. All of this means that someone looks at you and thinks they use steroids. They instantly lose a lot of respect for your results because, sure, you still worked hard. Again, this is something people always say online. Oh, you still have to work hard. They're still admirable. I mean, yeah, but they got better results than if they hadn't. So it's less impressive than if they hadn't used the steroids. People see that.
Wow, this guy is a massive, like, fucking cuck jealous bitch. This is a scrawny fucking weakling who's trying to cope for his own inadequacies by claiming, oh, well, steroid users didn't work as hard for it, and they're also in bad health, and there's also no reason to take steroids because it doesn't actually make you a better athlete, and the only reason you take them is to look better. Fuck you, dude, you fucking judgmental prick.
They know that. At the same time, it's like just wearing a banner around your neck saying, I'm insecure. Because, again, why else would you...
You're insecure. Why else would you make this fucking video?
Do it other than to impress other people. You're putting your life at serious risk. You're impairing your performance, your brain function, your testosterone production, your sleep, your health, your relationships, your bank, your finances, all just to look impressive. And why?
No, I'm pretty sure, like, pro athletes like Lance Armstrong, who have become mega millionaires, didn't take steroids just to look prettier. I'm pretty sure.
Again, it can only be insecurity. So when you look at someone who's taking steroids, you don't think, again, wow, what a specimen. You think, what a shame. And I'm sorry if this was a more negative and pessimistic video than I normally make.
Like, what exactly screams insecurity from taking steroids? Like, could I say this guy's insecure because he, like, works out at all? Are you insecure about, like, who you are as a person? Is that why you have to, like, lift weights and have muscles? Is that why you watch your diet so that you have abs? Because you're insecure? Like, oh, you drive around in a nice Mustang? Are you insecure about something? You wasted your money on a car that's expensive. Like, clearly you're insecure and trying to make up for something because you'd waste your money on a stupid car. Oh, why do you have such a big house? You don't need that. You're single. You live alone. Are you trying to make up for something? Do you feel inadequate? Is that why you got that big house? Oh, you like went to school to become like a doctor and stuff? Are you insecure? Like, do you think you're stupid? Is that why you had to go to school and get like a advanced degree and make money because you're insecure? Like, people do things like maybe just because they have an interest in doing them. Maybe they want to be bigger and stronger than you, and the only way they can do that is with steroids. Some people also want to drive a nicer car than you. Some people want a bigger house than you. Some people want different things in life, jackass. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean insecurity. If anyone is fucking insecure here, it's you with this bullshit-ass fucking video.
You know, I like to generally focus on the positive, but I just think it's really important to put it out there because, you know, apparently more and more people are using steroids, especially younger people, which is ridiculous. And this is the other thing. Some people go like, oh, it's terrible that young guys are using steroids. And yes, that is absolutely terrible, but it's terrible whatever age you are because you're destroying your body. There's the odd exception of people who genuinely need hormone replacement therapy. And if you go to your doctor, a real doctor, and they tell you that,
like, you think steroids is the only way to destroy your body? Like, by the way, this guy promotes, like, martial arts on his YouTube channel. He has a few videos.
Vegan stains. I bet all your white XXL underwear for your fat Negro bottom has the meanest, most aggressive poo stains. Don't go about your day acting like you are a successful anus wiper. You take 2 pieces of roll, fold, wipe and flush. Washing matchy.
How did you know?
Thoughts on these shirts? Need to expand my wardrobe before the holidays and the family events lol.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Jacked Up. Let me see this. Yeah, I mean, if you're going out in public and you want to do some activism, will you join my Ausla? What's an Ausla? Yeah, what's an Ausla? I'm familiar with Watership Down, but I don't know what an Ausla is. That one's just a little confusing. Yeah, it's alright. Like, again, if you want to get a shirt for activism, not bad choices. Thanks for the donation, Twat Destroyer. So this guy says steroids destroy your body, but he promotes martial arts, including boxing, on his YouTube channel. You know how devastating sports like boxing and MMA are on your fucking brain health? Have you ever heard of CTE? There are literally MMA fighters who have become fucking retarded. MMA fighter CTE. So just watch over only a few years the amount of brain damage this guy has from MMA.
Hey, how's it going? This is me, Nan Fan. Just getting done with my morning run. Now I'm getting ready to train at my school at the Madu Academy.
Yeah, hey, done. 10 miles morning. Woke up late. But I did run 5 miles. It doesn't sound as good. Fresh.
So in 10 years, this guy literally became retarded and can barely speak.
I wrestled some wrestler guy who's good and stuff. Kept the pressure on him. Eventually I got to the takedown and stuff like that. I got 4-2. Took his back. Get into my family and my close friends. They care about me. They don't want to see me get hurt. Man, I was thinking, Asian brother can't get no love, man. And how he's doing? It's about a few days. It's Tuesday. It's about a few days after my fight. I put him with her.
So this self-righteous jackass is talking about how, oh, steroids are for like fucking insecure morons who just want to look better, and it's going to destroy your body, and it's also going to make you dumber. And then he promotes martial arts as a sport on his fucking YouTube channel, and this is what martial arts does to you if you actually practice it professionally or even amateur. Like, you can do a lot of amateur fighting and have this fucking happen to you.
Fight.
So, yeah, gee, like, there's a lot of ways that you can fuck up your body and mind. Steroids aren't the only fucking way to do it.
then of course it can improve your life. But also don't listen to so many of these influencers who are all just using testosterone replacement therapy to, maintain their regular levels. Because, I mean, if you look at them and their age, it's almost always patently untrue. They're still using steroids. They're still not natural. And it's, again, it's not impressive. It's lame. So I guess I'm just trying to say, please don't go that route. And if you, get offended by this, please still keep watching and like my videos, because I need you. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for watching.
What a loser. That guy is just a fucking self-righteous loser.
It does seem that way. You can't just be like,
Yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think, will I see my children? I don't know.
The Democratic counterpart to QAnon, known as BlueAnon, is running wild with election conspiracy theories. Like its right-wing counterpart, QAnon, the far left's BlueAnon, is also rooted in denialism at all costs. Trump cheated began to trend on X after the race was called in his favor.
Yeah, who cares? It's just random retards online. You can find anybody supporting any stupid-ass opinions.
Let me know in the comments.
Let me see.
That's right. Another mogul mail. I'm going back to back. And I gotta say, guys, what the heck? I looked at my analytics on this channel after taking a 10-week hiatus, and thousands of you guys unsubscribed. Okay, joke's over. We can resubscribe now. I might take a little bit longer in between videos, but when I really want to talk about something, I'm gonna make a damn video. Like today, where we're talking about the Twitch Adpocalypse. Why? Because I was talking to my friend Shake about it last night, and I wanted to look up a video to learn more about it, and there was none. So I decided, okay, I will make one. And today, I should preface, we are going to basically be talking about 3 points around the Twitch Adpocalypse. What is it? How did it happen? And what should happen next to fix it? That's really what I want to address today. And so we should start with first, ads on Twitch. Because I'm old enough on Twitch that back in my day, on status, I get it, it was cringe to run ads. People didn't do it. And it made sense. People would already be paying your subscribers for your content. So why would you also be taxing people by making them watch ads? It was something you just didn't really do until Twitch made a bit of a change. They started to tell you how much money you would make if you were to run ads. And they also ran a program that subsidized that amount of money. So they basically say like, okay, well, this is how many viewers you have. If you were to run like 3, 6, 9 minutes of ads an hour, we could pay you like a couple $1,000s. And not only could we will guarantee pay you that amount of money, and you just do the deliverables and, it all sort itself out. They're basically subsidizing people running ads. Now, they only ran this program for like a few months, but it worked. It created a culture where streamers now knew how much they would make if they ran ads, and it became a part of their lifestyle and overall income. And so now people run ads. And you should know this if you've ever tried to watch a subathon in the past couple of years, because those are basically ad farms, man. Live 732 hours in a month. That's 732 hours to run ads, baby. And thankful to the boys at FaZe for leaking their income. We know how much money you can make from ads alone. Now, I'm not sure. It's possible that Ron might have photoshopped this image a bit, little inspect element. But if we take it at face value, he says he earned $1.2 million during his subathon, and he only had 63,000 subscribers. Now, I say only because if you do the math, that 63,000 subscribers is $220,000, which means he made an extra $1 million. That's not from bits. That would mostly be from ads. And what makes this even more realistic and more impressive in my mind, Jason was the biggest in the FaZe group for their subathon. In terms of subs, he had the most subscribers. You can see 100,000 right here. And he made $500,000 total. It's a lot of money. Now, the light pink is the amount of money he made from ads. And you can see his ad density went down, right? He didn't make as much from ads. As opposed to somebody like Lacey, that's a lot of light pink. Now, ignore this number. I know is a fact. He inspect elemented this. This is a fake number. This number is real. So he made $70,000 less than Jason while having less than half as many subs, less average viewers. How? Because his ad density was so high. He's running an ad density equivalent to TV shows, okay? And he is able to make just from that hundreds of thousands of dollars in ads. I would not be surprised if Kai made as much, if not more money from his subathon in advertising than he did from all of the hundreds of thousands of subs he has.
How good am I at cooking? Not very.
This is all kind of gone now. The advertisers are pulling out. It is true. And streamers are making a lot less money this month.
Good. Hopefully this forces Dan Clancy to step down as CEO. This is entirely due to anti-Semitism on the Twitch platform.
Okay, how do we know this? Well, Twitch streamers are talking about it. Here is Quinn. What the hell?
Death of Rabbit donated $2. Here's my 100 pounds pull-up. I did a 405 deadlift, but I couldn't lock out my hips. I did 225 bench, very easy. After the new cycle, I should be able to hit 245 bench. Very good pull-up strength, dude. I don't think I'd be able to do that. But that is very impressive. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
So you're getting, wait. Oh, bro, you're just getting no ad money at all.
All right, here's Moon also talking about it.
Saw, like,
trying to get a wide array of streamers.
Adpocalypse, blah, 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 blah. Out of curiosity, I want to check my revenue.
In the last 2 days I've streamed, I received $0 on ads.
And then finally, here's Stock Guy actually showing his analytics. You can see how much money he is making from ads and how far it has dropped. For some people, it's half. For some people, they're making 10, 20% of what they used to make. And the way ads worked on Twitch for a long time was a very simple calculation. What is your viewership? Okay. What is your ad density? How many ads are you running an hour? And where are your viewers from? Because advertisers view viewers differently depending on their location. That is it. That is the only factors that went in. And then however much money Twitch made from advertising, they would pay you out like a percentage portion, all right? You know, something like 30, 40, 50, some percent based off your deal of how much money they made from the advertisers. The issue is that only works if they have advertisers. And a lot of advertisers have pulled out, okay? They have pulled out and it has hit Twitch hard. All right, and I'll talk in a minute what my prediction is for what will happen to that advertising money. But first, we have to talk about why they pulled out. Where did the advertisers go? Do they hate Twitch all of a sudden? Well, the genesis of this, as far as I can tell, is when Asmon got banned off of Twitch. Because see, Asmon got...
Yeah, he is blaming this on Asmongold when the ADL had specific issues with Hassan, Frogan, that insane TwitchCon thing where they're claiming if you're Arab, you're cool, but if you're Jewish, you're a piece of shit. But it's all Asmongold's fault. Right.
Got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people, some very negative comments about Palestinian people. He got banned off of Twitch. And this sort of caused a domino effect.
This guy slurps Hassan's ball grease.
Or like, okay, you ban Asmon for saying this thing about Palestinian people, but you know, what about this person saying this thing about this people? And that happened a lot because this is an issue Twitch has been dealing with for years.
Yeah, I've already watched the new John Bravo vid.
Which is inconsistency in their bans, right? They have their code of conduct, their terms of service, whatever. They have to ban based off of that.
No, the issue isn't with inconsistency in their bans per se. It's with their anti-Semitism.
And sometimes it's not upheld consistently. All right. And so this.
Look, I don't think any advertisers really care if like a girl flashes her nipples and she only gets like a 3-day ban, but if a dude shows his butt crack, he gets a 30-day ban. What they're really concerned with is the fucking anti-Semitism and people like Frogan calling Jews pieces of shit, and Hassan literally promoting terrorist propaganda while again spreading that same anti-Semitism, and Twitch geo-blocking fucking Israel.
This became, you can see October 16th, the day Asmon got banned, a very common trend. All right. Oh, you ban Asmon. Well, what about when Frogan said this, crazy thing about U.S. soldiers? All right. And Twitch got.
Yeah, crazy thing about U.S. soldiers. Make sure you don't mention what she actually said, where she said she hopes they all get PTSD.
Basically, controversy after controversy after controversy. All right. And at first.
I love how he avoids even talking about Hassan. Fucking the guy who said America deserves 9/11. Oh, Houthi terrorists are my bros. I support Houthi terrorists.
React to this. You ara 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 you.
Thanks for the donation, Kid Frieza. We'll check that out in just a minute.
Hey Richard, could you check out this cool little yo-yo compilation I made?
I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I had a feeling. I just had a gut feeling, and I should have known better.
Seems to me that the Democrats can't figure out why they lost. And I'm going to explain that before
Why didn't I? I just fucking knew it.
I get this show started. So that way I can get it out of the way and we can spend more time with victory. So here's why the Democrats lost. Now, as you guys know, Biden won the election in 2020, won the blue wall and everything. So, the curtain was lifted. The show had begun in 2021. The audience is sitting there anticipating a great show. But then it just started there, you know. The Democrats and the community, I will refer to them as the community. They first started asking, how many genders are there?
Sengoku donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, Jesus Christ, dude. It's funny how 45 pounds can make such a difference. Yeah, he's pretty goddamn jacked. He actually looks a lot bigger when he's not on stage because he has to be at a lower body weight for the, you know, stupid physique competition he does. But he actually looks way more fucking impressive before he, like, has to dehydrate to make body weight. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
2. No, it ain't 2. It's 6 genders. No, it's 13 genders. No, it's 20 genders. No, it's 50 genders.
Trans issues had nothing to do with the outcome of the election.
Any answer other than what I just said, we're going to cancel you, we're going to ostracize you, we're going to get you fired from your job, and we will banish you off into the shadow realm. And then the audience was surprised. They didn't know what to think of it. They were startled. They couldn't figure it out. But they figured out, okay, there's just a couple of eeks and squeaks in it there. Let's sit back and see what happens for the next 4 years. So, then, you know, that reparations thing that they've been dangling.
The Democrats have not been talking about reparations. What the fuck what is he talking about?
On a fish line, like a worm on a hook, to the Negroes, my brothers and sisters, saying, you go vote for us. We're going to get you these reparations. And yes, it faded away like my fade that I used to have back in the 90s. Flat top, skin tight fade. With an excuse saying we need to come up with the funds. Yet, all of a sudden the funds somehow surprisingly went to the Ukrainians that happened to be white. That from another country.
They are mostly given money in the form of munitions, not in liquid cash.
Billions and billions and billions of dollars went to them, and they had never paid any taxes. And who had to foot the bill for those taxes? The Negro.
The U.S. saved money by giving weapons to Ukraine. Otherwise, the munitions we gave them would have to be disposed of, which is a very expensive process.
And then the audience realized this was no longer a game. And they started getting restless. And the great one, me, Vince Goodrum, decided to send a shout out to the Democrats. Give them a word. Hey, this is your conservative pal, Vince Goodrum. I wanted to pass along this message there, that the natives are getting restless. The Democrats and the community just said, just a little more heat. Just a little more heat. Okay. So then all of a sudden, this bald-headed mustache, I'm not even going to call the person's name out, hired by Biden, decided to go and get caught stealing women's clothes. an embarrassment to the cabinet. And then
Who the fuck is he talking about?
there was the White House party where someone...
So all the sex scandals with Trump cheating on his wife with a porn star and shit, that doesn't mean anything, but... Oh yeah, and the relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. That doesn't mean anything. But some guy Biden knows stealing women's clothes is an issue?
Someone showed their tatas on TV. And then, of course...
Kamala Harris and her father are anti-Semites. Do you have any proof for that?
Of course, we know about transgender sports, which I still am up on the roof about it there. But the natives started getting more restless. So the great one, Vince Goodrum, yelled out to the Democrats and to the community, the natives are getting restless, folks. Can it with the heat. Yet the Democrats and the community just said, just a little more heat. Just a little more heat. And then finally, the cream of the crop, the last possible thing ever that drew so much heat was Palestine. Palestine attacked Israel, raped and murdered and tortured unarmed citizens.
No, there was one guy who raped a single detainee who was likely a Hamas terrorist, and he was not an Israeli citizen.
Now, normally you would know naturally who to side with, but instead the Democrats and the community.
Oh yes, Vince is very restarted.
Helped out the Palestinians who would have thrown them off of a building, knowing that they're gay. And yet, they still helped out Palestinians, the same people that if they went to their country, they would have been thrown off of a building. Literally speaking. And these Palestinian protesters went to universities and beat on the Jewish people and stuff. Everything accumulated into one thing. The natives were no longer restless. They got up out their seats, and on election day, they shut down the show and found a new person to run the show.
No, they voted for Trump because of the economy, and they're too stupid to understand any of Trump's economic policies. Vince is a fucking idiot.
This was maybe just some like social media stuff, but then there was a concerted effort by people to go straight to the advertisers, all right? Because Twitch wasn't buckling. They weren't like banning other people for their comments based off the social media blow up. They were just kind of holding fast. They banned Asmin. They're like, okay, we're good now. Please leave us alone. That did not work. They were not left alone. Not only were they not left alone, their advertisers were not left alone. And this is one of the other genesis I can see of advertisers now getting involved after the Asmin ban. And here's a tweet that said, made a video of what you can do. It's a long video, so I'll just distill it. But basically, it was email the advertisers that Twitch worked with who were displayed prominently in sections that people viewed as like anti-Semitic and get them involved. Okay? He says, fuck Twitch for making me do this cancel culture, cuck fucks, and loser shit. But that is exactly what happened. It was a attempt at creating an adpocalypse. Attempt very successful. Now, Twitch tried to curb this. They tried to appease advertisers and also the Anti-Defamation League, who was getting involved, and they banned several Arab streamers following a Habibi rating panel that was at TwitchCon, and you can see the sponsors are in the background of this. This was going viral. I promise you, all of these sponsors got thousands of emails in the...
Sup VG? Do all the Streamlab donors go after posted? Do they disappear forever? Is there a record of what I asked you on Streamlab? Also, will that yo-yo video get you banned? Or did you close it in time? Thanks VG.
It's not a big deal. As long as I delete the stream, I shouldn't have any issues. YouTube has some interesting policies when it comes to nudity, and this also isn't a child-friendly stream. So they don't take nudity that seriously. And again, I clicked off it like pretty much immediately. You can look up the donation history. I don't know how far back it goes. When I just look at my dashboard, I can't look that far back, but there's another section where you can look further back in the donos, but I don't know exactly how far back it goes. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling.
In their inbox after this. And it worked. Now, you might think to yourself, okay, well, Ludwig, this was like a month ago, right? We're November 16th now. Asman got banned October 16th. The banning of the people at the TwitchCon panel was October 21st. Well, how do you think ad deals work? It rolls over the next month. So the reason ad rates plummeted in November is because all those advertisers pulled out for the month of November. And there's no way in that 2-week period for Twitch to resell a bunch of ad slots to brand new advertisers, especially when brand new advertisers are going to see this blowing up on social media and not want to touch it with a 60-foot pole. You get me? All right. So there's currently in Twitch world a piss match, right? Hassan is blaming Asman Gold for the Adpocalypse for teaming up with people who he says, and Asman is
my nigger Vegan Gains, aka Richard Burgess, cousin of Vince Goodrum.
Yeah, that's me. Thanks for the donation, penis.
looking at me and blaming me. I want to say you're welcome. Taking blame himself and probably talking about DEI again for the 100th time, if I had to guess. Now, what is Twitch doing about it? Twitch has done two main things. The first one is they're trying to have the most perfectly crafted, curated conduct policy to be able to catch all things that could offend anyone and make advertisers as happy as possible. And this is a very hard thing to do in an ever-changing world. Their latest change has been making the term Zionist along with a mean term now prohibited. Now that gets you banned off the website. The other thing they have done is they are now using tags as a way to demonetize creators. So, there's this thing on Twitch that people usually use as jokes called tags. So like Kai's tags are short and loud. Asman's tags are bald, okay? But some of the tags are very legitimate and well used, like the language tags.
Animal Liberation and Utilitarians. When squatting or deadlifting, should I be doing a warm-up set with lightweight, or should I just go right to the working set weight? You should obviously be doing warm-up sets with lighter weight. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation. Appreciate the donation. Dodo donated $2. There's reportedly a lot of fighting between Trump's advisors and Elon Musk. Yeah. It's because they all know Elon Musk is a fucking retard. I think it's gonna get very messy because Trump and Elon both have enormous egos. How do you predict it going? I think Trump and Elon are gonna have a massive, massive falling out. Elon Musk is clearly trying to run the presidency and tell Trump what to do. And when Trump finds that out, he's going to be pissed off and he's going to basically boot Elon as soon as he gets the chance. And then Elon is probably going to spill a bunch of dirt on Trump and probably try to blackmail him. And then Trump is probably going to sick a bunch of lawyers on him, and then there's probably going to be a big legal battle. That's what I see happening. I'd be very surprised if it turns out any other way.
Elon Musk, Kid Rock, and Cabinet Picks Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard. Ardoni O'Sullivan was outside the garden.
Are you guys excited for tonight?
Of course, bro. Chandler knocking out Oliveira in the second round. Mark my words.
Bow, 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 bow. How? We are here at Madison Square Garden for the UFC with special guest President-elect Donald J. Trump. And we are speaking to some of the young men who helped get Trump elected.
Saving our country. I don't got no taxes on my tips now. So thank you, Donald Trump. Love you, Pookie.
You guys both vote for Trump?
Of course.
Yeah?
Of course, man. I've been working at the same restaurant.
Read the comments calling out Ludwig. I'll do that in a minute.
4 years. I've been a waiter. I've been a busser. I've been a bar back. I just don't. All the taxes that. Can I curse? No, I'm not.
Oh, curse as much as you would.
They you up, man.
Well, I mean, where did you get most of your news and information?
Most of
Twitter.
it through.
I know it's not CNN, which is, that's why I'm here.
Actually,
I want to hear.
Actually, most of the information I got was from Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan.
Legend.
Yes. Joe Rogan for political commentary.
Yeah. But mostly, social media, if you want to be fun.
stuff.
Yeah, where'd you get your news?
Like Reddit.
Yeah.
A lot of podcasting.
Yeah, like who?
Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Do you think it was a mistake for Harry?
Well, they're all UFC fans. You know, what do you expect? So just idiots.
Go fuck myself. Go fuck myself. Cock cock cock. Ban me. Pinist penished penis tell non wib is so hot.
All right, well, thanks for that, Alawali. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Death to all Muslims. Praise Allah. Don't forget to pray and wash between your toes, fags. I love cock but I hate the gays.
Well, I cannot support that comment because wishing death upon any group of people is wrong. But thanks for the donation, Muhammad. Ludwig, you're better off not covering a topic if you have to tiptoe around so much of so much stuff to avoid offending friends. Yeah, really. Going to have to refute some of this video, honestly, it's adding more fuel to the fire that doesn't even exist. The reason people are seeing no ad revenue is because none of us ever have.
Most competent pro-meat debater you've come across?
Most competent pro-meat debater. I can't say any have been... They just use different arguments. I wouldn't say any of them are particularly competent. Like, none of them are more competent than anyone else. They just use different stupid arguments. You know, like... Some will make a bad health argument, some will make a really bad ethics argument, where, like, they'll claim they're moral nihilists so they don't care either way, but then they'll contradict themselves when I test their epistemic standards. So they're just lying. But, yeah, I can't say anybody is any more competent than someone else. Thanks for the donation, though, James Wolf. Lud kept criticizing Mr. Beast for not speaking out against his friends, other YouTubers for not speaking, and then drops the shit.
Sorry about that asshole earlier who trolled you with the yo-yo thing. Here is a legit picture of a cool yo-yo trick. No funny business.
This says it's a video. I'm very worried, but there's the yo-yo. There's the yo-yo. Okay. I don't know if I'm comfortable showing any yo-yo photos or videos anymore. Thanks for the donation, Yosef. Other YouTubers for not speaking, and then... Oh, wait. No, it was this one. I'm sorry you're so scared of your girlfriend's boyfriend, man. It'll be alright. Ludwig knowing exactly why this is happening and who is causing it, but being unable to say why and who for obvious reasons is hilarious. I don't know why he'd even bother uploading this video when everyone, like, fucking knows he's an idiot.
And some are now enforced, like the politics tag. And if you have a tag like politics or something maybe like sexual themes, well, then you're not going to be making money off ads. And we know that because here's a clip of someone talking about that who has those sexual theme tags.
So this month I play like 3 hours ad and I get 0.08 USD money from it.
She played 3 hours of ads and she made 8 cents. Okay, 8 cents total. Now, what's going to happen next? The ad money's going to come back. Maybe not to where it was before.
No, not until they make pretty big changes to their platform. Like all these big advertisers like Samsung, Disney, they've pulled out.
I'm gay for cocaine. I also love to go to Thailand and fuck little boys. It's the best. Love you all. Don't forget to check out my latest vid and eat lunch lay. Alright, now I have to get back to fucking little boys. Bye fags.
Alright, well, just send this to the FBI. The FBI. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Beast.
Or at least not for a while. But
where can I find the full video from that yo-yo incident? Legit turned me on. I'd love to be strapped down while my mistress is torturing the head of my sensitive cock like that.
I don't know. You're gonna have to look for it yourself. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
But we know this because this has happened before. If you remember, YouTube had an adpocalypse in 2017. A lot of people blame PewDiePie for it. I would argue that's a bit reductive. In the same way, it might be reductive to blame a single person for the adpocalypse on Twitch today. At that same time that PewDiePie had a video with a bunch of edgy jokes, there were also terrorist training videos found on YouTube that had advertisers on them. All right? But the thing is, it's not like if you go to YouTube, there isn't fucked up shit on there still. You know, there's definitely still stuff that advertisers would.
YouTube has way more controls over, you know, ad space than Twitch does. Way more. So if you're an advertiser, you have way more safety advertising on YouTube versus Twitch.
Would not want to advertise on. I can look this shit up if I want. All right, you can look this up. If you look up nude yoga, there's some shit on there that advertisers do not want to be on. That is still available on YouTube.
Yeah, but again, it's demonetized and advertisers know where their ads are going to be. On Twitch, they don't.
Because there should be a difference on what is available to watch on a platform and what advertisers want to be a part of on a platform. Not everything that's on a platform should just be stuff that advertisers want to see. We should not become Coco Melon TV on every single platform. In the same way that not everything on a platform should be only things advertisers don't want. Like, well, let's be frank, Kick. Okay, you don't want both of those realities. You need a mix. But to have a mix, you need a lever to be able to punish people accordingly. And what I mean by that is right now.
Well, no, you need like AI tools and shit like YouTube has, which Twitch doesn't have. They're probably never going to have because they just have completely incompetent fucking staff, terrible moderation. And again, they're probably going to go bankrupt in like the next year or two.
Out on Twitch, the biggest problem that I see is the only way they have to punish people, or the main way they've had to punish people, is a ban. And a ban is very...
Retarded, sratted, retarded, regarded, dedrated, dedrasted, detrastrated, dedrated, drata, shwesh. Sway.
Thanks for that, Alawali. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Very strict. It is 100 to 0. Turn the water off. Okay? You cannot make any content at all anymore, at all, ever. All right? That's a little bit strict. On YouTube, they have a pretty good system. You've probably heard of it, right? Most videos, if everything's good to go, they're monetized. Okay? Maybe that's what the green money sign is. Maybe you have the gray money sign. That means you didn't monetize it. Okay? You just didn't monetize that shit. Red means you can't monetize it. Now, this could be for copyright or because maybe what the content is about. That's what the red is. You can't monetize it. And then there's yellow, which is this video in YouTube, if you ever ask them, will always say this, is not being suppressed by the algorithm, but will not be shown to advertisers. Now, YouTubers will always tell you that if it has the yellow money sign, it is being suppressed. The views are worse. YouTube says the opposite, but fact remains, this does not make money. The advertisers will not go in this video. Now, there's another section, which is yellow with the 18 plus. So not only can they not be monetized, the channel must be 18 plus to watch. Those do get suppressed, obviously, because it's just being shown to less people total. But this is the system that YouTube uses now. And it spawned, in part, from the adpocalypse. As opposed to all content being equal and being able to be monetized.
They had that prior to the adpocalypse. That's nothing new.
It's just based off those three factors: views, ad density, where the viewers are from. It is now also based off what the content of the what the contents of the content is. You get me? And Twitch hasn't had a good way to do that. I think this tag system is also not the best way to do that because people can lie quite easily about tags, and tags are seen as a bit of a joke. So imagine if you had to do on Twitch, is what I think they should do, the same thing you have to do on YouTube when you upload a video. When you start up a stream, you have to do this. So when you upload a YouTube video, first thing you have to do, does it have paid advertising? You have to disclose, all right? This is required. They instantly make you do that. I think that'd be a good thing. All right, if I want to monetize it, yeah, I want to make some money. Let's make some money. Fuck it. It'll make you go to an ad suitability form. And basically, I have to fill out, okay, do I have some censored profanity or words like hell or damn? Did I say bitch, douchebag, or asshole? Yeah, I did do that. Okay. Does it have adult sexual content? Okay. Yeah, I had romance and kissing. Okay. Myself. Now, you could say, well, you would, and I have been a bit of a victim of this. It looks like you might have made some mistakes. And what happens is now I have more bots. Basically, more bots check my shit because I was wrong. Because
Mr. Slappy, don't need to tell her, Zero Richard, I'm pretty hot, tall, and have good social skills, but work a job with little human contact and don't have any social media. How can I get to the hose? Do you have any advice on what I should do? And no, I don't think hobbies will get me hose. Well, you need to make an Instagram account, and I'd also link your Instagram to whatever dating app you want to use. And then go from there. Thanks for the donation, though, Mr. Slappy.
Every time I do it, I just say, yeah, I have some slight swearing, and sometimes I have a bit more swearing because I'm playing League with some degenerate assholes. But that is, to me, how Twitch should work, right? They'll need some bots to be able to scour the content. They'll probably have to do this manually. But what's, I think, not very realistic, because they haven't been able to do this in the past decade that I have known Twitch, the website, is they cannot continue to make their main way of demonetization banning by upholding their code of conduct and their terms of service. They should continue to ban people when people are breaking it. But they're going to fuck up, they're going to miss, and they're missing way too much. At a certain point, you have to realize, hey, man, hang up the fucking jersey. All right, we need a new solution because your ban solution isn't working. So anyway, that's the Adpocalypse. The reason I say some of the money will return is because the way it worked on YouTube is the month after the Adpocalypse that I believe happened in February.
I love how he didn't acknowledge that Hassan has everything to do with this.
Ad rates dropped by 70, 80% for some people, and then mellowed out to about, I think, a 30% reduction after a couple of months. So I expect at least by, well, maybe December, because advertisers love advertising in December, ad rates will be back up a bit, probably not to where they were, and maybe in a year from now, if Twitch does good, and they're able to actually show.
No, I don't think any of these advertisers are going to come back until they ban political content.
Content for advertisers that advertisers want to be shown, then they might be back all the way. That would be the steps that they need to take. Anyway, I stream over here on YouTube sometimes, so I don't got to worry about any of this shit, but that's what's going on.
No, I've never bartended before.
Welcome back, Defend.
Before I was under.
Today there are.
Here, no.
Thank you, Simon.
Not that. There we are.
To take on ongoing issues such as these, but the only way we move forward as a country, as students, as future lawyers, as leaders, is to tackle a very contentious topic. You also got my speech. He's currently the director of UK Lawyers Division. And Professor Steve Zitterstein from UCLA is being live for over 60 expectations. Please do not already cheer or boo. It's something. So just give you that context. Followed by 5-minute comment by Mr. Campo, then a 5-minute comment by Professor.
Oh, I see they have fantastic audio for the debate.
We will then open it to questions from the floor. So let's begin on Mr. Huber. 10 minutes.
All right, thank you everybody for coming. I'm Cenk. I am not a lawyer in international law or war crimes, so just to give you that context, but I think I can explain this in later.
Yeah, so I have no knowledge or expertise about the topic we're talking about, but I do blab a lot and I lie, so, you know, I think that gives me more credibility.
Language terms that are clear now. The latest tweets I have is that I did take a course at Columbia Law with Helfer Taylor, who was one of the prosecutors at the Nuremberg trials. And so I want to start by talking about October 7th. 36 kids were killed among 1,200, and sometimes I picture them riding a bicycle or playing soccer with their friends, or maybe their mom just brought out milk and cookies. And it's heartbreaking.
VG, have you ever been a fag before? I'm a faggy. I'm transy. Shitty.
No, I don't think I've ever been a fag before. It's nothing I've really ever experienced. Thanks for the donation, though, non-wib.
And if that doesn't break your heart that Hamas killed us.
Bootycum, donate $2. I thought we were watching this one.
Well, here's a question. Do you think that Hamas intentionally fights to induce civilian casualties?
2 days ago, yeah, let's do that. This is better audio anyway. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Yeah, no.
Both parties do it.
Okay, so you're not willing to admit that.
Wow. So Cenk is claiming Hamas does not conduct warfare to increase civilian casualties. I'd love his explanation for why they make terror tunnels under civilian infrastructure and don't use military uniforms when fighting in Gaza.
Yeah, you don't live in reality. Like, I don't know what to say.
No. How dare you resist our oppression of you?
October
Why don't you
7th was
accept
not
it and love
resistance.
it?
That wasn't
And then I won't
resistance.
have
That
a
was just like
reason to
mass
kill
slaughter and rape
children.
of civilians. That was not resistance. What do you mean? October 7th
Well,
is not a resistance
look,
attack.
I mean, this is absurd.
Zionism today means Jewish supremacy between the river and the sea. There's no other way to describe it.
Today, I'm hosting a debate about the war in Israel with host of the Young Turks, Cenk Yuga, social media personality Stephen Bonnell, otherwise known as Destiny, and journalist Gideon Levy.
Discord time? Is somebody in the Discord? Nobody's in the Discord.
Cenk, let's start with you and talk about what's happening right now in Israel. So Israel have gone into Gaza. They said they've wiped out most of the
Do you want to talk about the Trinity on Discord right now? No, I don't give two fucking shits about that.
battalions of Hamas. I think 19 out of 21 or 20 out of 21. They said most of what Hamas have. They've killed 2 former leaders. Is there any chance of peace?
Well, that's 100% dependent on the Israelis because there's nothing left of Hamas. There's almost nothing left of the Palestinians. Over 43,500 people killed. There's 80% of the buildings destroyed in part, 90% of the population displaced. How much murder, mayhem, and slaughter is enough? And so the Palestinians and then all of the Arab League is ready for a peace deal. In fact, Hamas said yes to a ceasefire deal that Israel proposed back in July. So the reason Israel is not going towards peace is because this was never about.
Hamas has never offered a fucking peace deal. They've just lied with every single ceasefire agreement or peace deal they've ever had.
About defending itself. It was always about land acquisition. So Smotrich now, a cabinet minister, making it very clear and brazen, saying they're going to annex the West Bank. And all of
Damn it, VG, I can't take waiting for all these games anymore. Last of Us 3, Wolverine, GTA 6, Metal Gear Remake. It's killing me. What games are you waiting for?
I would say the 2 games that I'm most anticipating would probably be Metal Gear Remake and Wolverine. I don't really care too much about GTA 6 because I'm expecting it to be shit, just like GTA 5 and Red Dead 2. But yeah, in the near future, just Wolverine and Metal Gear Remake. But thanks for the donation, Gummy Gum.
Judeo-Samaria, which sounds like and is from the river to the sea. So this has always been a genocidal land acquisition. Now they're going into Syria, severe violations of their sovereignty. They're in southern Lebanon, more land, all while pretending to defend themselves. So,
wow. Oh my god. Because it's not like there's Iranians in Syria that are using that piece of land to smuggle weapons into... Oh yeah, and Russia. Russia and Iran are smuggling weapons from Syria into fucking Gaza and the West Bank.
if Israel wants a peace deal and a ceasefire, you could have it tomorrow, and everyone knows that. It's Israel that's being the warmongers, the aggressive colonial imperial empire that could tax everyone.
So when Cenk says this, it's just obvious he doesn't know anything about the ceasefire negotiations that have gone on for the past few months. Hamas will say, oh, we want a ceasefire. We're willing to trade hostages. And then Israel says, okay, cool. We want 20 hostages in order for, like 2-week ceasefire or something. Then Hamas will say, Well, we know where like 8 hostages are, and then Israel will be like, well, we want 20. And then Hamas says, well, we can give you 20, but we're not sure if, like, how many of them will be alive. And then Israel says, well, we're only interested in hostages that are alive. And then Hamas will say, oh, okay, well, we'll try to find as many of them that are alive as possible. And we also want you to sign an agreement that says that even if we don't uphold our end of the agreement, you still have to agree to the ceasefire. Like, they're not honestly negotiating, and they're using this tactic to make it seem as though Israel's deliberately prolonging the war for no reason, and Hamas actually wants peace. It's just a PR tactic that they're using.
I'm all you Wally, but retarded. I love trans women. I love trans woman. Cock non wib is so hot. Gulp egg.
Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, retarded all Wally.
One of its neighbors slaughters them and then takes their land.
Don't you think they need to, as someone who's living right next to Hamas, who wants to kill them and wants to kill the whole of Israel?
No, nonsense. This is what every imperial empire does. We have a right to defend ourselves. Look, I just did a debate last night at UCLA about international law regarding this. And as I researched genocide after genocide, Srebrenica, the Armenian genocide, and a dozen others, it's always the same pattern. The aggressive empire that is occupying and colonizing says, oh, I can't believe they resisted our occupation. They're the terrorist, terrible people. We have to kill them all because we have a right to defend ourselves. And then they talk about land acquisition. They say, well, we need a little bit extra room to protect ourselves for security. And then we need more room, and we take more and more land. And every time, in every instance, they say, well, you know, these no good insurgents, resistance, terrorists are hiding in their civilian population. So they made us kill all their civilians. As I explained last night about the Armenian genocide, where were they supposed to go? The Armenians that were resisting the Ottoman occupation. They were supposed to set up military barracks and go, hey, Ottomans, we're right here. Come and kill us. That's not how any of these resistance movements work. The occupation is brutal. It is a cancer in the Middle East. It is what is causing all of the problems. And just in July, the Knesset voted 68-9.
Like, again, they weren't occupying Gaza. They also weren't occupying the West Bank. There were no security checkpoints. It wasn't until the terror attacks. So they're blaming Israel for occupying territory that they had to, like, occupy for national security because they were committing terror attacks. So it's just so fucking retarded. Israel won't let us kill its civilians, and it's setting up checkpoints, and we don't like that, so we're going to kill you more.
All 9 were the Arab parties, so every Jewish party in Israel voted, there will never be a Palestinian state. So what do you do with a brutal occupier that says, I will never...
There will never be a Palestinian state because Palestinians don't give a shit about having a state. It's just a cynical ploy so that they can kill more Jews.
Allow you to exist. I will dehumanize you. I will kill you anytime I want. And now starving the people in northern Gaza. So what do you do with a brutal occupier like this? I'm pushing for peace with everything I've got. But the reality is, there's only one person or one group that could decide this. Isn't that...
Dude, I really wish I could have Dr. Avi debate Cenk. That would be fucking incredible. I hope I win the lottery so that I could just throw whatever money Cenk wants so that he would debate Avi for like 3 hours on this topic.
Netanyahu, Ben Gvir, Smotrich, and they have shown 1,000 times over, they're not interested in peace. They're not interested in humanity. They're interested in land, and everything else is nothing but sheer propaganda.
So you mentioned that the Knesset said that they voted to never have a two-state solution. I was in Israel a couple of weeks ago, and I was in the Knesset, and they told me that they voted, one of the liberal Knesset members told me that they voted that there shouldn't be a two-state solution right now, not never.
Oh, okay. It's been 57 years, and by the way, good news, Hamas says in their charter Israel shouldn't exist, but for now, you never know, they might change their mind tomorrow. Because you know how many times we've heard that excuse, oh, no, we have to kill all the Palestinians, because Hamas, an extremist group that naturally arises in any occupation, moderates do not rise up to resist an occupation, extremists do. And they've already said, and I voted to say they should never exist, but you never know, I could change my mind tomorrow. And really,
notice the word games he's playing. So he's conflating not allowing Palestinian people to exist with not allowing a Palestinian state to exist. Like, last time I checked, Israel isn't exterminating Palestinian people. Why is there a 20% Arab minority living within Israel? Huh? Can you explain that? Like, if they don't want them to exist, why didn't they just all, like, revoke their citizenship and force them into Gaza or the West Bank?
Ellie, you know this. Do the liberals in Israel, and Gideon can answer this, do they have any power? No, they're totally 100% out of power. The right-wing lunatics are in charge. And unfortunately, and this is what breaks my heart, because I'm still crazy and naive enough to believe in Israel and to think that it could make a comeback, that it could turn into a country that we all love and brings, goodness in the world. But right now, it is on a super dark path, and there is no excuse for, I'm not going to allow you to exist. I'm going to occupy and enslave you for the rest of time, and I'm the good guys? And when you resist, I will murder so much of your population, it will shock the world. How is that in any way the good guys?
Gideon, let's move on to you. What do you think? Do you think there's any chance for peace?
Not at the coming time. Not at all. Peace with whom? With Israel, who has no intention to make peace, with Hamas, who has no intention to make peace, with Hezbollah. I mean, it is so much off the table that the word by itself, peace, is off the table for a long time, at least in Israel. Who speaks about peace? Give us a ceasefire of 1 week. We'll be so grateful. Who speaks about peace now? Who can talk about peace? Who can dream about peace? It's off the table. Now, the terminology is, how long will we stay in Gaza? Will it be forever or maybe less? How big and wide will be the ethnic cleansing of the northern part of Gaza? Will it stop before the city of Gaza or after Gaza City? Those are the real questions now. And peace is really off the table. I mean, it's really so much not realistic even to mention it.
Okay. Stephen, what do you think?
Same answer. No, I don't think it'll happen for the same reason I said before. I think people view this incredibly differently on both sides. People have totally different stories about what's happened, and those two stories are irreconcilable. So as long as people still have like a totally different accounting in their mind of the things that have happened or why they've happened, there's no possible way that there can be reconciliation between both sides.
Do you think that there's a change of leadership in America? Do you think that will change anything?
I mean, maybe accelerate Palestinians on the path to destruction. I mean, Trump is the Huckabee appointment as ambassador to Israel is insane. I don't think that Trump is like a rabid pro-Zionist. I think he just likes Israel because old people like Israel. But from what I've heard of the Huckabee guy say, that guy, he knows all the Zionist lingo. I guess if you're a Westerner, anytime you hear somebody say like West Bank, I don't know what that is. You mean Judea and Samaria? That's like a huge dog whistle for, oh, this dude is fucking insane. Every time you hear that. So yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't think it looks good for I would say for the Palestinian people with Trump as president.
What about with the Abrahamic Accord?
By the way, it doesn't look good for Israel either. It looks very good for the apartheid. It looks very good for the settlers. It looks very good for continuing the occupation. It looks very good for more wars. But for the benefit of Israel, this administration is a catastrophe.
What about that they created the Abrahamic Accord? What about that they created the Abrahamic Accord?
So that's total nonsense. So what they did was, hey, all the people who want to make money with Israel, do you want to ignore the Palestinians and sign a nonsense peace deal on when we all agree already? And they're like, oh, yeah, sure. By the way, the real peace deal is all of the Arab nations have very clearly stated that they are totally in favor of a peace deal. They right to exist for Israel. There's no question about it. The debate is nonsense. There is one clear aggressor here. They're the ones who are rejecting peace. They're the ones who are grabbing land. And Gideon's on the ground, and he's telling you they're going to occupy and ethnically cleanse Gaza. Smotrich just told you they're going to try to annex the West Bank. This is as bad as it gets. I mean, this is a genocidal government that thinks, hey, we're back to the bad old days. We conquer people, we kill them, we humiliate them, and there's nothing the world can do about it. But I think there's two things here. One is something that is not at all hopeful, and the other is a little bit hopeful. So maybe. The thing that's not hopeful is, look, in all this time, I'm trying to protect Palestinian lives, now Lebanese lives, now, on and on, Iranian, Syrian, Israeli, all these lives, because war gets them all killed. Peace is the better path. I believe that we could have two beautiful states next to one another. But I'm also trying to protect Israel, because this is madness. And forget Israel. Honestly, I'm trying to protect my Jewish friends and family. And Israel is driving intense hatred, not just towards Israelis, but people aren't going to be rational and say, oh, no, that's the right-wing government of Israel. Israel can have a different government. It doesn't really represent all Jews in the world. People, unfortunately, don't think that rationally. So now they have driven anti-Semitism, what, 10-fold, 100-fold, 200-fold, all across the world. And now I'm afraid the Jews aren't going to be safe anywhere. This is insanity. Stop, you monsters. What are you doing to Israel, let alone Palestine? So that's the darkness. Now, in terms of a slight possibility.
Yes, let the Hamas terrorists kill you so that people like Jews. That makes a ton of sense.
I'm not saying that it's likely. It's unlikely. But Trump is a wild card. If any normal establishment, Republican or Democrat, was elected, they would bow their heads to Netanyahu and do 100% of what he wants. Trump will give him 200% of what he wants, unless you piss him off one day. And if one day he thinks that this position is making him less popular, and he doesn't need any more money to run for re-election, he doesn't need the $137 million in legalized bribes that Miriam Adelson gave him. And by the way, that's why we have Huckabee, Elise Stefanik at the UN, Mike Waltz as National Security Advisor, Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. That is Team Miriam. Those are the people in the Trump administration that are Israel first, America second. Okay, so that's the bad news. But I've seen Trump betray every creditor in his life. And I've seen him turn around on a dime and do things that are totally unexpected. So if this position makes him intensely unpopular, because it will, because Trump is going to lead to more war and more war. And when he does, and his anti-war base gets super pissed, if they get super pissed, there's your ray of tiny little bit of hope that Trump will go, yeah, I already got all the money from you idiots. I'm done with you. We're cutting off the funding. Now, if that happens, then that helps Israel. Because right now...
Your sound is cutting in and out.
Are you serious? Because I don't think it is. I'm looking at my audio peaks, and it doesn't look like it's cutting in and out. Thanks for the donation, though, fuck.
They're in a situation where power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And they have 100% of the power, and it's driving to make all the wrong decisions. And a good friend would take us out of that bar fight, right? And stop the madness. And the way you do that is to cut all funding to Israel.
Stephen, I just want to ask you specifically one of the things that Cenk said, which is that Israel is occupying Gaza, and that's why you see a lot of the retaliation from there. What do you think of that?
I mean, it's hard to prove a counterfactual, but I mean, if you're Israeli, you're just going to say we did, we would.
Funding to Israel.
Stephen, I just want to ask you.
We humiliate them, eat all
the peace,
slave you for the rest of time.
Peacefire.
That so.
Agree already. So now it's really unpopular because it's super pissed. It's wrong to
Israeli, you're just going to say we did, we would.
Oh my god.
Funding to Israel.
Stephen, I just want to ask you.
We humiliate them, eat all the
peace,
slave you for that one. Now, if that helps Israel, because right now
your sound is cutting in and out.
Are you serious? Because I don't think it is. I'm looking at my audio peaks, and it doesn't look like it's cutting in and out. Thanks for the donation, though, fuck.
They're in a situation where...
You're an asshole.
Withdrew from Gaza in 2005, and we got Hamas. We withdrew from Lebanon. We got Hezbollah. I mean, these are going to be the arguments that every Israeli makes, and it's kind of hard to argue against that. So, I mean, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I can argue against it. You did a peace deal with Egypt. It worked perfectly. And so you never made a peace deal with Gaza. You just said you kind of have sovereignty, but not really. We can come in and kill you anytime we want. We can cut off your electricity. We can cut off your food supply. We can starve you to death. That's not sovereignty. That's not a real deal. So, and why is Hezbollah attacking? We can say they're terrorists and they're terrible. Fine, no problem. But they're attacking because of the occupation. Same thing for Hamas. Look, the absurdity. And look,
Hezbollah started attacking Israel the day after October 7th, before Israel even invaded. So that's a fucking lie.
And I'm encouraged by Destiny's outlook so far. He's saying this is the Israeli position, because in the old days, I don't know what he feels today, and maybe we'll find out more as we go, but defending the Israeli position is indefensible. The jury's in. And it doesn't. The people of Israel can believe anything they like, but they're not going to change the minds of the rest of the world who have seen the dead children and the rubble. And we all have eyes. All of Gaza's utterly destroyed and annihilated. So they can do all the propaganda in the world, and they can convince themselves, oh yeah, we had to kill them. We had to occupy them. They're such savage terrorist Muslims. They can never do peace. All they understand is violence. That's why we had to murder them. But no one else in the world believes that nonsense. They look more ridiculous and more insane and more genocidal by the day. Please turn around Israel. For God's sake, you're doing untold damage. It's going to take 100 years to undo this damage.
Stephen?
I mean, Israel made peace with Egypt, but that's because Egypt had a Sadat figure. Well, they had a Sadat to make peace with. I don't think the Palestinians have ever been represented by somebody who was so willing to actually try and make peace. I also think that it was a bit easier for Egypt to make peace with Israel because Egypt had a country to have after the peace deal, right? Like, give us back to Sinai, and we have our country, and we can be peaceful. And they have their borders, and they've got their territory, and they feel that that's like a just end to, I guess, hostilities between Israel and Egypt. For the Palestinians, what a just end looks like, I don't think has ever even been clearly enunciated, let alone does every Palestinian.
I secured myself an Arab girl. Time to suck that snot out those nostrils.
Goddamn right. Well, enjoy that big Arab nose. Thanks for that donation, Johnny Bravo.
Or every Palestinian group or leader have the same idea of what a just end would look like, which makes it a lot harder to negotiate.
Real quick, I want to let Gideon speak, but look, you don't negotiate with your friends, you negotiate with your enemies. Before they made the deal, they thought Sadat was the most monstrous terrorist of all time. And remember, Sadat did lead all of the Arab nations to attack and invade Israel. A much bigger war against Israel than what Hamas has done. So they said, and all the right-wingers at that time said, there's no way Egypt will do it. What a naive, ridiculous thing. They'll keep bombing us. We should have never done it. We should never give the land back. You cannot trust those dirty Muslim savage terrorists. And they were wrong. They were 100% wrong. And it helped Israel tremendously to neutralize.
This is just fucking retarded. So, first of all, Egypt hates these Muslim terrorists. They can't stand the fucking Muslim Brotherhood. They hate Hamas. They hate Hezbollah. The idea that negotiating with Egypt is no different than negotiating with Hamas or Hezbollah is just fucking ridiculous. Secondly, Israel completely and utterly defeated Egypt militarily. So it's just bizarre that Cenk would bring up the peace deal with Egypt after Israel defeated Egypt militarily.
All the Arab nations trying to attack them. The obvious answer is peace, and it's just heartbreaking that they're choosing not to do that.
Gideon, so I want to ask you a question about peace. So you look back in history, you see Yitzhak Rabin, as Cenk mentioned, doing peace with enemies, not with friends. I mean, you could also do with friends, of course, but you do a lot of pieces, you try and do that with enemies.
You like spicy food? How about jalapenos on pizza? If you do, call Olu a retard.
I do like spicy food, and I don't think I like jalapenos on pizza specifically, but I do like hot peppers, like some hot peppers on pizza. So I guess Oluwali's a retard. Thanks for the donation, Shart Non-Wib.
Yitzhak Rabin tried. He almost did it. What do you think there's any chance at all that, either Trump or not even Trump, but just is there any chance that Israel could do peace with Hamas if they wanted to?
First of all, Yitzhak Rabin tried. This is true, but he didn't try enough, and he didn't try good enough, and he wasn't courageous enough. The fact that he was murdered made him a mythological peacenik, but he wasn't such a peacenik. The fact that the Oslo Accords didn't touch the core issue of the settlements, the fact that Israel under Rabin wasn't even ready to freeze the settlement project, just show the intentions of Israel. It was a way to unease the occupation, to make it softer, to make it easier to live with. This was not peace, and this was not a real recognition in the rights of the Palestinian people as equal rights to the Jewish rights in this piece of land. Rabin was all along against the creation of a Palestinian state, and in those years a Palestinian state was something achievable, unlikely today when you cannot have it anymore, but then you could still have it. But he didn't believe in it. Yesterday they published some expressions of him which were released from the archives. He said very clearly, he said two things. One, there will be never a military solution to the conflict, which is very nice of him. But at the same time, he said a Palestinian state will only lead us to war. So he didn't believe in the right to have a state. So let's not exaggerate about Rabin and about his efforts to do peace. He did something. He made some steps, but they were far from being enough. And I'm not sure, by the way, if he wouldn't be assassinated, if he would have gone much further. Practically, I knew him very well personally. I'm not sure he wouldn't gone much further than this. But right now, really, I get back to this, Annie, that talking about peace now is totally far-fetched. I don't even know to find the words. Let's get to a ceasefire. Let's get to a withdrawal from Gaza. Let's get for a rehabilitation of Gaza. Let's stop the suffering of the people of Gaza. To speak now about peace is, I'm incapable of talking about peace now because knowing Israel and also knowing the atmosphere.
Supreme Ruler Richard, now NATO forces are involved with the war in Israel and Lebanon. My orders are to have Spain in the south of Gaza, Denmark in the north of Gaza. We have Norway and Sweden in southern Lebanon.
Well, that's good. Tell them to blow everything up and leave no survivors. Thanks for the donation, Benedict Arnold.
Here in Gaza today and in the West Bank, this is not on the table. It's like speaking now about getting to the sun. We cannot get to the sun, and we cannot get for peace now. Let's first of all fix the urgent things. I have my vision for peace. It's the one-state solution. It's a democracy between the river and the sea. It's a one-man, one-vote system where everyone will be equal, Palestinians and Israelis. It will be one democracy like any other democracy in the world. But it's not the time even to talk about it.
Do you think that the Jewish people deserve a state?
Totally, and so do the Palestinian people. But Israel did anything possible to prevent the Palestinians from having a state, and they will never have it because 700,000 settlers, Jewish settlers.
Oh, that is so fucking ridiculous. They had so many fucking opportunities to have a state. They could have made a state, their own state in the 1930s. They never did it. They rejected the fucking deal. Israel would have been a tiny little, would have been a tiny country in the north, and they rejected the fucking deal. They rejected the partition plan. They could have had the state in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s. They rejected every fucking land for peace deal. They never had any interest in having a state.
Will never be evacuated. And as long as they are there, there is no room for a Palestinian state. So you can't have it all. if you want a Jewish state, you had to evacuate the occupied territories of 67. That's the minimum of the minimum. And you have to let it become a viable state, not a Bantustan, a viable state with army. Yes, with army like Israel, like any other country in the world. But Israel was not willing to do it. And when you are not willing to do it, you miss the chance. And
Well, look what fucking happened. Like, if they had, like, we already know the outcome. If they had an army, they would just go to war with Israel and try to exterminate them.
don't see that right now there is a chance. The Jews have the right to have their own state as long as the Palestinians have the same right. Once the Jews prevent it from the Palestinians, they also in many ways prevent it from themselves, because then there is no Jewish state. There is an apartheid state or a binational state.
Okay, so let's talk, you mentioned, let's talk about, instead of talking about peace, let's talk about what's happening right now in Gaza. So Cenk, I want to go to you and ask you about the war in Gaza. You know,
Aussie yeast drinks $20. Lucky you didn't bet on Kamala winning. Why don't you bet on the UFC? Suck my balls. I challenge you to a cage fight. I'm just not a gambler. Yeah. Thanks for the donation though, Aussie yeast drinks. Appreciate it.
now, do you think Israel should just unilaterally withdraw back into Israel from Gaza? What do you think should happen from here going forward?
Look, if you wanted peace, the answers are actually really simple. So you withdraw from Gaza, obviously. I mean, how much more can you destroy Gaza? And the idea of, taking more land for security is just obvious propaganda to do more colonial occupation and take more Palestinian land, more Abraham, etc. So withdraw, and Hamas already agreed to the July ceasefire. Do something along those lines. You can actually literally do that and be done with it. But that's not really going to solve the issue. The issue, that's going to at least stop the bleeding, literally, right? And they should definitely do that. But then you make a peace deal with the Palestinian Authority, give them the credibility to drive out Hamas from Gaza. But in order to do that, the only way that the Palestinian Authority would have that credibility is if they deliver on a Palestinian state. But unfortunately, Gideon's right. I mean, not just Netanyahu, not just his monstrous cabinet filled with terrorists, but unfortunately, this is the most heartbreaking part. The Israeli population doesn't want it. They want more land. They want to crush the Palestinians. They think the Palestinians are the Nazis, and they have PTSD from the Holocaust, and they're
Yeah, they are. They literally are the Nazis. There's a very common saying in Palestine: Hitler didn't kill all the Jews so he could show the world how wicked you are. They actually idolize Hitler. They literally are Nazis.
playing out some sort of, unfortunately, sick fantasy, like this time we're going to get them. But the Palestinians aren't the Nazis. In that analogy, they're the Jews. So the fact that
No, they are the Nazis.
that the Jewish state is doing this is even more heartbreaking. So if you want peace, it's clear. You go to Abbas, yeah, he's got problems. Yes, he's been a little bit obstinate before, but my God, would he love to retire as the hero that brought a Palestinian state? My God, would he love to drive out Gaza, who's his enemy, from Hamas out of Gaza, that's his enemy. And so this is very doable. But I want to ask Gideon, because I came on mainly to talk to Gideon because he's such a hero in a lot of ways. Look, the culture now in Israel feels so right-wing, so pro-war, it seems nearly unbreakable. The only things that I can imagine is if there's some sort of traumatic event but the problem is that if it's more war, it just digs them into a more right-wing and more war hawk position, right? And if they have absolute power, it digs them into a more right-wing, more pro-war position because there's no downside. So it feels like an inescapable puzzle here. But the only thing I can imagine then is America cutting the funding and American Jews saying, no, we've had enough. This is terrible. And you have to turn around. Otherwise, we're not supporting you anymore. Would that begin to be enough of a jolt to the Israeli culture where they begin to rethink some things, or no?
So first of all, your observation is very right. It's not only about the right-wingers. It's also about the so-called peace camp in Israel. Not only totally vanished after the 7th of October, rightly so or not rightly so, I have my doubts how solid was it from the first place. Look at what's going on now in Gaza. There is opposition to Netanyahu, very vocal one, very devoted one. There is a protest against the government that doesn't release the hostages. And there is hardly any criticism about the crimes of war in Gaza. It's hardly being even covered in the Israeli media. It's actually not covered at all. Israelis don't want to know about it and don't care about it at all, including what used to be the peace camp. So my first problem is not the right-wingers, but the Zionist leftists, who are, or the mainstream central left. They are not so different. They don't like the rhetoric of the right-wingers, but do you think they resist this war? Not at all. They support it. Do you think they resist the war in Lebanon? Not at all. They support it. So we are really facing, and to this I have to add one.
Gee, why would Israel support a war in Lebanon? I wonder if it has something to do with them launching rockets and killing innocent civilians and displacing, 80, 90,000 people for the last fucking year? I wonder why Israel would support a war in Lebanon. What a fucking retard.
One more thing, Cenk, and this is the younger generation. And likely most of the societies in the West, or at least as far as I know them, in Israel, the young generation is much more nationalistic, much more racist, much more conservative, and much more religious than the older one. So how can you see a change here? The change will come only from the outside. It's not guaranteed. First of all, we are facing now this lunatic administration. I don't know what to expect from the Americans. On one hand, Obama doesn't want wars, but all his nominations in foreign policy are those who will push Israel for war. Who will, for example, stop now Israel from settling in Gaza? The new Secretary of State, the lunatic ambassador in Tel Aviv. Who is going to stop Israel from settling in Gaza? Tomorrow they will come with an idea to settle in southern Lebanon. Why not? Who is going to stop them? This administration. Unless Donald Trump will surprise and say, guys, that's not my way, and I'm the one who decides I don't want a war there, and then he can make a difference. Because Netanyahu, if there is someone that Netanyahu is afraid of, it is Donald Trump. He was never afraid of Joe Biden. He knew he can totally ignore all his condemnations and advisories and warnings. He knew very well that this is a paper tiger that say one thing and does exactly the opposite. So in a very ironic way, Donald Trump is the hope. Civil societies in the world are the hope. The civil societies in Europe who had enough. Maybe also you mentioned rightly parts of the Jewish community in the United States. Change will not come from within Israel. Forget about it.
Stephen, let's go to you because you've been quite quiet. So if you want to respond to what Goodrum says and also what Cenk said about Mohammed Abbas being the main figurehead that can actually go forward.
Yeah, I mean, the Palestinian Authority needs to be empowered to some extent by the Israeli government. I mean, you need to have somebody to negotiate with. You need to have somebody that represents a position that represents the Palestinian people. And without having that person or without having that entity being empowered to be that representative, you have nobody to argue with or nobody to negotiate with. The big issue, I mean, this is something I've been saying for a long time, and I think it's still just as true. And I think all of us agree on half of it, but then also the other half that nobody will agree with is that right now neither side is motivated to make any kind of real peace. If you were an Israeli, you'd be stupid to make peace. Nobody is telling you not to do whatever it is you want to do. They've had a lot of military success over the past few months. They're going to continue to shore up their demographic majorities in parts of Area C. They're going to continue to annex parts of it. And that's just, why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't you do that if you were an Israeli and you wanted more and more territory? If you were Palestinian, why would you accept any deal that Israel would ever offer you when the ICC is asking for arrest warrants for Netanyahu, when the ICJ might declare that Israel is a genocidal country, when other people are saying that Israel is an apartheid occupying nation? Why would you ever make a deal with somebody that's so evil? So I think everybody right now is just kind of being pushed to the brink by all of the kind of conditions that are set up. A lot of them kind of pushed internationally. And until that changes, until somebody goes in and they basically say like, hey, Palestinians, you guys have 2 weeks to make a deal or we're cutting off all your foreign aid. Hey, Israel, you guys have 2 weeks to make a deal or we're cutting off all your military support. Like there has to be like a pressure created on the ground where people are like, okay, well, fuck, we have to actually figure out like what we're going to do now because now like stuff's going to get really bad if we don't. And until that pressure exists, I mean, both sides are basically incentivized to carry on fighting with each other forever.
Oh, and do you think that can happen now? And do you think so? When that, so is that, you know, should Israel immediately get out that right now, even before that happens, should Israel already get out their troops in Gaza? Or you don't like right now? It's not such an issue.
I mean, I'm of the opinion that the long term that Israel is playing a dangerous game. They have been. That concept started by Menachem Begin, the capsule theory that we can just negotiate with every single person except for the Palestinians, and maybe sometime in the future they'll disappear or whatever. I guess go up in smoke. That's a stupid idea, and it's a dangerous game that's probably taking everybody in that region off a cliff. So I think for the long term health of the country, they should do something. But I mean, my understanding is now I haven't checked for a few days, but I think Netanyahu is popular again, or maybe it was like 47% popularity in that country. The thing is that like it's just been such a string of, especially loaded at the end here, a lot of military success for Hamas. They got Haniyeh, they got Mohammed Deif, they got Sinwar, they got all three of the top dudes. And then for Hezbollah, the Patriot attack worked really well. They killed Nasrallah, who they'd spent so much time going after. So I mean, after such a string of military successes, after basically smacking off 2 Iranian separate strikes, I mean, you got to be feeling good militarily in the position that Israel's in. And then Trump is elected, who is basically a sycophant for whatever's popular, and Israel's popular with older people in the U.S. So yeah, I don't know where that pressure is going to come from right now to tell Israel to like, hey, slow down, because it seems like they've been rewarded for everything they've done over the past year, basically. On a short term, I mean, I would say if you're looking at it short-sightedly, I think that's what the appearance would be in Israel.
Okay, and then I also just want to ask you, Steve, one more question, then we'll go elsewhere. So Goodrum made the point saying let's not focus on peace, let's focus on right now what's happening in Gaza. Do you think there's a genocide happening right now in Gaza?
No, but that's a whole other. I don't think so.
Kidboot if I do a calorie deficit where I eat less food or just exercise more, will it still result in same fat loss results? Assuming you're in the same caloric deficit, then yes, but using exercise to create a caloric deficit is very unreliable. Thanks for the donation, though, Kidboo.
Okay.
So what is it?
It's a war. What do you mean?
42,000 civilians being killed, 20,000 of them women and children. That's the way.
42,000 civilians haven't been killed. That's just the total death count.
Who goes?
I mean, sometimes it is, especially when the other. Well, here's a question: do you think that Hamas intentionally fights to induce civilian casualties?
Yeah, no.
Both parties do it.
Okay, so you're not willing to admit that. You don't live in reality. Like, I don't know what to say.
No,
Like,
no.
It's not, yeah.
So I can answer it. So listen, this whole thing of let's call the insurgents terrorists, and that allows us to not only kill anyone resisting our occupation, but any civilian that's near them, which in Gaza is all the civilians.
He said the quiet part out loud. He just said the quiet part out loud. He said, oh, let's call any insurgents terrorists. He doesn't recognize Hamas as a terrorist organization. So he just said what he really thinks. Freudian slip.
Is just an excuse for further occupation. So I'm not in favor of Hamas. I'm not in favor of killing civilians. I think it's terrible. I think it's a stupid strategy on top of an immoral strategy. But we're all pretending like that it's not an insurgency. Of course it's an insurgency. That's what any people that have been occupied throughout all of history have at some point fought back. And they fight back with flowers and roses and cupcakes? No, they fight back usually violently. And when that happens, the occupying power says, great, now I'm justified in hating you more, occupying you more, oppressing and humiliating you more. And because now you're the bad guy because you dared to fight back against me. Don't you know?
Yeah, remember when, like, black people didn't have equal rights in the United States and they decided to just gun down 1,200 innocent civilians and rape a bunch of women? Like, remember when that happened? Oh, wait, that didn't happen.
You know your role. I mean, yesterday in the debate, I'm dealing with an Israeli representative basically saying that, well, no, since they don't love us, they have indoctrinated, this happens in almost every debate, they've indoctrinated their children to not like Jews. What a preposterous argument. Were the Armenians supposed to indoctrinate their kids to love the Turks?
Okay, I don't know how he can fucking compare the Armenian genocide to what's going on right now. This is just fucking retarded.
Hey, I know this is off topic, but with movies like The Bad Guys, Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, Ruby Gilman, and most recently, and in my opinion the best, The Wild Robot, do you think we are living in a DreamWorks Renaissance era now that Pixar is irrelevant?
I guess so. I haven't seen any of those movies yet. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Yeah, so Palestinians do indoctrinate their kids into hating Jews. They teach them to idolize Hitler. There's literally a Palestinian kids TV show where they teach kids that Jews are evil, they try to kill innocent people, and all this fucking ridiculous shit. There's even a Palestinian TV show where they, made kids believe that Jews use Palestinian children to make mott soup. So they literally tell their kids that Jews will kill you to make soup. Like it's insane. Hamas literally runs terrorist training camps where they teach kids to idolize Hitler. That's just such a crazy fucking claim.
And that would be our prerequisite for letting the Armenians go? No, first, even though we've occupied you for hundreds of years and oppressed and humiliated you and killed you ad nauseum, our precondition for peace and for ending the occupation is not only do you not have to hate us, we have to love us first. That's absurd. Utterly, utterly absurd. And it's an impossible standard meant to prevent peace. So that's super obvious. I want to ask Destiny a question. So when they go to get the land, are you still going to claim it was to defend themselves? Or when they go to get the land acquisition, it has now become clear that this was never about defense. This was about offense. And it was all about stealing Arab land.
So I think it's a reductionist way to look at it. I think that the way that the history of Israel has worked is, I think Israel has, for the most part, said there are political realities on the ground, and we will confine ourselves to the areas that we must. But if you give us the opportunity to, we will take whatever we can from you. I think that's been the dual position that Israel has inhabited historically. So there was a time where after 48, Israel was like, okay, well, this is it. And as they approached 67, they're like, this is the land we have. And like, please, like, don't fight. We're just whatever. Don't attack us. Like, we're good. We have no security guarantees from the West. Everyone around us is really mad. But a war happens and they managed to get a lot of land from it. And I think that that's just like the history of Israel. So I still would maintain the position that taking territory in Gaza is stupid. I don't think that they would. Is it possible some permanent security apparatus might remain there? Maybe. But like moving settlements and everything back in, I still don't think that would happen. But I mean, if it did happen, it wouldn't change anything prior to this, which is like the war doesn't become retroactively unjustified. The issue is still that there is an opposite side to Israel that is constantly giving it legitimate reason for war and then creating opportunities for land seizure afterwards.
reason for war. How dare you resist our oppression of you?
October
Why don't you
7th was
accept
not
it and love
resistance.
it,
That
and
wasn't
then I won't
resistance.
have a
That was
reason
like
to
mass
keep killing
slaughter and rape
children.
of civilians. That was not resistance. What do you mean? October 7th is not a resistance
Well,
act.
look, I mean, this is absurd. The African National Congress originally killed civilians. Again, it's a counterproductive.
How many?
and
The
bad
ANC
strategy.
explicitly had a policy of not trying to kill civilians. They literally explicitly had a
But
policy
they
of targeting
did kill
government
civilians.
infrastructure.
But they
Yeah, they
did
did for a
kill
while, and then they changed.
Wasn't that like 3 people who fucking died, by the way? How many people did the ANC kill? Total of 71 people died in such attacks between 1976 and 1984. Yeah. So 71 people over the course of of 8 years. And he's comparing that to October 7th. And like by the way, they explicitly had a policy to avoid killing civilians, and they mainly just tried to destroy infrastructure. Like Cenk is fucking insane.
Changed it because Mandela was like, "Hey, this is probably not a good idea. This is kind of making us look horrible," and now nobody's on our side. Yeah.
But as Gideon, the Palestinians went to the UN, right? They couldn't ask for a more peaceful solution, and Israel said, "No, this is terrible. How dare they try diplomacy? Diplomacy is terrorism." So
The UN,
they've tried
the sooner-
everything. They've tried everything, and every time they try peace, nobody ever covers it. The propagandists in American media
Yeah, that's
go, "No,
bullshit.
the Palestinians are always guilty." My whole life growing up Muslim here in America, every piece of media was Muslims are terrible, Muslims are savages, Muslims are terrorists, Muslims are.
Well, gee, nearly 100% of terror attacks worldwide are committed by Muslims, so I wonder where people get that idea from.
Dark and backwards. I'm sick of it. So the people who are guilty in this case is not the Muslims, is not the Palestinians. They are David. They're being crushed, and Goliath is guilty, and it is obvious. And the fact that Israel can't see that they are monstrous Goliath at this point is, again, it's heartbreaking because I don't want them to be that. So look, again, I'm bringing back to Gideon. The only thing I can imagine, you're right, brother.
Dude, by the way, it's funny how he mentions the UN, but then, like, claims Israel is unjustifiably attacking Hezbollah? The UN made a resolution demanding that Hezbollah demilitarize, and they also can't have any troops in southern Lebanon. They never abided by that resolution, and the UN also never forced them to abide by that resolution. And then, like, Cenk is fucking, like, claiming the UN can fucking solve anyone's problems. Like fuck you, dude.
When you say outside pressure is the only thing that could possibly work, you know, cutting the funding from America, maybe that could happen under Trump. But that's, again, a very small hope given that he's given Miriam Adelson everything that she wants, and our current position is Israel first. But another possibility is an worldwide economic boycott. I mean, aren't we definitely at that point? No one buy Israeli products. Obviously, you'd be crazy to go to Israel. I mean, there's a lawless nation. I mean, if you're Muslim, they would just kill you. They kill Muslim American journalists. They kill Muslim Americans. Sniper shot.
Oh my god. What a fucking crazy whack job.
So it's a murderous state. So obviously nobody should go to Israel, and no one should buy Israeli products. And the economic boycott should be so thorough. There should be such a pariah that it creates leverage and that they feel pain, but not physical,
This is
not
just
killing people, but
insane
economic pain enough
blabbering.
to turn around. What do you think about that?
Again, Jane, I just want to ask you quickly about that. Why didn't we focus any attention on Iran? You're saying boycott Israel. Why not any attention to Iran?
So look, all of this is in reaction to the occupation. So do I think the Iranian regime is bad? Of course.
I'm sorry, he's claiming Iran is backing fucking Hezbollah and Hamas because they don't like the Israeli occupation in Gaza? Are you fucking insane?
They're Muslim extremists. They're terrible to their own people. They're kleptocrats. They under the guise of religion, they rob the place blind. This is what extremists do all the time. So, but you're not going to be able to stop Iran or Lebanon or the 1.6 billion Muslims from being enraged about the occupation. And by the way, because the
Oh my god.
I am exactly excited for anything DreamWorks makes now. I'm excited for the Dogman movie coming out next year.
Alright, well that's good, Dodo. Hope you enjoy it. Thanks for the donation. This is fucking retarded. So Iranians aren't even Arab. They're fucking Persians. So like they're also a different type of Muslim. This is just insane.
occupation, the Iranian regime has an excuse. They go, "Oh, we are helping our fellow brothers, and that is why you should keep supporting us because we're the only ones defending the Muslims," right? And once you take that excuse away from the Iranian regime, I bet it collapses faster than we could possibly imagine. Because at that point, They have no plausible reason for oppressing their own people. So that, like, if you want to get rid of the Iranian regime, do a peace deal, get rid of the occupation, and the Iranian people will rise up against Iran. If you bomb Iran.
Oh, yes, right. If Israel ends their occupation in Gaza, that will cause the Iranian people to revolt and overthrow their own government. The Iranian regime mass murdering and incarcerating their own fucking people and torturing them, that didn't cause a revolt. But, oh yeah, Israel making peace with Palestinians, that'll cause a revolt. What a fucking clown.
They're going to rally around the Ayatollah. It is the most counterproductive, ridiculous. In fact, to be fair to Netanyahu, who's a very smart guy.
Dude, like, this guy is not fucking serious.
He's one of the most evil men of my lifetime. He's one of the biggest terrorists of my lifetime. If there was any justice in the world, he would rot in prison the rest of his life. But he is brilliant. And why do you think he's trying to provoke Iran and start a war with Iran? Because he knows that the Iranian people will rally around the Ayatollah and the extremists will dig in and it will be a permanent state of war.
No one supports the Ayatollah.
Or which benefits Netanyahu.
Gideon, do you want to talk about Iran and what do you think Israel should do with that?
I would like to ask Cenk, and not that I have the answer, but same might happen in Israel. You'll put a world boycott on Israel, which I'm in favor. But there is a danger.
What a fucking idiot.
Two full-time Islamist supremacists jihad-splaining the Hamas point of view while Destiny equivocates with non-committal 12-word answers. How fun.
Yeah, Destiny could do a much better job debating these points. I don't know why he doesn't just slap the fucking just dumb out of their, like, what? I'm a little disappointed that Destiny isn't clapping back harder. Thanks for the donation, No Secrets.
That Israelis will become tougher and more united around Netanyahu because we are under siege, because the whole world hates us. It might have the opposite effect. Not that I know.
So, Gideon, you're not wrong. Like, I don't know. No one knows what effect it'll have, except we do have some examples, right? So, look, that's why I get so frustrated at terrorism. It's clearly not the right answer. It almost never works. What works is Mandela in South Africa, Gandhi in India, Martin Luther King in America, right? And so I think that there could be a way to humiliate Israel and show to the world their deep immorality if the members of Hamas decided to try to kill Israeli civilians, if they allowed themselves to be killed one by one in front of the whole world. But that's a whole separate thing and a very, very, very implausible. So let's back to the economic boycott.
Oh, yeah, right. What a fucking idiot.
It did work in South Africa. It did.
Yeah.
And so, and by the way, the Egyptian revolution happened not because of the protests, not because of Twitter, but because of a general strike where all of the labor shut down the business interest in Egypt. And the business interest said, okay, we'll get rid of Hosni Mubarak. And so that's the second time that an economic boycott of a sort has worked. And I'm sure that there are many other examples. You're right. In the beginning, certainly, it will cause Israel to dig in. But after the economic siege, there will be great frustration built in. And my guess is at some point, the Israeli people go, well, Netanyahu and the right wing promised us, all of these wonderful things and a wonderful economy and a wonderful life. And we had it for a while, when we were just killing all the Palestinians and taking their land and there was no repercussions. But now there's...
Like, by the way, it's so strange. It's funny how this only works one way, where, if only Israel could lay down its arms and make peace and give Palestine a state, that would show Iran that they're so evil. Like, everybody already knows Iran's evil. They don't care. They're fascist dictators. Like, it's funny how it doesn't work the other way around, where if we sanction Iran, destroy the terror funding, make it so that Hamas is completely, incapable of waging warfare, then if the Jews actually still, go to war with Palestinian people, then everybody would know, well, yeah, they're actually committing a genocide. They're not occupying. It's funny how it only works in one direction, where no, you have to sanction Israel, not Iran. Sanction Israel. What a dickhead. He's clearly a fucking Muslim supremacist.
There's significant repercussions. Now we're having trouble feeding ourselves. then pressure begins to build on the right wing, and people begin to realize it's not the right way to go. And most importantly, the business interests have no interest in losing money. Once they start losing money, that's where the power lies, right? In the top 10%. And once they start losing money, that's when they start putting pressure on the government.
I think the issue with the other examples, though, is that you have like a clear path, or you have like a clear ask for what peace looks like, right? The issue is for Palestine and Israel, there's not even an agreed upon like solution that's like a final settlement of the problem. There's not even like no one even knows what that looks like. I don't know if the I don't know if the Israelis would accept. The Palestinians have never put out like we would be happy with this. So what is it? What are people even building towards?
There's so many answers to that. So first of all the Arab nations have already offered a peace deal that is perfectly acceptable. And what we're negotiating is how much of the West Bank is Israel going to keep for the settlers, right? So that's a relatively straightforward negotiation.
Sengoku Donate Tellers, being lean is such trade-off of not being able to enjoy the foods you like versus having a massive boost to your self-confidence and looks. What do you think? Well, there's a price to pay for everything. It's just a matter of preference. Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku.
In 2008, I'm curious what Gideon thinks, but I agree with him that the Rabin offers were way overhyped by the American propaganda machine. But the Ehud Omer deal in 2008 could have been workable. Certainly, the 1967 borders are workable. So there's a lot of perfectly reasonable solutions.
None of those are difficult questions. No one cares about the land apportionment. Your big issue is kind of holy sites, but also it's the right of return. That's the huge thing on the table that nobody wants to address. And I think Gideon might even be in favor of the full 5, 6, 7 million people have the right to go back into Israel proper. This will never happen. And any type of arrangement that has this as like a requirement, which the Arab Peace League essentially has, and which the Palestinians have negotiated in the past, that nobody wants to take the right of return of anybody off the table, going back to Israel proper, not just the West Bank or the Gaza Strip, it'll just never happen.
No, so Destiny is right that if the final offer is right of return, that will never happen, okay? But they can't give away the right of return now. They'll lose all leverage. The peace deal is so obvious because it's so obvious that the Palestinians...
What? They'll never have a right of return, but they can't give up on the right of return because they'd lose leverage? The fuck?
Have to give up the right of return, and that could be heartbreaking for them. And they've held on to that dream since 1948. But that dog won't hunt. There's no way in the world Israel will allow right of return. So the solution is actually, again, very straightforward. The Palestinians give up the right of return. Largely, there's a small symbolic right of return. Israel gives up the territories. Look, guys, this idea that the peace deal is impossible.
It's so funny how the same studio who less than a decade ago made the Boss Baby is now making masterpieces like this.
What is happening? You put a bunch of predators and their food supply in one room. Who knew?
That's my lunch!
Think.
What?
Help them.
I know you all have instincts that keep you alive. But sometimes, to survive, we must become more than we were programmed to be. Before I shut down, I need you to promise me one thing.
No.
We're in here.
I completed my task. About that?
Yeah, it seems like an interesting movie. Do kind of want to see it. Thanks for the donation, Ditto.
Possible, or oh my god, it's such an unsolvable riddle, is again totally not elusive. It's not true. It's not even remotely true. It's actually very straightforward once you actually want peace.
So let's go to Gideon, because Gideon, do you want to tell us your thoughts on that?
First of all, I totally agree with Cenk that first of all you have to want peace, and we are not there. And we are not there, not only, I keep on saying it, not only because of Netanyahu, because the world tends to think that the problem is Netanyahu, and once we get rid of Netanyahu, Israel will turn back to become the paradise that we knew. No, my friends, this is not the case. The alternative to Netanyahu on many matters will be better than him. On the question of occupation, apartheid, two-state solution, it will be the same. There is no statesman in Israel, in the left, in the center left, who will do anything different. None of them is ready even to stop the war now. None of them. None of them is ready for the two-state solution. None of them. So to put everything on Netanyahu is to do our life easier. It's serving in many ways the Israeli propaganda, because there's now one obstacle. It's called Netanyahu. Let's get rid of him and then everything will be fine. No. I must remind you that all the basis for the occupation, the basis for the settlement project, was not put by Netanyahu and not by the right-wingers. It was all put by the Israeli Labour Party. They are the founding fathers and mothers of the occupation project. And let's not forget this. And they didn't change. And they still believe in those values. We have to get to the core of the issues if we really want to solve it, a real solution, and not just an agreement, a hollow agreement. We have to change basic values. Zionism today means Jewish supremacy between the river and the sea. There is no other way to describe it. And Israelis will not give up the Jewish supremacy.
Yeah,
And as long
here
as
we
they
go.
don't give up the Jewish supremacy, they will not be peace, and they cannot be peace.
What in the fuck is he talking about? What group of people, idolize Hitler and talk about how Jews are dirty, disgusting scum that need to be wiped off the planet?
We have to change the whole mindset. As long as we believe that Jews have more rights than Palestinians because they are terrorists.
Jews have more rights than Palestinians because Palestinians don't give themselves rights. They follow radical Islam.
Because they are animals, because the Bible promised us this land, because we are the promised people, you name it. But as long as this is the mindset, and it is the mindset in Israel, there are very few Israelis who think that Palestinians deserve the same like Israel. Even they are leftists, they say, yes, they deserve humanitarian aid, and they deserve respect, and they deserve food and work. And no, they deserve exactly what we deserve, not 1 gram less. And as long as this mindset doesn't change, I don't see how we can get to a real solution. We can get to another Oslo, which will give us few years of illusion and few years of hope. And above all, we are lacking leadership. Maybe it will emerge. But right now, in both peoples, there is no leadership that can lead anything. Neither in Israel, nor among the Palestinians. You don't even see it coming in the next generation. I hope I'm wrong.
Goodrum, you said you support an economic boycott of Israel, of Israeli products and services, right?
It's not only economic, it can be cultural, it can be military. I support anything which will put Israelis being accountable for what is being done on our behalf.
Right, but he doesn't support any economic sanctions against Iran, right?
We have to pay for it. We have to realize that we are accountable for terrible crimes, and those crimes call for punishment. And as long as every Israeli will not understand it, that what is being done now is unacceptable, then it will continue like this. Israelis still believe that they have the right to slaughter 42,000 people in Gaza, and there is no problem with it. They still believe that killing children by masses, by thousands, is something that Israel is allowed to do.
But Goodrum,
Yes.
you're living in Israel, if I'm correct, so your tax dollars are going towards this.
So are ours.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm an American, mine are too.
Yeah, much more, by the way. Yes, this is true. So, yeah, but there's no one who has any doubts about it, that this is necessary. You see, we had refuseniks in former wars in the army, not many, but they were, and quite vocal. Now, if they are only in gray zones. Everyone is serving in Gaza with a lot of enthusiasm, without giving himself any kind of moral report. What is he doing and why is he doing it? So as long as this is the situation, how can we get to any kind of peace?
I just came up with an idea. Why don't we create sympathy for the Palestinians within Israel by the whole world saying, we're going to treat the Israelis like Palestinians. We're going to do a blockade of Israel, just like Israel does a blockade of the Palestinians. We're going to...
Yeah, because they commit terror attacks, dipshit.
Say, no, nothing gets in. No weapons, no money, nothing. Okay, just like Israel completely controls 5.5 million Palestinians, the rest of the world is going to shun Israel. And we're going to say, good luck. You have to survive on what you have in Israel. And what you're doing is so morally depraved.
What an absolutely stupid fucking thing to say. Again, he's against economic sanctions against Iran, but yeah, let's sanction Israel.
That we don't want to participate in it. We don't want our tax dollars going to it. We don't want our own dollars going to it. So if you're going to do this kind of genocide and land theft and colonialism and imperialism and brutalize these poor people, we can't go in and rescue them militarily. So we're going to try to rescue them economically. And all we're doing is we're treating you the same way you're treating the Palestinians. And if you don't like that, then treat the Palestinians differently. And the minute you treat the Palestinians in a way that is decent and reasonable, the world will then open up and treat you in a way that is decent and reasonable. You can't ask for anything more fair than that. If you say, no, I should be able to brutalize the Palestinians and there should be no consequences, well, I know that they'll say that, but that's an absurd position, right? And Gideon said punishment. Look, that's for the Israelis to deal with on their own in terms of how they struggle with their own morality, right? But for me, it's not about punishment. It's about getting to peace and building the leverage to get to peace. And the only way to build that leverage is to isolate Israel and for the rest of the world to say, what you're doing is completely and utterly unacceptable, and we're not going to accept it. We're going to isolate you to the point it creates massive leverage for peace. So look, guys, everybody watching, start now. Check products. Make sure they're not made in Israel. Don't buy anything from Israel. Don't ever trade with Israel. Don't ever spend $1 to Israel. Start a giant worldwide economic boycott of Israel. Anyone who tells you, no, Israel is owed profits on top of what they're doing, I mean, that's absurd. It's insanity. And look, I want to paint a vision of a beautiful Israel that we all love. Did that for the whole
successes, and I legislate to an
are going to be Jordan and Egypt, because they're going to say, "Oh, hold on, we don't want to feel like we are living next to somebody who feels like they can attack us with impunity, bomb us with impunity, kill all of our civilians with impunity, like for real. Not the like they do the bombing and some people are killed after leaflets and warnings or whatever, but like we're going to go in and just like murder as many civilians as we possibly can, which is how Hamas acts when they have the ability to operate. They kill as many people as they can. So
you mean like Israel's doing now?
Do you think that Israel right now is killing as many people as they can?
So this is the same argument I used to make when I used to defend the Armenian genocide.
There we go. So double standard.
Well, we didn't kill them all.
I never said that. I'm asking a very simple question. Do you think Israel is killing as many civilians as they can right now?
I think they're killing as many civilians as they think is palatable.
Do you think that when Hamas does attacks, do you think Hamas thinks we can only kill as many as is palatable?
Well, they only have a limited amount of power. So look,
exactly. So are they killing as many as they can, or
Destiny? This is a power dynamic. This is
you can't use power dynamic to try to explain away every abhorrent action. This is exactly why Jewish people don't trust the rest of the world when people say things like it's a power dynamic. So that's why we can't help, or we can't say, or we can't do anything. And it's like okay, because Israel says we're a power dynamic. We're however many 10 million Jews against 20 billion Arabs. Like it's a power dynamic. Right? It's the same argument.
You sound exactly like the Ottoman Empire. Well, the Armenians are killing civilians and they don't have any bounds. So why should we have any bounds? Well, because you're the Ottoman Empire and you could easily kill them all. And in fact, you did. You killed a lot of them. And then their excuse was, well, they were killing us and they had no restraint, so we had no restraint. But brother, you have all the power and they have none of the power. That's why you killed so many of them. And then they said the same exact thing you're saying today. Well, we didn't kill them all.
I've never said they didn't kill them all. I'm saying that Israel clearly restrains themselves. That's very obvious. I don't believe that Hamas restrains themselves. I think that's pretty obvious. So the idea of treating Israel like they treat the Palestinians is just kind of, I just think it's realistic. I think Israel would, if they felt like they had literally nothing to gain by acting within any kind of international norm, I think that the deaths and the ethnic cleansings and the explosions would be 500 million times worse. It would be on a whole other level of.
You have a much ironically, you have a much darker view of the Israelis than I do. So, I mean, you think if they are treated with equality and justice, that they will strike out and kill everyone around them. I hope not. I
mean, that is the language of the Middle East, right? And has been for
no. Don't blame the Muslims for this. It's not the language of the Middle East.
Who said anything about
Muslims?
Muslims?
The language of Israel.
Hold on, Turkey are Turkish people. Okay, Persians in Iran. You have Muslims and Arabs as well. You have Israelis and Jews. Like it's not just one people. The language of the Middle East has been a language of. Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait, do you think there were like all the caliphates were accomplished by conquest? All of the Middle East over the past 100 years has been embroiled in bitter war with each other. Whether from Pakistan to Iran, Iraq to Yemen to North Africa. I mean, like, are we denying that or?
Yeah. So look, what you're doing is you're conflating two different things. Throughout the history of the world, everybody did conquest. They did slaughters. The Mongols did it. The Europeans did it. The caliphates did it. Everyone did. Okay. So it was universal. So that's the past. Then after World War II.
He is actually saying Muslims were no worse than any other society of people. Are you fucking kidding me?
We enter the modern era. And in the modern era, there's this image of, oh my God, the Middle East is so, it's in so much turmoil. There's so much violence. Oh, they're so irredeemable, right? No.
But wait, I didn't say anything about irredeemable. And it is insane for you to say that after World War II, everything was just peachy. That is absolutely not true. Iraq-Iran war happened. Saddam Hussein happened. The Kuwait invasion happened. The Yemen civil wars has happened. The Syrian civil wars. The idea that it's been just peachy after World War II is completely detached from reality.
Peachy, but what you're trying to get into people's heads is, don't worry about the Middle East. Bunch of violent people always killing each other. No, Europe is 10,000 times more violent, if we're being honest.
I know that
first
of all, I don't even think I would
white Christians, but Europe is by far the most violent continent in the history of the world by a landslide. By a landslide. But in American media, Middle East dark and violent. Oh, Europe enlightened and Western civilization. It's propaganda to make you think, oh, the Muslims are violent. They had it coming. They had it coming.
Yeah, you're fighting against ghosts here. I'm an American, okay? I don't like Europe. Fuck them, all right? I'm not here to defend European history. I'm just saying that in the Middle East, your civilization is what you can make it. Your borders are what you can carve in blood. That's essentially how people have conducted themselves there, Israelis included, and that seems to be the only language that anybody can hear or anybody can respect. So that's how people there, Israelis included, will continue to conduct themselves. That's all I'm saying. That's the expectation.
No, Israel and Egypt did a peace deal that worked great.
After what? After Israel saw itself on the brink of annihilation in 73 from territory that they conquered in 67.
The idea that the Middle East will always be at war is totally wrong.
I never said it would always be at war. There are paths for it to not be at war. I think it's possible. I think that the 2 million Arab Palestinians that live in Israel are proof of that people can live together side by side in peace and harmony. It's definitely possible. I don't think it's impossible, but
I think the great majority of the wars in the Middle East were started by Israel and America. And then we blame the local populations.
No, don't jump on my computer. What are you doing, Gum Gum? Gum Gum is troublesome.
For us killing them. They had it coming. The Middle East is irredeemable. They're always violent. And so we had to kill them and we had to invade them. Iraq didn't invade us. We invaded Iraq. And by the way, why the hell did we invade Iraq? They didn't need to do 9/11 at all.
Well, the first time it was because...
Richard's frozen. Sperm whales donate $2. Richard, there are people downplaying the Twitch Adpocalypse, saying it's only political streamers losing ad revenue and everyone should be fine. Are they coping? They're definitely coping. These companies have completely pulled out of any ad spending, so it's going to affect everybody. It may affect political streamers disproportionately because Twitch may be limiting ads purposefully on political streamers, but no, ad revenue for everybody's going down. Thanks for the donation, though, Richard's frozen sperm whales.
I realize, oh, wait a minute. Who was in favor of attacking Iraq? Oh, right, Netanyahu. Oh, funny how that worked out.
Wait, why was Netanyahu in favor of attacking Iraq?
He was a neocon that was 100% clear. They wanted to attack 7 Arab nations. And
I think Netanyahu wanted to attack Iraq because in the first Gulf War, Saddam Hussein was firing off Scud missiles at Israel. I think Netanyahu, Israel, had good reason not to like
so
Iraq.
You're saying, so you're admitting it. America did that monstrous, horrible war in Iraq in favor of Netanyahu and Israel.
The first or second, Gulf. Oh, actually, the first one, Netanyahu was 95. I don't remember the first time he came. But I'm just saying that there's good reason for the first Gulf War for Iraq. The second one, obviously, stupid. I'm not going to sit here and defend that. But there's been plenty of other conflicts. Yemen has been a world conflict for a century. The Iraq-Iran War was a massive conflict between the two countries. Over 1 million people died. The whole Syrian civil war has been a massive conflict. The Soviets invading Afghanistan. It's just all sorts of.
Okay, so Gideon, do you want to say something last because you haven't said anything for a few minutes, and then we'll finish up, and that'll be the last thing.
No, I enjoyed every.
It's painful. That's the issue. I don't know if Cenk realizes it, but what he said earlier about Palestinians giving up the right of return, that is a painful concession. That has to be matched on the Israeli side with a painful concession, like a big withdrawal from the West Bank, like 500,000 settlers, gone, or part of the new Palestinian state. So, if one side is willing to make a painful concession, then the other side should be. And I think that's the big issue.
All right.
Here I started documenting Hassan for his blatantly false reporting.
I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shock.
An Israeli airstrike hit the Al Ahli hospital. So right, they added 7,000 new troops. So what's going to end up happening is that by April, this is going to be done. IDF didn't bomb the hospital. Change title. IDF didn't bomb the hospital. Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
I criticize him for being a propagandist, coming to conclusions on breaking news when the story hadn't even been fully reported on.
You right now is the same thing you always do. I'm just saying,
no,
you're doing it in real time. You're doing it in real time, bro.
Over the course of an 8-hour broadcast, if you look to literally 3 moments,
nobody else shut up as much as you, dude. That does 8-hour broadcasts.
Because no one has the most psychopathic fandom like idiots like you who can sit through every minutia to find a clippable moment. To find a clippable moment to be like, he sucks, he's bad. That's the reason, dickhead. All right.
He followed this up by interviewing a terrorist, eating up propaganda about taking hostages.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did class with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing, so he likes them. Yeah.
So I mean, what? That's so crazy.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny. Okay, that doesn't probably take much.
Yeah, hilarious. The crew is still held captive, and Hassan continues to glorify terrorism by playing their propaganda and passing it off as happy musicals.
See, a music video. They love walking over the American flag and the Israeli flag side by side. They will always march on it.
When you said music video, I'm expecting bad example, Chris Brown dancing.
No. They do they do musicals. They're very musical people.
Praising their leaders, all while hypocritically defending Russia and China's invasion of their neighbors.
You call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River. Bite the bullet on the Tim Houthi kid. Why? Why would I ever? If I did something that was f***ed up, by my estimations, I would of course apologize for it. I have time and time again.
Name one time. He can't because he's never owned up to anything. Hassan continues to be the worst political streamer, and Twitch supports him.
Yeah, where is that chatter? He was like, come to Israel. It's so beautiful here. I should go to the old city so I can get my fucking shit pushed in by some of the most inbred fundamentalist hicks.
No, it's not illegal, it's not criminal, but it feels like it should be. Sort of like those monthly subscriptions you signed up for, forgot about, but are still paying every month. I've been paying 2 monthly subscriptions to watch
Chill gains donate $2. Let me see.
Hey, stop it! Oh, stop!
That's good.
Let your man go, huh?
Drop it, I don't want to talk about it.
Drop it, hell? I want to hear about this, homie.
I said forget about it, cuz.
Yeah, there's some pretty cringy lines from Fast and Furious.
Camera, what you think about life? Like, how do you see life?
Sucks, but I'm playing football right now, so.
Look at my toys. We just got this G.I. Joe classified series, the Sergeant Slaughterin'. Wow. This new Masters of the Universe, Origins Viper, Snake Man.
Why is this guy breathing
If you
so
like
hard?
Transformers, we got this Optimus Prime in.
Looks cool.
In my favorite section, we got Nightwing, the vampire series. Yeah? Good. Okay.
I don't know why that guy was breathing so hard. He has a people face. That's a nice monkey. Thanks for the donation, Chill Gains. Dodo donate $2. You already should see it, VG. I think it might be one of the greatest animated films of all time. Right up there with The Lion King, Finding Nemo, and Shrek 2. Okay. I'll try to make time to watch that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Greedy.
Yeah. Fuck.
Wrestling for the past 2 years, and I didn't even know. Hassan's politics really baffles me. He just doesn't seem very consistent. When Russia invaded Ukraine, he constantly justified it by saying Ukraine and its army was full of Nazis. This is the same propaganda Russia pushes. Hassan acted like every citizen in Ukraine was on the verge of fascism.
The reason why a small amount of nationalist forces gaining prominence is additionally f***ing terrifying. It's like Tinder.
Holocaust on my nips donated $2.
I'm Jewish, and I feel that the Holocaust actually is a uniquely Jewish term. Is there another term that actually could be used rather than the Holocaust?
So what you're saying here is the Holocaust is specifically related to the Jewish Holocaust, which is correct. But if you look at the definition of a Holocaust, it is mass-scale destruction or slaughter, and multiple Holocausts have happened throughout human history. Like we mentioned the Cambodian Holocaust, there's the Armenian Holocaust, and there's the non-human animal Holocaust. So to say that it's offensive to only Jewish people is not only offensive to the other people who have been subjected to Holocaust, but it's offensive to non-human people because they can be subjected to the same atrocities that humans can too.
Based. Thanks for the donation, Holocaust on my nips.
Okay? It can cause a f***ing wildfire of nationalism because it's already baked in to the attitudes of the commoner, okay? Every person already has like a predisposition towards nationalist tendencies. So the issue is when you start legitimizing the nationalist guys, boom, all of a sudden the country could turn fascist like that, okay?
He justified Russia annexing Ukraine constantly.
Regardless of whether he wants it or not, he needs it as a buffer state. Exactly. Russia's historic access into the Black Sea, Crimea, that's like historically and ethnically all Russian, majority Russian.
They're Nazis. Everyone's going to be radicalized. But when it comes to a fundamentalist group like Hamas that theoretically would run the country, Hassan doesn't seem to have those same worries. He justifies it by using Republicans as stand-ins for Hamas.
I'm saying that the gay people and the trans people that are living under those conditions in Gaza, right, see Israel is a far larger problem in their existence than they do like Islamic fundamentalism in terms of governance.
Yeah, that's why they try to seek asylum in Israel, right?
If we were getting ruthlessly slaughtered by an alien force, I wouldn't give a fuck if someone was homophobic or not. I'd be like, thank you for fighting against the alien force. That seems awesome that you're doing that. I would actually arm up side by side with my...
Yeah, I love how he minimizes it. The punishment for being homosexual in Gaza and even the West Bank is death. They're killed. So, like, saying that is just homophobia is quite minimizing.
My fellow homophobic, Republican, rabid Christian fundamentalist sociopaths to try and protect my home. And that's the point.
That's the same thing as the Azov battalion fighting in Ukraine. How does he have these conflicting opinions? It makes no sense. Asmongold made the horrific decision to call Palestinians culture inferior. Hassan rightfully called him out for this.
These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
It's terrifying. Like, saying they're inferior, saying they're evil, to justify the death and destruction that befalls them is so horrifying.
Because remember, Hassan would never call another culture inferior. He would never do that.
I don't agree in theocracy at all.
But like, wouldn't that mean that it would be inferior?
Or, no, I wouldn't say that any culture is inferior to one another. All life must be cherished. Their lives are no different, even if they disagree fundamentally with you.
But if we just go back to last year, Hassan was justifying China's invasion of Tibet for the same reason. They're inferior culture. He says China's imperialism is good because they focus on taking over their neighbors.
Chinese development and Chinese military action is either irredentist in nature, which is different than imperialist, where it's like, it's more so
All right. Well, thank you for those bees. Appreciate the donation, bee.
Expansive in its own limited area rather than global imperialism, which is
China's
done with the
always
express
taken
effort
land.
with the
Tibet, Taiwan.
Tibet was literally a feudal slave mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
China unilaterally took over Tibet,
like
squelched their culture. They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
In the name of squashing an inferior culture, China killed over 87,000 Tibetans. That's 1.2 million, 1 out of every 6 Tibetans since their occupation. I don't understand how you could be pro-Palestine and then support Russia and China. Israel's neighbors with Gaza, does that make what they're doing okay? No, of course not. His politics makes no sense. It's constantly contradicting himself. But then you realize that he's America bad all the time. That's it.
Let me explain to you 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
That's not what an analysis is. That's doing the same thing Sneeko does. And Hassan's always been this way. He doesn't care about principles or being morally consistent.
Do I think that this could be a dangerous precedent? Absolutely. But the right has been doing this for a very long time.
Yeah, but
they've
they're
been able
wrong.
to.
That's the point.
I
The
know,
point is
but
they're
no
wrong,
one
and I hate
cares
them, and I
about
hate their tactics.
But no one cares about being morally consistent, or no one cares about.
I do. I care about that.
I know
very
you
much.
do, but in the end of the day,
he just wants his side to win at all costs. It's turned him into running straight up terrorist propaganda for the past 10 months.
Mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia. I'll be making fucking dough in the pizzeria.
Hassan has been rewriting history when it comes to the Houthi terrorist he did propaganda for. Now he's just some random teenager.
Random fucking Yemeni teenager. Yemeni kid not connected to the Houthis, and it doesn't even matter if he was. Not only does it not matter to me if he was or not, it would obviously change the dynamic of the interview if he was. Most people don't know that he isn't a Houthi or have seen his post about respecting Jews. I don't really care. They will just say, oh, he's doing PR.
These are all provable lies. When Hassan initially interviewed the Houthi, it was framed as him being a terrorist.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me. Of course I'm about to have I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism.
When Hassan asked if he was Houthi, the guy did not answer, instead referring to the Houthis' justification for pirating commercial ships.
I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all, or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible, though.
Yeah, I feel like you can ask it pretty directly. His answer is he's a Yemeni.
Hey, Gummy. How you doing, little buddy? Yeah, that's your good gum. You know I love my gum. Oh, yes. Yeah, you love this nice comfy chair. Oh, that's a good boy. Oh my God, you're so big. Oh, you are growing so big and strong. Freaking love you, Gum. Yeah, I freaking love my Gum. Oh, that's a good Gum. Yeah, you're my big Gum. Yeah, you're a good cuddle cat. Yeah, I love you, Gummy. Oh my goodness. I love my Gum. Yeah, that's a good Gum. Oh, such a good boy. You have such a nice pink nose. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a good boy. Yeah, that's a good boy. Such a good cuddle kitty. Oh my goodness, Gum. Oh, I love my Gum so much. You are the nicest Gum. You are the nicest Gum. Oh, I love my Gum. Oh, yes. What a sweet little gum-gum. What a sweet little gum-gum. Oh, you like your chin-chin rubbed? Yeah, those are some good chin-chin scritches. Oh, yes. Oh, that's good. Oh, I love you so much, gum-gum.
Who stands with Palestine.
Hassan will go on to greenlight the Houthis' mission of attacking civilian commercial ships on behalf of him and his entire chat.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
The whole point of this interview was to make this Houthi soldier seem relatable. He's just like me and you. One of his viewers would point this out, and Hassan would tell him to shut up.
Maybe explain why you're trying to get this type of humanizing information from. Okay, shut up, chatter. Come on, it's not like that's crazy. What does he have to say to dumbasses that consider him to be a terrorist? What does he think about that?
Now, Hassan rarely gives the definition of Zionist. He uses it like a slur, the equivalent to Nazi.
Fascism is the
This is all shit we already know.
Oh, that's a good boy. Yeah, that's a good boy. I love you so much, Gum-Gum. Oh, you're so cuddly. Yeah, you're a good cuddle cat. Yeah, I love my little cuddle kitty.
And then Robert become
Oh
like
shit, this is 2 hours 40 minutes. We're gonna have to react to that next stream.
are multiple.
Let's see.
This video is about Ludwig, actually, who made a video called What is Happening to Twitch, in which he explains what is going on with the Adpocalypse taking place on Twitch right now. In this video, he somehow didn't mention me, Hassan, Israel IP block, or anything. It's like he's so afraid of pissing off the cool kids that they're not going to let him sit at their table anymore. The stakes are a little higher, in my opinion, because by misrepresenting what happened, he doesn't help anyone. I mean, he helps Hassan. That's the only person he does, but he's sweeping this anti-Semitism issue right under the rug to the point where it's like, wow, you really don't care. You really do not care about this at all. So let's go ahead and watch a sliver of this mogul Mel and see what's going on with Ludwig.
First, we have to talk about why they pulled out. But where did the advertisers go? Do they hate Twitch all of a sudden? Well, the genesis of this, as far as I can tell, is when Asmin got banned off of Twitch. Because see, Asmin got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people, some very negative comments about Palestinian people. He got banned off of Twitch. And this sort of caused a domino effect where people are like, okay, you ban Asmin for saying this thing about Palestinian people, but you know, what about this person saying this thing about this people? And that
this person saying this about these people? Did you just yada 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 the whole anti-Semitism thing to protect your friend Hassan? How about having a Houthi militant on Twitch mainstream to talk about One Piece and to glaze up his fucking little Houthi cock with a flag flapping in the background that says a curse upon the Jews? Ludwig, why did you even bother to make this video? You know what I mean? Just, you don't have to talk about it if you're too cowardly to explain it, really.
because this is an issue Twitch has been dealing with for years, which is inconsistency in their bans. All right, they have their code of conduct, their terms of service, whatever. They have to ban based off of that, and sometimes it's not upheld consistently. All right, and so this became, you can see October 16th, the day Asmin got banned, a very common trend. All right. Oh, you ban Asmin. Well, what about when Frogan said this, crazy thing about U.S. soldiers? All right, and Twitch got basically controversy after controversy after controversy.
No mention of Hassan or me, frankly. Not to suck my own dick here, but I did a whole 3-hour episode dedicated in, meticulous 14 pages of meticulous thesising about why I thought Hassan was harboring anti-Semitism and all the various examples of it. I thought that was probably a big moment for this all as well, but he doesn't mention any of that. How can he not mention Hassan? How?
And at first, this was maybe just some like social media stuff, but then there was a concerted effort by people to go straight to the advertisers, all right? Because Twitch wasn't buckling. They weren't like banning other people for their comments based off the social media blow up. They were just kind of holding fast. They banned Asmin. They're like, okay, we're good now. Please leave us alone.
That's, I think, somewhat true, but I think the underlying problem here is that they agree with the creators who they're not banning. They agree with Hassan and with Frogan, and it's an ideological decision.
God.
Like, it's not an unbiased decision to enforce the rules. This is them refusing to further other political point of views and identities that they agree with. It's downright corruption. It's horrifically bad.
Let's see. Richard's frozen sperm whale donated tellers. Richard Ludwig is Hassan's personal bidet. Yeah, really. Loves to fucking clean his asshole. Thanks for the donation, Richard's frozen sperm whale.
That did not work. They were not left alone. Not only were they not left alone, their advertisers were not left alone. And this is one of the other genesis I can see of advertisers now getting involved after the Asmin ban. And here's a tweet that said, made a video of what you can do. It's a long video, so I'll just distill it. But basically, it was email the advertisers that Twitch worked with who were displayed prominently in sections that people viewed as like anti-Semitic and get them involved. Okay, he says, fuck Twitch for making me do this cancel culture, cuck fucks and loser shit, but that is exactly what happened. It was a attempt at creating an adpocalypse.
It's not an attempt to create an adpocalypse. It's an attempt to hold certain people accountable when the platform downright refuses to and runs ads on like incendiary, psychotic fucking content, right?
Adpocalypse attempt. Very successful. Now, Twitch tried to curb this. They tried to appease advertisers and also the Anti-Defamation League, who's getting involved, and they banned several Arab streamers following a Habibi rating panel that was at TwitchCon, and you can see the sponsors are in the background of this. This was going viral. I promise you, all of these sponsors got thousands of emails in their inbox after this, and it worked.
This level of anti-Semitism is platformed on a main stage of TwitchCon in front of these sponsors. I mean, what the fuck do you expect, man? Don't blame the people at Cenk.
Yeah, Ludwig's just a fucking cuck. Just ass licking to the highest degree.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are doing great tonight. So, check out what Nazis are trying to accomplish in my state, lol.
Let me see. Restricted video, can't see it. Thanks for the donation though, Ben, appreciate it.
Ingredients that's supposed to target all the hallmarks of aging. Novos has been featured in Forbes, the Wall Street Journal, and it gained more attention after a lot of people in the Rejuvenation Olympics were taking it. But I would still think you would want to know if it has any evidence and if it actually works. So in this video, I'm going to do an unsponsored, unbiased review of Novos Core. Alright, let's begin with the ingredients, which are 100 milligrams of vitamin C, 304 milligrams of magnesium, 2000 milligrams of glycine, 1100 milligrams of calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, 1000 milligrams of glucosamine sulfate, 300 milligrams of rhodiola rosea, 150 milligrams of theanine, 100 milligrams
Ducky donated $2. VG, why did Ryan from Happy Healthy Vegan burn the bridge with you? Cause he's a fucking pussy-ass bitch. He had an issue with me, with our debate where we debated whether or not vegans should use the term Holocaust. He did really fucking poorly in that debate. He took it personally. Then there was the vegan cat issue where he just acted like a fucking retard and, yeah, since then, have not been on great terms with him. Thanks for the donation, Ducky.
of hyaluronic acid, 100 milligrams of fisetin, 100 milligrams of organic ginger root, 50 milligrams of pterostilbene, and 20 milligrams of lithium aspartate, providing 1 milligram of lithium. The idea is that the synergy of these ingredients is greater than each individual ingredient alone. I think it's a pretty interesting idea, and who knows, it could be true. Basically, it would mean that it's formulated in a specific way with different ratios that is better than megadosing each individual ingredient. Now, I'm going to go through the individual ingredients of Novos, but first let's take a look at the studies with Novos itself, with all the ingredients combined. First, we have a preprint mouse study that showed that giving Novos daily extended median lifespan by 20% over controls. Novos achieved the same effect as a high-efficacy senolytic intervention, consisting of a...
It's really weird. My hand feels really sticky after petting Gummy. I don't know if that's just some of the natural oils his fur produces, but maybe he needs a bath. I don't know. Ah, don't bite me. What the hell? Eh? Does this trigger you? You just want to bite when I do my hands like this? Ah. Oh my god, he's really good at grabbing.
Low dose of navitoclax, combined with the mitochondrial uncoupler BAM15. Both of the interventions were started at an old age, 20 months, and the mice who got either Novos or the senolytic lived 20% longer than those getting nothing. Now, this is currently still a preprint, which means that it hasn't been peer-reviewed by other scientists, but if the findings are true, then it is quite interesting.
Bend over, donate $2. Try this link and watch this at 1.5 speed, given the length of the video.
Tonight, News Channel 5 investigates special report reveals the Christian nationalists who want to turn a small Middle Tennessee community into their base of operations, hoping to attract others from around the country. Thanks for joining us. I'm Rory Johnston.
And I'm Hunter Hoagland. They are a group who says they want to go back to an America before the Civil Rights Movement. Their desire is to deport illegal immigrants even if they became U.S. citizens decades ago.
And they want to put women back to where they think they belong. Our chief investigative reporter, Phil Williams, has been investigating this effort for 3 months. And Phil, you found that longtime residents didn't even know this was happening.
That is precisely the case. This has very much been developing under the radar. In many ways, the views of some of these people are not so different from the white supremacists we've seen marching down Nashville streets in the past year, although they dress up their ideas with intellectual buzzwords and call it Christian. And they hope that about 90 minutes northeast of Nashville, tiny Jackson County will welcome their controversial ideas of what it means to be an American. For the Christian nationalists setting their sights on Jackson County, Tennessee, picturesque scenes like this represent what they call Heritage America. It's a notion reflected in the Norman Rockwell image there. Leading the way are podcasters Andrew Isker, a right-wing pastor from Minnesota, and C.J. Engel, who recently moved to the area from Northern California.
Like all of our heroes were way more racist than we're allowed to be today.
Together, the pair host what they bill as the #1 Christian nationalist podcast in the world.
God made men to rule, period. That's the world God made. You don't like it? Take it up with him.
And here in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, Isker and Engel hope to make a new home in a place where most everybody looks like them and thinks like them.
So the question is there room for like-minded Christians and patriots in Tennessee? Yes, there's an imperative for like-minded Christians to gather and fight with us. Like, we need Christian nationalism in one state. Like, that's what we need.
After first announcing a project here along the Cumberland River in southern Kentucky near the small town of Burkesville, the developers behind the plan recently announced their move into Jackson County. Here along the line with Macon County, one of the developers has bought up 500 acres in these rolling Tennessee hills. It's not clear exactly what he intends to do with all this land. But just a few minutes down that same road, just across from the Jackson County High School, a separate business entity has purchased another 100 acres that they are apparently planning to develop. And they've announced that Gainesboro, the Jackson County seat, will be the focus of their efforts to resettle like-minded people from around the country.
From what I can tell, they're Christian nationalists, and I wouldn't hesitate to say white Christian nationalists.
Pastor Kevin Riggs has been sounding the alarm about the rise of Christian nationalism in Middle Tennessee for years, including Gabrielle Hanson's unsuccessful campaign for mayor last year in affluent Franklin, Tennessee. You said it borders on Christian Sharia law.
A Christianized type of Sharia law where everybody, it doesn't matter if you're a Christian, it doesn't matter if you're an atheist, it doesn't matter if you're a Buddhist, it doesn't matter what, you're going to be forced to live by this narrow interpretation of Christian principles.
Having Christian nations on American soil, yep, that's ours too. We'll take it, right? That, like, restoring American identity, right? American, like, heritage American identity, that's good.
As Isker and Engel see it, the only people who have a legitimate right to a homeland here in the U.S. are those so-called heritage Americans, like the ones depicted in those Norman Rockwell images from the past.
I would imagine in most of those Norman Rockwell pictures, there aren't any depictions of people who look like me.
We showed Nashville pastor Chris Williamson some of Isker and Engel's own words, in which Engel says his concept of heritage America affirms the domination and preeminence of European-derived peoples, their institutions, and their way of life, although he adds that his term also includes the blacks of the Old South. According to them, if you are a descendant of slaves, you get to stay.
So they're defining my legacy, my entire legacy, really on slavery. I get to stay, even though I was brought here against my will and treated horribly through chattel slavery for nearly 250 years, but that's my heritage.
Even then, Engel writes that his acceptance of black Americans is on the condition that they don't try to leverage their experience for the purposes of political guilt.
Because really, you want to keep me in that place of inferior status with you. I'm okay as long as I stay in line and accept how you define me. But these days of white men defining black people, they're not happening anymore. I'm not going to debate the meaning of America with those that seek its destruction.
The two Christian nationalists denounced the efforts of civil rights leader Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement in general, with Engel saying you cannot have both MLK and Heritage America, and Isker declaring we should turn civil rights back to the states. They celebrate images of whites-only diners in the 50s, with Engel proclaiming,
Jesus Christ, these people are just awful.
The
Like, where the fuck do these assholes just crawl out of?
1960s ruined everything, and they mock historical incidents like the kidnapping and lynching of 14-year-old Emmett Till, yet they dismiss any criticism as people taking them too seriously.
So too are Isker's objections to the Civil Rights Act, his dismissiveness of the Emmett Till murder, and the broader racial views. Yeah. Well, that's funny. That's funny because that whole controversy was like entirely a meme controversy.
I know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like fun, man. Like, anyway.
Yeah. You get in trouble for having fun. You have done nothing but disguised white supremacy in the guise of Christian nationalism. So call it what it is. It's white supremacy. It's nothing Christian about it.
Earlier this year, Engel, to mark the beginning of Black History Month, responded with his own celebration of Heritage History Month, holding up white supremacist thinker Sam Francis for praise. Among his writings, Francis suggested that if whites wanted to do so, they could dictate a solution to the racial problem tomorrow by imposing fertility controls on non-whites.
It's repulsive that people would think of me and people who look like me in such degrading ways.
And yet, they claim to be Christian.
Men, period. End of story.
Is reminiscent of this scene. Where neo-Nazis took to the streets of Nashville earlier this year.
If you strip it all down, they're saying the same thing. They're just saying it in a way that may be more acceptable to people. But at the end of the day, it's the same tired ideology of white supremacy.
As Isker and Engel see it, this endeavor isn't just about moving to a place where the people look and think like them. They also imagine creating a political force that has an impact on communities like Gainesboro, eventually extending their reach statewide.
If you have towns like ours that we're going to be building, right, where there are a lot of people that are very politically motivated and very well organized, right, you can have as much influence as one of the big cities in Tennessee.
Hello and welcome to Contra Monument. It is election night. It's the big night.
Welcome, everyone.
And on election night, the pair hosted a nearly 9-hour podcast from Gainsborough.
Oh, there he is. No, he's on. He's on. He's live.
There I am. Hey.
Bringing in some of the biggest names from the Christian nationalist community.
This is Charles's moment. Charles, welcome to the 2024 election.
With one suggesting that Donald Trump's strong showing,
I mean, if he does that, then, Red Caesar, mandate from heaven, rock and roll, let's go.
Might clear the way for the authoritarian Red Caesar they hope will rise.
So I don't want to be a gloom and doom type person. My hope is still in Christ. But what I see on a practical level scares me if this kind of thing just keeps growing and takes root in our country.
As for what these Christian nationalists hope to plant here amid the beauty of rural Middle Tennessee, these pastors say what they see is not American.
Yeah, they're bad. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
And I would definitely be interested in seeing future trials on animals with Novos and see if it has similar effects. In humans, it's going to be obviously impossible to do, but Novos has done a case study on 12 participants measuring their epigenetic speed of aging with the do not in pace test. This is the same test Brian Johnson uses and what you can rank in the Rejuvenation Olympics with. There were 6 men and women between the ages of 39 to 76. They took the speed of aging test first before starting Novos, and then they started taking Novos Core with 250 milligrams of NMN per day for 6 months. After the 6 months, 8 people saw a reduction in their speed of aging score. The average percentage decrease was 6.1%, and 1 participant saw a decrease of 14%. However, not everyone's score decreased. For 3 people, it stayed the same, and 1 person dropped out of the study, but no one's speed of aging increased. A lot of people who were ranked at the Rejuvenation Olympics, like Julie Gibson-Clark, also said that she was taking Novos and it was one of the things that she thought provided her the results that she got. It's not enough to make any conclusions, but it's a pattern.
You know, it's probably something like this supplement just happens to make your score on the test go down. It probably doesn't actually reduce your speed of aging. It just does something to, some of the biometrics on the test, and that's it.
There's also a peer-reviewed study from 2024 that looked at the effects of Novos on DNA damage in human skin cells. They first exposed skin cells to a Novos dilution and 6 other formulas for 24 hours, and then they injured them with neocarcinostatin for 2 hours, which is an antibiotic that causes DNA damage. DNA damage analysis revealed that all of the 6 other formulations did induce the formation of DNA damage markers, but Novos didn't, which suggests that Novos treatment had a preventive effect against DNA damage when exposed to a DNA damaging agent. However, one of the limitations of the study is that it lacks a direct measure of DNA damage, as the authors themselves say. They only looked at 5,3-BP1, which is a recognized marker of DNA damage, but is not a direct measure. There's also a small pilot study on 4 subjects who took Novos Core for 6 months and saw improvements in their skin firmness and suppleness. The average improvement across both cheeks was 22%, with one subject seeing a 40% improvement on the right cheek, and another person seeing only 12% improvement at minimum. They did use an indendometer, which is a state-of-the-art device for measuring skin stiffness. However, it's such a small study with so few participants, which is again not enough to make any conclusions. Besides skin cells, Novos has also been seen to reduce DNA damage in human umbilical vein endothelial cells after irradiation. Basically, they expose cells to Novos and NMN before exposing them to irradiation. The cells getting treated with Novos beforehand saw 66% lower DNA. Inflammation is another hallmark of aging. However, antioxidants like vitamin C might even have negative effects on exercise adaptations. It's known that antioxidants like those minerals that a lot of people aren't getting enough of, and magnesium deficiency increases the risk of many chronic inflammatory conditions program by 4 to 6%. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it's still significant. In terms of the hallmarks of aging, then glycine has quite a lot of effects. Glycine induces autophagy, which is one hallmark of aging. Glycine also lowers inflammation, which is another. Most of the ingredients great with the right doses, but some of them also appear to be slightly underdosed. Now, this might not be a problem because, as I said earlier, the combination and synergy of these ingredients in those exact amounts might be better than each ingredient alone, and the studies I went through here are all done mostly on the single ingredients. That's why it's important to look at the clinical trials specifically on Novos with all of the ingredients together to get a grip on if it has any effects, because you're going to take the Novos unless you take each individual ingredient. Right now, it would be too early to say anything conclusive, but Novos appears to have benefits on inflammation and DNA damage. My overall rating for Novos is 4 out of 5. Because you get a lot of the big hitters in the right amounts, such as magnesium, AKG, glucosamine, and theanine. One last thing we can talk about are the flavors. You can either get the unflavored or orange flavored mix, which tastes pretty good. The sweeteners are erythritol and stevia, which are one of the better sweeteners. If you want me to review all the ingredients in Brian Johnson's Blueprint supplement stack, then check out this video next. I go through each
Lyle McDonald.
Do such things and weren't concerned mainly.
Why in the fuck is Lyle McDonald uploading videos with a shitty-ass camera?
With survival. And at that time, it was a lot of trial and error. People would lift heavy weights and do gymnastics and hand balancing. It was part of an overall health culture. It was probably different in European countries. Like the Germans were doing research on isometrics, Hettinger and Mueller, fairly early. And of course, the Germans would apply tons of science to their drug protocols when they came to dominance in the late 70s and early 80s. But I'm still sticking with kind of the before that time. And when the Russians entered the game for the Olympics, they did a lot of research into, optimizing biomechanics for Olympic lifting, things of that nature. But by and large, in America, there wasn't much of it. And what was kind of silly. Research Quarterly published some amazing stuff back in the day. exercise science as it existed mostly studied aerobic training. Weight training was still thought of as, makes you slow, makes you muscle bound, et cetera, et cetera. So it would be a while before the earliest studies came about, and even those were mostly focused on strength. I can't honestly say exactly when like the first studies on like hypertrophy and muscle growth really started, at least in humans. It's probably somewhere in like the late 70s, early 80s. Like, I think the technology was starting to become available, but also it was becoming a little bit more interesting because bodybuilding had finally become a little bit legitimized because of Arnold. Prior to that, the idea of putting on a bathing suit and oiling yourself up to prance about on stage was looked down a little bit, as it would take Arnold to really legitimize that. And even then, there's some early studies of bodybuilders by Steron and guys like that, but it was all looking at the pros because that's really all there was, and you actually find some kind of interesting stuff back in the archives. But I'd have to do a whole different article about that. It wouldn't be till later into the 2010s and beyond that really studies of bodybuilding, that beyond just physiology of hypertrophy would start to be done. And that was as bodybuilders started to go into academia, or at least pretend to, when it suited them, and wanted to study their own hobby. And that's, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. So basically lifters just worked by trial and error. They tried different stuff. Most of them honestly just got strong in a moderate rep range because Americans liked being strong, and they got bigger. And they would, as they developed new things, like I said, a lot of trial and error. And if you look back at what they were doing pre-1970s, it still works now. Most of that information is just as valid now because human physiology hasn't changed. Now, in the 70s, things changed in a couple ways. One, Arthur Jones came around, and whether or not he was a scientist, because he thought all sports science was bullshit anyway, he at least brought some logic to training. And honestly, I've said this before, if most people would do what was in Knowledge Bulletin number 1, they would be better off than doing the cretinous bullshit that is recommended currently. But about that time, that's when drugs really came into the sport. And that really changed things for the worse, simply because drugs make even the dumbest fucking shit work. Pump it up, go heavy, go light, low volume, low intensity, low frequency, high frequency, it didn't matter. Then that's when you really started to see the differences in the literature, in the bodybuilding magazines, like Flex and Muscle and Fitness, just like, weight in the bar doesn't matter, just focus on the squeeze and the pump, and when you throw enough drugs in the mix, none of it matters. Basin showed decades later that a mere 600 milligrams a week built 10 kilos of muscle mass in 20 weeks, which is more than a natural can gain in their first year of training. And 600 milligrams is a baby dose. Guys now are grams per week of anabolics alone, plus insulin, growth hormone, IGF-1, untested peptides, all kinds of ancillaries. If 600 milligrams builds that much muscle, grams build even that much more muscle, and the training is secondary, tertiary, quaternary to just escalating your doses when you stop growing. Duchesne once commented that when they attempted to drug test pro bodybuilding and everybody looked like shit, that he realized that just how much drugs were covering up for the mistakes in training and nutrition. The drugs make none of it matter. So the 70s really threw a wrench into it. So somewhere about, for the most part still, science, research was not really used in most of the magazines, unless it was to sell supplements, in which case they would be desperately cherry-picked to sell bullshit products to gullible, using pro bodybuilders on drugs as the mouthpieces. When I was in college at UCLA, from 88 to 93, I would go bother my TA or my professor at Sternlicht all the time, and he told me about, Weider had once cited a study to support a supplement, supposedly done at UCLA, and they made it up. It was fabricated, UCLA sued them and won. So that was about the only time that science was really used. The only other exception being when Muscle Media 2000 came on the scene. They were kind of the first ones I really remember that were starting to bring references to the articles, and Duchesne was getting into some of the science, even though he recognized its limitations. As has always been the case, Bill Phillips used science to sell supplements, right? HMB, better than DECA, who remembers that? And the early creatine research, and EAS had, some of the early science-based supplements. So I still saw it there, but still by and large, in the magazines, it wasn't used to a great degree, mainly just to sell product. And again, Duchesne, who was always smarter than most in the field, if not one of the smartest people who's ever been around, was starting to utilize it in some of his articles and pay attention to it. And that's when I was getting into it, right? I was an endurance athlete who, even though I was never great at it, loved lifting weights. And I would go bother again Eric Sternlicht every week with my endless questions about this claim and that claim and this. And he started to make me aware that most of the claims were bullshit, and when they were based on science, was cherry-picked. And that's when I started spending my weekends in the biomedical library, having to look up on Ovid, or just peruse the journals to find what I was looking for. And I decided that rather than believe the claims at face value, I wanted to see what the science actually said. And not shockingly, it wasn't what the articles ever said. Now to about 1992, which is this little thing called the internet, started to become a thing. And this was early days, right? Like I was on AOL first. You had CompuServe. I remember my first little CD-ROM, which gave me 4 free hours on AOL. It was big time. And shockingly, I'd been a computer nerd from my teenage years, and the internet was kind of cool. Because for good or for bad, it allowed people with common interests to connect, right? So if you were living somewhere and nobody shared your particular interest, whatever it was, and mine happened to be, training and people that converse intelligently about it, the internet let you connect with those people. And I still am in contact with people that I met in the mid-90s, which was on an early message board kind of thing called Usenet, just one of the early conversation boards. And that would give way to listservs and then forums and then social media, where we're at now. And still at that time, there really wasn't a lot of science, right? Now, I, fresh out of college and hence knowing everything, now, years later, I know a few things, or so I tell myself. I was going to change the field. And everything in Miss Fitness Weights, where I spent most of my time, was the same bro stuff, 20 sets, train like Arnold, 6 meals per day, like all that stuff. And here I came with science. Showing that meal frequency didn't stoke the metabolism, that it didn't enhance fat loss or prevent muscle loss or any of that stuff. And I was bringing actual, people go, oh, we didn't even know what causes muscle to grow. And I'm like, well, actually, we've known from the 70s that it's progressive tension overload. And all that other nonsense is just drug-fueled gibberish to justify whatever dumb bullshit people wanted to do. And to suffice to say, people were not ready to listen to what I was selling. And typically when they didn't like what I had to say, it was just this, the standard personal attacks and what do you know and how do you think you know you're more than Arnold and you're small and I'm bigger than you. And it's just the typical stuff. But for good or for bad, credit me or blame me, the evidence-based fitness industry that exists online, I created it. I was the first guy pushing science or attempting to into this field filled with such a tragic amount of bullshit. That was me. And I've also watched it evolve and then devolve over the last 30 years, but I'll get back to that. So about that time was when websites started to come around. I mean, I had one early from 1996. T-Nation started where T.C. Luoma tried to copy the Bill Phillips model of gain people's trust and then fuck them over with bullshit supplements. And he had the notes, but he didn't have the tune. And they would, occasionally use science when it suited them to sell products, just like the early magazines had, but it was still mostly bullshit. But that's kind of where it started. And that would continue, into the 1990s. And I forget when I started my first forum, the old, eventually got called Monkey Island. And that's where a lot of science, a lot of people that you probably know of started on my forum. Martin Birkin of Lean Games, Alan Aragon, Borge Fagerly, and I really apologize if I'm still mispronouncing your name after so many years, Blade. They all started on my forum. And we were exchanging science and arguing and having lots of debates. And I also had a lot of the typical dumb shits who came in and would get mad at me and tell me I fucking sucked and then punk out. Nothing's ever changed. This industry is filled with insecure little babies. As we got into the mid-2000s or so, that's when I remember the shift really starting to occur, or at least beginning to occur, and that you had people, most of them had grown up reading my stuff and my books anyway, started to enter.
I bet Lyle has a hairy asshole that snags his turds on the way out and leaves little pebbles of shit on the hairs and they stay there and smell delicious. I'll share them 50-50 with you. We can have a Lyle shit hair pebble feast. What do you say? Balls shit.
Well, he's not vegan, so I'll pass. Thanks for the donation, though, pale yellow shit sandwich.
The online field, you started to see increases in like online consulting and things of that nature. And I couldn't tell you exactly when all these different folks came in. Like I know Brad Schoenfeld published his first review paper in 2010. So it was all kind of in that range. Now, it was still a niche. I mean, make no mistake. Like the reality is a site like bodybuilding.com or T-Nation, they get more hits in a day than I would probably get in a year because the average person entering the industry, your typical teenage male or early 20s, that's where they go. I mean, for right or for wrong, that's just the reality of it. But that was never my target audience. Like I knew I wasn't, I wanted to tell people that wanted to listen and who cared about science. And if not, cool. That was kind of where we were at. But even still then, there was a large proportion of folks still generating endless bullshit, right? There was the whole circle jerk in the late 2000s of like Alan Cosgrove and Jimmy Smith and Jimmy Moore, and there was a whole bunch of Jimmys, and they had jumped on the Ryan Lee thing, and it was all about marketing and your email list and just a big old circle jerk, and they would use science when it suited them to crank out bullshit products like Afterburn, or in Alan's case, he would just flat out plagiarize my book and then fucking lie about it, as his little cretinous defenders would be like, well, Lyle sucks, so it's okay if he was plagiarized, shit like that, because this industry is filled with morons. And they didn't like me, shockingly, because I would point out that, well, actually, the science necessarily was the only way to do it. Simply nobody had tried it. Nobody had tried getting the contest shape being more flexible. And when people did, it worked just as well. No one had ever tried a 4 meal per day meal frequency. But when they did, it worked just as well. So in some cases, make no mistake, the science absolutely, when controlled research was done, it would support what the bros had figured out. The bro science was right. Aha, you say, just listen to bro science. The thing is, as often as not, it didn't. Like the meal frequency thing, like the rigid diet thing. There's lots of other examples that I can't think of at the moment because I'm old. So it wasn't so much, it was like I said, we still needed to do controlled science. Because sometimes the science agreed, and sometimes it didn't. And if you're coming from a scientific basis, that's still the focus. Note because it's relevant. During this whole time, the basic argument from the bros, if they didn't like the science, came down to, well, I'm bigger and stronger than you, ergo you're wrong. I mean, seriously, that was the bro defense. Or, Lee Haney's bigger than you, Dorian Yates is bigger than you, your science doesn't matter. Again, ignored in that was the drugs, but that was the personal attack. Well, I'm bigger than you, ergo your science is wrong, which is a joke, but at least as you'll see, it's consistent, but that's what the bros did. The bros believed in bro science, or in anecdotal, what they thought worked, and that was perfectly fine, and they would just fall back on personal attacks when they didn't like what you had to say. But the evidence-based industry, at least for a while, cared about the science. And then it started to change. So we jump forward to 2014. At this point, more people had entered the industry, a lot of the names that are still around, including Lane Norton. Now, he had established his identity as being the anti-guru. He had a PhD, and he brought science to bring down the gurus, which meant that he would attack these people. And I'm talking about, Gary Taubes, all the nutritional gurus. This industry has never hurt for them because, it's the nature of the field. And he would bring science to the table. And if they tried to use guru arguments and anecdotes and attacks, he would excoriate them because that's not how you make an argument. That's what gurus do. And then in 2014, he brought up the idea of metabolic damage and reverse dieting. And his argument came down to, with hardcore dieting, you can experience metabolic damage that will prevent fat loss despite being on low calories or even create fat gain. That was right about 2014. And I criticized that, as you might imagine. Now, I didn't do it well in terms of the language and the approach that I used, and I'm willing to admit that, because men admit that they're wrong, and nobody else in the industry will do, because they're little babies. And, realize I read every paper on metabolic adaptation. 5 decades of work had never shown this. Ever. Because it's not physiologically possible. But Lane had something to sell. And every response that he made was total guru bullshit. He attacked me personally. He said, I don't even do science. He said, I don't have a PhD. He pulled up an old picture and he goes, Lyle is small. He doesn't know anything. He said, I had...
Well, that's one thing me and Lyle McDonald can agree on. Lane Norton is a retarded asshole.
hundreds of emails from competitors saying this happened. That's anecdotal evidence. Then, like all the rest, he would block me on Facebook. He started deleting comments on Twitter and blocking anyone who brought up evidence either that he was wrong or who defended me. The same thing all the gurus that he criticized did, because he had something to sell. And the bottom line is that he was the anti-guru until it was time for him to be the guru himself. He would have excoriated anyone else who made those arguments. But he's a narcissist, which means he's a hypocrite, which means he projects what he does onto everyone else. It was okay for him. And the reality was that there was no metabolic damage. People were misreporting their calories. They were eating more than they thought. Period. That's all it was. And even when he said, oh, when I raised their...
Dude, Lane Norton's metabolic damage arc was fucking hilarious. Dr. Avi actually had a big back and forth with him too. Like, I had been doing some personal training at the time too, where I was giving people diet plans, and I would have people reporting that they couldn't lose weight while eating like pretty fucking low calories, like 1600. And I would straight up tell them that is literally impossible and you're eating more than you think you're eating. This doesn't take a fucking genius to figure out that people aren't adhering to their fucking diets. And Lane Norton had the stupid fucking idea that if you've been in a diet long enough, your body somehow breaks the laws of thermodynamics. Animal Liberation donated $2. Thought Mike was pretty based here. Let me see. Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Opportunity for kids my age to see the legend Mike Tyson in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that...
Yeah, absolutely based. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Calories. They started losing fat again. Right, because what had happened is they thought they were eating 800 calories and they were eating 1,800 because it was unmeasured. And when they started tracking, they were really eating 1,400 calories and they were actually in a fucking deficit. There was no metabolic increase to this reverse dieting bullshit, which is still out there. They simply went from underestimating their calories to tracking properly. Or, when you raise calories acutely, they stopped retaining water like the crazies that they were. Because what you would see when they raised their calories a bit is that they would lose like 3 to 4 pounds overnight. And there is no physiologically metabolic way for that to possibly occur. It's water retention. It always has been. It always will be. And one of Lane's awesome deflections was, well, metabolic damage was only a theory. Mind you, a theory he presented in endless seminars to buy himself a fucking mansion. But Lyle's water retention is only a theory too. Au contraire. The Minnesota semi-starvation study back in the 50s had shown what they called starvation edema in response to long-term caloric restriction. Water retention was well known. And some random paper that I found, that I unfortunately can't source, was talking about when they increased their calories after the study was over, stating, for some, the rehabilitation period proved the most difficult part of the experiment. Many were surprised when they initially lost additional weight after being provided a bit more food, a result of losing the
Yeah. Again, anybody who's gone through like a bodybuilding prep has experienced this, by the way. And it fucks with you when you're dieting sometimes because you'll think you're getting fatter while you're losing weight when you look in the mirror, and it's just from fluid retention from eating so little calories. I was going through that while I was dieting. There would be like I was only eating 850 calories a day, and I was talking about this before. I would go an entire week without losing a single pound, and then the next week I dropped 10 pounds in 1 week. That's just from water retention from basically starvation. That's normal. And like, there's just something you pick up on while you're fucking like doing it yourself. And Lane's a fucking retard. Bend over, donate $2, awkward but not surprising. Let me see. Hulk Hogan is down with the 88 precepts and making America white again. Oh my God. He must not have known, like, he must not have known. There's just no way. I have a hard time believing he'd be that crazy. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. He's probably just a normie who doesn't know what the fuck that is.
Excess edema fluid in their bodies. So the data absolutely supported what I was saying. It was no theory, it was well known. Whereas decades of work on metabolic adaptation showed that his claims about metabolic damage were absolutely wrong. As is so often the case, flat out the science said I was right, and flat out the science said he was wrong. And as is so often the case to people like Lane, the science only matters until it's wrong, or until he has something to sell. The simple fact was that people were either underestimating their calories or holding on to water. And hilariously, on Lane's Instagram, if he doesn't have you blocked like he does anyone that criticizes it, he'll prattle about, the reason you're really not losing fat is because you're underestimating your calories. Exactly what I said in 2014. But since he had a mansion to buy, and subsequently a pregnant wife to cheat on, he had to guru out and play the same bullshit games that he would have cried like a baby about had anyone else done it to one of his arguments. And go watch him online, and you'll see it.
Oh, wait. Let me see this. Make America white again? I think I'll still give him the benefit of the doubt, because if I were to see a red hat in public and not pay attention to the lettering and it says Make America, at the top, I would just like fill in the blanks with my brain and just assume it says Make America Great Again. Hulk Hogan might not have been paying enough attention to that, and I'm sure he's also old and doesn't have the greatest eyesight. That is just incredibly unlikely for a guy who wants to be famous still and be a public figure to deliberately pose with a white supremacist. That sound like, even if he was a white supremacist, that just doesn't sound like something somebody who's trying to be a mainstream political and celebrity type figure would do. I don't know. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt if he responds to it on Twitter and says, I didn't realize the hat he was wearing or something,
And make no mistake, Lane was not the first one to pull this bullshit. There were plenty of gurus before him, like Gary Taubes, who had all these references in his research for 5 years book, and who would then dismiss any science he didn't like because he had book sales to make. But Lane was the first one in the supposed evidence-based community, the anti-guru, who only believed in science till it didn't support him. And then he played all the guru games, as all the rest of them, that he would bitch about anybody else using. But I'm going to set the date of the real change at 2018, which is the first time I became aware of it. Because that's when Brett's volume study came out, that I was, shall we say, highly critical of. And then in hindsight, everybody realized it was right. I mean, even the people that defended it the most vocally, Brad, Eric, James, Brett, all those people, they didn't even believe it. I did a video last year showing how they've all walked back their volume recommendations to what I was saying the entire time. Or look at the video I did a couple weeks ago, pointing out that the results Brad got are impossible, double what every other study has ever found. And like I said, most can look back and go, yeah, well, I was right all along. It is exhausting. Where I became aware of the real bullshit was when Mike Israetel wanted to debate me about the volume issue. And in a 90-minute completely fucking waste of time, I got the first half, and I spent 45 minutes directly answering every question, addressing every issue in detail. In the second half, Mike spent 45 minutes talking in circles, saying nothing concrete like he always does. Go listen to any 3 different podcasts or debates with him. He will say completely opposite things based on what he needs to say at that moment to be right, because that's what narcissists do. He'll say in one breath, don't just look at the biggest guy in the gym, go to the science. And then when I bring up the science, he'll go, you should only trust people based on whether or not they're big. But during that debate, he introduced an idea that I had not seen because I don't listen to those people. I read research. I don't care what the talking heads have to say. And he introduced...
I've never seen the debate with Mike and Lyle, so I don't know if this is an accurate, like, retelling of the story. I do know from debating Mike on veganism, he was being extremely evasive, and I would say both during the debate and certainly afterwards when he made the video about veganism, he was being pretty dishonest. That was basically an hour and a half of getting him to admit he'd be okay with killing and eating retarded people.
The new pyramid of evidence. So at some point, the evidence-based crew had decided that evidence included direct research, anecdotes, and what they refer to as physiological rationale, which means that, well, we think that there's a physiological rationale for what we're going to argue is true. Now, this is truly fucking beautiful because it basically is a legitimization of goalpost shifting. And others have done this too. Mel Siff, who, rest in peace, was famous for this. If he brought up an anecdote, he would go, well, the science says. And if he brought up science, he'd say, well, anecdotally. Because that way he could always be right, because he would do what's called shifting the goalpost, another logical fallacy. And that's what this pyramid is. Science is the key. But if science doesn't agree with them, or which is what usually happens when I bring up what the research actually says, well, anecdotally, they just shift the goalpost. And if the anecdotes don't, then if I bring up an anecdote, someone else brings up, well, anecdotally, they'll dismiss that and go, well, the physiological rationale is different. It's beautiful, because it allows them to never be wrong, because they can just move the arguments around. And if you bring up anecdotes, they'll bring up science or physiological rationale. If you bring up physiological rationale, they'll bring up the direct science. It's beautiful, by which I mean what it really is total fucking bullshit. Like I said, it's a way to never be wrong, because you can just move your argument around the pyramid in response to any argument that anyone else makes that you don't like. It's the new pyramid of goal-shifting bullshit. Period. And don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that anecdotes are fundamentally useless, but single anecdotes absolutely are. So one of the best rebuttals to my criticisms of Brad's volume study was James Krieger, who put a picture of a guy on his website saying, well, I trained this guy with high volume, and he's big. It's...
My satanic cousin said he wants to run over stray cats I was feeding when he saw me in Greece. He said he want to feed them to dogs. My family will defend him. Think he's mature and good. Okay, I don't know what to do for you there, dude.
It's even hard for me to address that. It's so lame. But does that mean that if I bring another anecdote that's contradictory, like people I've trained with low volumes that were as bigger than that guy, does my anecdote cancel his out? Does it outweigh his? Hopefully you see the point. An individual anecdote doesn't make any difference, especially now with training that we know there's hyper responders. Some people will grow on anything you do. One individual doesn't mean anything, right? If you have trained 100 people in a certain way and most of them have gotten results, I may be willing to listen, right? I did a podcast with Alex Keikel, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, a bunch of years ago, and he had like 100 people he was working with, and he put them on anabolics, and he put half on estradiol and half not to see what happened. Now, were his results anecdotal? Yes. Were they published? No. But at least it was 100 people, and that means way more than James's little individual example. Now, again, I'm not saying that anecdotal evidence is useless. Like 7 decades worth of anecdotal training experience, even ignoring the drug issue. You can't just ignore that. However, at the same time, anecdotes do not counter direct science.
Bend over donate tillers. Yeah, I'll give Hulk Hogan the benefit of the doubt, given that his daughter slept with black people, lol. Huh, okay, well. I don't know if that works in favor or against the idea of him being racist, because I've actually seen quite a few daughters of racist fathers who were super into black dudes, so I don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Science. The reason James dredged that up is to dismiss my valid criticisms of Brad's study. Because even if we accept that anecdotes have their place, controlled science should always take precedence. And that's the game these people are playing, is that when the science doesn't agree with them, they fall back on anecdotes. Does that make sense? If there's no science, your anecdotes may be considered as a starting point, and maybe they drive what scientists examine, which frequently happens. But if there is direct science, and there was, about the volume thing, where most of the studies countered Brad's evidence, and my criticisms were totally valid, even if Brad was too weak-minded to address them, an anecdote cannot counter that. Ever, unless you're playing guru games. And that's why they do it. Another comment about the anecdote thing. I did a long-ass video on this a few years ago, and it's whatever. It's pointless and tedious even by my standards, and I can do it in like 30 seconds. For decades, the evidence-based fitness group didn't accept anecdotes until they did. But even beyond that,
There's audio recording of Hulk Hogan calling her daughter's boyfriend the N-word. Okay, is. Well, he's racist. Again, like, considering he wants to be a relevant celebrity and political figure, I still don't see him deliberately taking photos with a blatant white supremacist. So, I don't know. Like, yeah, he's probably racist, but to the extent where he, like, openly supports Nazism, I don't know if I'd go that far.
they only accepted their anecdotes. And that's the key. Their anecdotes have validity, whereas Gary Taubes' anecdotes, and I'm saying they're right, those are wrong. Lane's hundreds of emails are valid, but anyone else's anecdotes are somehow wrong. If they're going to argue that anecdotes are now counted as scientific evidence, they have to accept all of them, but they don't. Their anecdotes are evidence. Everyone else's anecdotes can be dismissed by, well, there's direct research, or by the whole physiological rationale thing. And that's just hypocritical as shit. And they know it, and everyone listening to this knows it. If you're going to accept anecdotes, you have to accept them all. If you're going to dismiss all anecdotes, you have to dismiss them all. You don't get to like yours and ignore everybody else's. That's bullshit, right? Anecdotes have their place, but they can and never should be used to counter direct controlled science. So far as the whole physiological rationale thing, like I don't disagree with that fundamentally, right? Like if all we have is some basic concepts, but there's like no direct human data or no direct training data, or like yeah, we can maybe make some assumptions about that sometime, but only if there is no direct science, right? Because what usually is done is like the physiological rationale is back argued. These guys decide what their conclusion is and then make up the physiological rationale to support it. Right?
I love Christy and Hello Good donators. Change the 500 dono goal to ban Brightstar. Who's Brightstar? Ugh. I really don't know I don't know what he's really doing in chat. If he's annoying and I see it, then yeah, maybe. Thanks for that donation. I love Christine. Hello, good.
Right, so there are cases, like we have some data, and I mean, animal data is mostly shit and never translates over anyway, but it's like, all right, we know that physiologically this is going on, but we haven't really examined this in terms of whole body or long term, and you make some assumptions, but then you do the science, and if the science agrees, great. If the science doesn't, it doesn't. I mean, here's a good example, tying into the protein video I did last week. Right, in my protein book, there was an idea called the muscle full situation. They would fuse amino acids and find that skeletal muscle would stop responding to amino acids. And this kind of was a physiological rationale to support eating somewhat infrequently. Well, that's clearly wrong. At the time, that's what the data was, and that's why I presented it in my book, but now it's clearly wrong, as that feeding protein paper by Little John Tromblin et al. Showed. So if there's no direct science, physiological rationale may be a base, and again, it may often leads to the direct data. But it should never be used either to replace direct data or as a fallback when the science that you don't like doesn't agree with you. And that's the problem I have with it. Again, is this triangle of goal-shifting bullshit is being used to play guru games. It's science until they don't like the science, and then it's anecdotes, except it's only their anecdotes, and then it's physiological rationale when neither anecdotes or the direct science will support whatever they're fucking selling. I will occasionally mention, oh, anecdotally I've seen this, but always remember this is just an anecdote, don't read anything to it, doesn't matter. And that's bullshit. One more concept and I'll wrap. All of that I just talked about, that's under the best of circumstances, because when really pushed, a lot of these supposed evidence-based people will go full bro. Right? Go back and look. When I criticized Mike Israetel for misrepresenting what zero reps in reserve were, go look at his rebuttals to me. Fuck you, Lyle, which is oh so cogent. You should only take advice based on how big someone is. Typical bullshit. Others attack me personally. Others bring up the fact that I've been very open about being bipolar too because they're fucking douchebags. Menno Henselman did that one time. When I brought up legitimate scientific criticism of one of his articles, his immediate response was, are you off your meds again? Because he's a fucking douchebag and needs to eat a dick. Right? When these people are pushed, when the science can't support them, they don't even have the anecdotes or the physiological rationale. They will go straight to ad hominems and they'll go full bro. Now let me wrap it. They will go straight to, well, I have a PhD and you don't, as if that makes a shit's worth of difference. Brad Schoenfeld got his PhD from an online university that required 20 hours of on-campus time in 4 years. His master's came from a UT Austin satellite school that's big claim to fame is being one of the best online universities in the South. Your PhD doesn't mean jack fucking shit. Wakefield had an MD and he published that piece on autism and vaccines.
Oh my god, this is great. Oh man, that's hilarious. Oh fuck, that's funny. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Let's see.
Deal. I know she doesn't make a lot of money.
Oh, please.
I'm just saying.
She's rolling in Beverly Hills. She's
I wish you weren't going to the Grammys on Thursday because, you know, I'd love to bring Tony over and get on that big-ass Scarab. Let him show you how to drive it.
Oh, please. Please, nigga, please. Stop it. Show me how to drive my own boat.
Deal. I know she doesn't make a lot of.
Oh, okay, that's nothing. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
They will go straight to, well, I have a PhD and you don't, as if that makes a shit's worth of difference. Brad Schoenfeld got his PhD from an online university that required 20 hours of on-campus time in 4 years. His master's came from a UT Austin satellite school that's big claim to fame is being one of the best online universities in the South. Your PhD doesn't mean jack fucking shit. Wakefield had an MD, and he published that piece on autism and vaccines. Your degree doesn't mean anything.
That's
if you have to bring it up,
hilarious.
that just points out how little it means. That's called an appeal to authority. Lane does it. Brad does it. Mike does it when it suits him. I love his current worthless content. Exercise scientist destroys celebrity workout. Never mind that Mark Wahlberg has been leaner and drier than Mike has ever been on stage, but Jesus fucking Christ. Little Milo Wolf in his rebuttal to what's his name was like, exercise scientist, bro scientist. This is content in this industry? What a fucking joke. You motherfuckers, if you have to point out that you have a degree and tell people you're smart, you ain't. If you have to tell people you're evidence-based, you ain't. If you're smart, you'll show it by actually providing evidence for your claims or being able to directly rebut criticisms and questions, rather than doing what Brad Schoenfeld did when he didn't blind his study, going, you can trust me, which is apparently the highest form of evidence now. If these people are as smart as they want people to believe, why are they never able to directly rebut criticisms, especially from me? Because in every case, they either attack me personally, they fall back on the same guru bullshit, said appeals authority ad hominems talking in circles like my kids are tall, or they just block me, right? If someone asks me a question about one of my claims, I can provide the reference for it faster than these motherfuckers can hit the block button. And if I can't rebut it or I can't show the science, I have to consider that I'm wrong. I will always answer direct questions directly without the games that all these other assholes play. Now people will go, but Lyle, you block people all the time. And that's true. I do kick people out of my Facebook group. I block people on my wall. And in exactly 100% of cases, it's because they personally attack me or personally attack my trainee. 100% of the time. Or at least 99.9% of the time. If your first response to a disagreement with me is, are you off your meds? You're the fuck out. Attack my trainee, talk, whatever it is, you're out. You ask me a legitimate question about my work, I will always provide the reference. Always. They won't do it. Because they can't, and they know they can't. They'll tell you that they're evidence-based. They'll tell you that they're science-based. But when push comes to shove, and the science doesn't support them, they do all the things that they used to criticize. Now, the bros are at least consistent. If they didn't like what you had to say, they would go, well, I'm bigger and leaner and stronger than you are, so your science is bullshit. Now, I think that's a dumb argument, but at least it's a consistent one, because that's what they always said, and that's fine. My issue with the supposed evidence-based practitioners, among the behaviors themselves, is the hypocrisy. Mike Israetel is an exercise scientist destroying Mark Wahlberg until he's a, fuck you, Lyle, it's a matter who's bigger. Brad Schoenfeld is evidence-based until you can trust him. Menno Henselman is evidence-based until he attacks me personally. These people are only science-based when it suits them. And as soon as the science doesn't agree with them, they fall back on all the behaviors that they used to criticize in others. The gurus that they used to take down, like anti-guru Lane Norton, they have all become. They all pretend to be scientists when it suits them. But deep down, and when push comes to shove, they're just a bunch of bros. They are the bro scientists now. For the record, I neither read nor respond to comments or questions either on YouTube or on Instagram because I don't care. But I don't delete them either like the rest of the industry will do. Test it. Go put a critical comment or question on Brad's wall and he'll block you and delete it immediately. I simply don't care. If you want to tell me I'm full of shit and I suck, great. If you want to tell me that I'm awesome and you want to have my children, fan-fucking-tastic. If you ask me a question in the comments, great. I'll never see it. Now, I may try doing a weekly Q&A. If you want to send me a question, you can send it to questions@bodyrecomposition.
Lyle McDonald is pretty hilarious. I love how he fucking said Brad Schoenfeld's PhD is a fucking joke. That's hilarious. All right. I am going to go to bed. It is very late and I've streamed for about 10 hours today. Between the morning and evening. So I'm tired and I want to go nighty-night. But should be on tomorrow around the same time, so I'll see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it.
And I'll see you all tomorrow night. Sweet dreams. Yeah, and I'm going to have to delete the stream because of the penis. So don't ask me next stream why I deleted the stream. It's because there's a penis showing. But nighty-night.